Chapter 1291. Fortunately, Berserker tribe's great leader still had many clansmen behind him. They all used the power of 10,000 mammoths on him. An instant later, the twin dragon roar ended, and Berserker tribe's great leader barely survived. If it weren't for those clansmen, Berserker tribe's great leader would have died under that attack. However, this could only prolong his life for a short time. Twin dragon roar. Another wave of dragon breath erupted. This time, Berserker tribe's great leader had no chance of surviving. After being swallowed by the dragon breath, he died instantly. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. 3 consecutive twin dragon roars and 3 bursts of killing intent had consumed a lot of his true energy and killing intent. However, it was worth it to kill a 7th-level fulfillment realm expert. At this moment, Yi Xian glanced over from the corner of his eye and noticed that Wei Zhantian and Elder Shu hadn't finished their battle yet. His 5th level of the fulfillment realm was actually the fastest. Let me see how many good things you have as the great leader of Berserker tribe. Yi Xian used the power of 10,000 mammoths to grab Berserker tribe's great leader's universe ring and faith crystal. In comparison, Flying Sand City's City Lord Mansion was like a child in front of Berserker tribe. A total of 5 million prosperity pills, awesome. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. After consuming so many prosperity pills, Yi Xian finally heard the notification that he had leveled up. 6th level of the fulfillment realm. He opened another natal palace in his body, and his strength increased by several times. At this time, the group of Berserker tribe scorpion men in the distance were dumbfounded. Their great leader, an expert at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, died at the hands of a human at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. This was a challenge that surpassed their level, and 2 levels at that. Now that the great leader is dead, I think the 2nd and 3rd leaders, what should we do? Should we attack together? Are you kidding me? Didn't you see that human had a breakthrough? If we charge, we'll die. But if we don't attack, we'll be massacred after the 2nd and 3rd leaders die. Go. When has the Berserker tribe ever cowered? Kill. Several scorpion men roared at the sky and led hundreds of experts toward Yi Xian. Another bunch who aren't afraid of death, come. Yi Xian's fighting spirit was already burning. This time, he was going to face hundreds of people by himself. Kill. Yi Xian was like an arrow that had left the bow. He suddenly shot out explosively, and wherever he passed, someone would definitely fall. Although he didn't have a large group attack skill like the Sword Storm or the Berserk Python Sweep, no one was able to block Yi Xian's attack. Double Dragon Sword Bell. Twin Dragon Roar. Yi Xian was thousand dragons, thousand dragon thousand tribe. Boom. After a few dragon roars, the group of scorpion men experts all fainted. In the end, Yi Xian killed them one by one. The battle only lasted 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, Yi Xian had killed hundreds of Berserker tribe's experts. At the same time, Old Tree and Wei Zhantian's battle was coming to an end. After Yi Xian collected all the universe rings, faith crystals and corpses, Old Tree and Wei Zhantian finally finished off their opponents. The morale of the entire Berserker tribe fell to rock bottom. Right now, all of the Berserker tribe's experts were at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm or lower. They were no match for Yi Xian, the 3 gods of slaughter. It's over, it's over. Berserker tribe is done for. The 3 leaders are dead. We're the only ones left. We're going to be swallowed up by the surrounding tribes. Forget about being swallowed up, we might not even survive today. Please save us, evil god. The Berserker tribe was filled with cries and shouts. However, Yi Xian didn't want to kill them. He didn't want to kill the old, the weak, the women and the children since he had already killed so many experts. However, when Yi Xian received the 2nd and 3rd leaders' universe rings, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Look. That's the Lord Apostle. The Lord Apostle of the evil god sect has come to save us. Ha ha ha. This human is dead for sure. The Lord Apostle will definitely avenge the leader. For a time, the Berserker tribe was in an uproar. When Yi Xian heard these voices, he subconsciously turned his head to look. He just so happened to see a scorpion man in a black robe quickly flying towards him. In the blink of an eye, he stepped into his perception range. An evil god apostle? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Traces of killing intent burst out of his eyes. Yesterday, he had encountered an evil god apostle. It was that scorpion Liu. Today, there was another one. This evil god apostle definitely knew where the evil god society was. However, it wasn't that easy to control an evil god apostle. I must defeat and capture him. Then, I will use the high-efficiency flower to ask him where the evil god society is. Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, he had the Eye of Control, so he didn't need to use the high-efficiency flower. However, this evil god apostle had the faith crystal in his head and couldn't be controlled. Therefore, he could only use special methods to interrogate him. Earlier, Yi Xian had already used the high-efficiency flower. This was still effective against the evil god apostle. However, it wouldn't be that easy to capture this evil god apostle, because this evil god apostle was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. What's going on? The black-robed evil god apostle asked loudly as he got close to Lin Fan. Lord Apostle, this human killed the 3 leaders of our tribe and hundreds of experts. He even said that he would destroy the evil god society. Lord Apostle, please avenge us. Lord Apostle, a group of scorpions from the Berserker tribe shouted. This time, the evil god apostle knew what happened. He turned to look at Yi Xian and said, "How dare you kill the evil god apostle in the evil god society's territory? Not only do I dare to kill the evil god apostle, even if the evil god was here, I would kill him without hesitation." Yi Xian looked as if he wasn't afraid of anything and started to fight with this evil god apostle. "How dare you? Since that's the case, I will capture you and offer you to the evil god as a sacrifice." The evil god apostle shouted angrily and attacked. "I think it's better to use insects as a sacrifice." Yi Xian also ridiculed and went to meet the evil god apostle. This evil god apostle was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. His strength was not to be underestimated. He wasn't someone that Yi Xian could fight against right now. Chapter 1292. However, the storm of swords and serpent sweeps cooldown was less than a day. There were still 2 days before they could be used again. Hence, Yi Xian had no choice but to join forces with the old tree and Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian had no choice but to equip the golden radiant armor for a battle of this level. Die. The fiend god apostle did not plan to fight for long. He condensed a giant scorpion tail with his true chi and manifestation force and swung it at Wei Zhentian. The whip was so fast that it landed on Wei Zhentian's body. Wei Zhentian's bones fell apart. But, so what? Wei Zhentian was Yi Xian's first treasure. As long as the 3 Yi Xians did not die, Wei Zhentian would be undying. Wei Zhentian reappeared. What the hell is this? The fiend god apostle was surprised. One died, and another appeared. No matter what, he had to kill. The fiend god apostle controlled the scorpion tail and swung it at Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian's bones fell apart and reappeared. This was already its 3rd life. Piercing strike. The old tree took advantage of the time when the fiend god apostle was attacking Wei Zhentian to launch his strongest attack. Petty tricks, you're going to die too. The fiend god apostle swung his tail and smashed the old tree into pieces. But in the next moment, the old tree reappeared. What? The fiend god apostle was shocked. It was fine if Wei Zhentian was still alive, but why was the old tree still alive? Piercing strike. The old tree launched another attack. At the same time, Yi Xian made his move. Twin dragon roar. Yi Xian, the old tree, and Wei Zhentian attacked at the same time. But the fiend god apostle's strength was beyond their expectations. With a single whip, all 3 attacks were destroyed. Wei Zhentian was smashed into pieces again. This was the 3rd time. So what if your attack is strong? Wei Zhentian is undying. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He released Wei Zhentian again. This time, the fiend god apostle knew where the problem was. So it's you, brat. I'll kill you first. The fiend god apostle's gaze fell on the 2 Yi Xian. Wei Zhentian and old tree were undying. Yi Xian. Mph, you found out. Yi Xian noticed the fiend god apostle's gaze. He could sense that this evil god apostle was much stronger than the average fulfillment realm 9th stage expert. If he had Bladestorm and Mad Python, he might have been able to take care of this evil god apostle. However, both skills were still on cooldown. It was unlikely that he could kill this evil god apostle anytime soon. Come. Yi Xian's eyes flickered twice as he put away the brilliant golden armor and quickly descended. 2B. Dark Knight Canopy. Yi Xian used a skill of the godslaying bloodline. In this environment, his speed and combat strength increased. Brat, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. But do you think you can escape my spiritual sense? The fiend god apostle roared. Behind him, a long tail condensed from his vital energy and 10,000 mammoth force whipped down. Sand and stones flew everywhere, but it didn't hit Yi Xian. Fortunately, I activated Dark Knight Canopy. Otherwise, my doppelganger would have exploded. Yi Xian couldn't help but gulp. Under such circumstances, he knew he couldn't use the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword array. What if his doppelganger exploded because he wasn't fast enough? Combine. The two Yi Xian connected and combined into one. Their overall strength increased by 50%. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. The combined Yi Xian wielded the Scarlet Flame Sword and slashed down. The Flame Dragon roared, but due to the difference in realm, the Fiend God Apostle blew it up again. Every time he attacks, he consumes vital energy. Let's see if your vital energy is limitless. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and directly turned around. This time, his target was the battle-crazed tribe. In fact, he made a mistake just now. He didn't expect a 9th stage fulfillment realm evil god apostle to arrive. Otherwise, he would have started a slaughter feast before killing the great leader. That way, his combat strength would have at least doubled, and it would have been much easier to fight this evil god apostle. Unfortunately, fate always played tricks on people, but it didn't matter. On land, Yi Xian had a 90% increase in movement speed. Plus, the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon was a growth divine ability. The evil god apostle's attack couldn't hurt him. Moreover, Wei Zhentian and the old tree were constantly using their lives to deplete the evil god apostle's vital energy. Therefore, Yi Xian had a 90% chance of winning this battle. Of course, it would be best if nothing unexpected happened during this period, such as another evil god apostle. Seeing Yi Xian rush into the battle-crazed tribe, the evil god apostle roared, "Get out of my way." Before he finished speaking, his giant scorpion tail whipped down, blasting a dozen or so scorpions from the battle-crazed tribe to pieces. In order to kill Yi Xian, this evil god apostle didn't hesitate to use any means. Although the battle-crazed tribe members were somewhat innocent, they still hated Yi Xian in their hearts. If they had the strength now, they would have definitely helped and joined forces with the evil god apostle to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian originally thought that the evil god apostle would go easy on him because of these believers. He didn't expect the evil god apostle to be so vicious and kill his own people. It seemed that the plan had to be changed again. There are no more 4th stage fulfillment realm experts in the battle-crazed tribe. If I start a slaughter feast, the effect will be too low, Yi Xian quickly thought in his heart. Since that was the case, he would go to the next tribe. "Kid, don't run," the evil god apostle behind him shouted as he attacked. "Keep chasing if you have the guts," Yi Xian shouted, occasionally turning back to release the peerless flame dragon slash. In terms of speed, Yi Xian was not slower than this evil god apostle on land. If he could maintain this situation and drag it out until the next tribe, then this evil god apostle would be dead for sure. Where did this kid come from? This is not the speed that a 6th stage fulfillment realm expert should have, the evil god apostle thought. Yi Xian saw his thoughtful expression and couldn't help but curse. "Big Scorpion, is your evil god a pig? If you worship him, will you slow down?" In order to maintain his hatred, he had to curse. Otherwise, what if this evil god apostle left midway? "How dare you curse the evil god? Even if I have to chase you for a year, I will kill you." The evil god apostle was provoked and began to attack wildly. Yi Xian was speechless. This hatred was really easy to attract. He just needed to curse and it would be enough. Chapter 1293. Your evil god must be a cripple. Oh, maybe he has long legs too. A 9th level fulfillment realm cultivator can't even catch up to a 6th level fulfillment realm cultivator like me. Why don't you just kill yourself? Do you want me to carve a walking stick for you? These words fell into the ears of the evil god apostle. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to chase after Yi Xian and stab Yi Xian 1,000 holes with his scorpion tail. Soon, the duo was far away from the Berserker tribe. Yi Xian remembered that there was a slightly weaker tribe next to the Berserker tribe. It was said to be founded by the younger brother of the Berserker tribe's great leader. There were more than 1,000 people in that tribe, and they also had a 7th level fulfillment realm expert. That was the place where the evil god apostle had fallen. It only took an hour to travel from the Berserker tribe to the 100 Battle tribe. Yi Xian did his best to weaken the evil god apostle during this time. However, judging from the evil god apostle's resentment and attack frequency, his true chi would be reduced by 1/3 in an hour. When that happened, Yi Xian would have the chance to kill him. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't have used up so much of his true chi if he lured the evil god apostle alone. Wei Zhantian and the old tree also played a part in this. They were using their lives to wear down the evil god apostle. Damn it, what are this green heavenly dragon and the old tree? Why can't I kill them? The evil god apostle couldn't help but wonder as he chased after Yi Xian. Wei Zhantian and the old tree had died 100 times in total. However, they couldn't die no matter how many times they revived. Although the evil god apostle didn't know why, he knew that it had something to do with Yi Xian. All he had to do was kill Yi Xian. However, he couldn't catch up with Wei Zhantian and the old tree blocking his way. This kid's true chi seems to be inexhaustible. He can use it whenever he wants. What's his secret? The evil god apostle narrowed his eyes. Originally, he wanted to capture Yi Xian as a sacrifice, but after Yi Xian cursed the evil god, he wanted to kill Yi Xian to vent his anger. But now, he suddenly wanted to capture Yi Xian. This human had many secrets that the evil god would definitely be interested in. I don't believe that your true chi won't dry up. The evil god apostle decided to continue pursuing Yi Xian. Time slowly passed. Rumble. Somewhere in the desert of despair, a few figures were fighting. At this time, more than half an hour had passed. During this time, Yi Xian, the old tree, and Wei Zhantian were constantly attacking the evil apostle behind them. This caused the evil apostle to be unable to catch up and could only defend himself. This kid's Zhen Qi and natal Zhen Qi seem to be inexhaustible. Could it be that he has a way to store Zhen Qi? Along the way, the heretic god apostle racked his brains, but he couldn't come up with anything. Perhaps the evil god knew the reason, but how could he meet the evil god empty-handed? Right. There's 100 Battle tribe up ahead. When the time comes, I can ask them to intercept this kid. The evil god apostle suddenly thought of this. Every evil god apostle had a territory in the desert of despair. He happened to be in charge of this area, so he was naturally familiar with the territories under his command. Coincidentally, Yi Xian was a human, so the evil god apostle guessed that Yi Xian didn't know this. But what he didn't know was that not only did Yi Xian know, but he also wanted to use the 100 Battle tribe to kill him. Almost there. After a while, Yi Xian, who was acting as bait, thought to himself. It seemed that the time to kill this evil god apostle had come. This kid really did pass by the 100 Battle tribe. Just in time, I'll capture you and present you to the Lord Evil God. The evil god apostle thought to himself. He narrowed his eyes and saw the 100 Battle tribe up ahead. Evil god apostle, Xiefeng, 100 Battle tribe members, come out and welcome me. The evil god apostle shouted to the sky. Using his vital energy to spread his voice was much faster than the speed. In an instant, everyone in the 100 Battle tribe heard it. What? The Lord Apostle is here. Quick, go out and welcome him. Haha, maybe he came to our 100 Battle tribe to choose people to serve the evil god. The 100 Battle tribe was instantly in an uproar. They rushed out in the direction of the voice and saw Yi Xian and the other two quickly approaching, as well as the evil god apostle, Xiefeng. Seeing so many people rushing out, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. This evil god apostle really helped him a lot. Old tree, Wei Zhentian, Luo Luo, are you ready? Yi Xian asked in his mind. Sigh, we've died hundreds of times already. We're ready. Young master, kill this evil god apostle. Old tree replied. Young master, this evil god apostle has been chasing you for so long. Kill him. Luo Luo said angrily in the planting space. All right, everyone get ready. Yi Xian nodded. At this time, the evil god apostle behind him shouted again, 100 Battle Tribe, help me capture this evil god sacrifice, there will be great reward. When these words entered the ears of the 100 Battle Tribe's experts, their fighting spirit boiled. The evil god apostle was asking for their help to capture an evil god sacrifice. Kill. Instantly, this group of people charged at Yi Xian with bloodshot eyes. Yi Xian quickly scanned with his eye of revelation and found that only a dozen people in the 100 Battle Tribe had faith crystals in their heads. It seemed that they were the first batch of believers. When the evil god cult first started to spread, faith crystals were not easy to obtain, so they planted some in each tribe first. As the faith crystals were mass-produced, they were added one by one. This territory belonged to Xie Feng. This time, he came out with tens of thousands of faith crystals, preparing to convert everyone in the territory into evil god followers. This 100 Battle Tribe was one of his destinations. Haha, Xie Feng, you're finished. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh a few times, and activated a skill, Killing Feast. At the same time, Luo Luo suddenly appeared between him and the 100 Battle Tribe army. Let me show you my power. With the help of the purified faith crystals, Luo Luo had broken through to the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. At this time, she muttered a sentence, and an eye of enchantment appeared above her head. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were charmed, and almost all of them were 5th level fulfillment realm experts. Then, this group of 5th level fulfillment realm experts suddenly attacked the people around them. After a wave of attacks, dozens of 100 Battle Tribe experts fell from the sky. You charmed so many people at once. The evil god apostle was stunned. He had heard of the Eye of Enchantment before, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. At the same time, he was shocked. Where did Yi Xian find this fox lowly? But this wasn't the end. Chapter 1294. Eye of Control. Eye of Control. Eye of Control. After specially devouring 2 eyes of myriad forms, Yi Xian's heavenly eye had advanced once, and its effect had increased once again. Now, it could control a total of 30 people. Moreover, he was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, so controlling others of the same level was not a problem. However, the 6th level of the fulfillment realm scorpion men were the first batch of disciples, so Yi Xian could only control the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. If Luo Luo was included, the two of them could control almost all of the 5th level of the fulfillment realm experts of the 100 Wars tribe. Boom! 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 Amidst the 100 Battles tribe's crowd, a reign of terror was set off. Quick, kill them. Don't show mercy. The leader of the 100 Wars tribe shouted. He knew that his tribesmen were controlled by the enemy and had to be killed. At this time, Yi Xian had already received hundreds of system notifications. The Killing Feast's buff had increased to 50%. This meant that Yi Xian's combat power was now 1.5 times stronger than before. If I kill them all, the buff will increase by at least 2 times. Yi Xian suddenly sped up and rushed into the crowd of 100 Wars tribe. The 2 6th level fulfillment realm experts, Old Tree and Wei Zhentian, followed closely behind. Killing Intent Explosion, Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. A flame dragon flew out and attacked the 7th level fulfillment realm leader of 100 Wars tribe. The leader of 100 Wars tribe thought that the evil god apostles were after Wei Zhentian and Old Tree, so he did not pay much attention to Yi Xian. However, he did not expect that Yi Xian, who was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, was probably the strongest of the group. In an instant, he was devoured by the flame dragon and turned to ash. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. The leader of 100 Wars tribe increased the buff of the Killing Feast by 20%. If one person increased the buff by 20%, Then 10 of them would increase Yi Xian's strength by 2 times and triple his combat power. Previously, Yi Xian had given Wei Zhentian and the others the order to kill all of them. After they charged into the 100 Battles Tribe's army, they went all out. Including the dozens of 5th and 4th level Fulfillment Realm experts, the upper echelons of the 100 Wars Tribe were all dead in just 2 to 3 seconds. Although so many people had died, Scorpion Wind was not sad at all. He only had one goal, and that was to capture Yi Xian. It just so happened that these people were holding back Yi Xian. "Brat, you're dead." Xie Feng gathered all his strength and rushed to Yi Xian. "I'm not the one who died." Yi Xian widened his eyes. His aura surged once again because all the people he and Luo Luo had controlled had committed suicide. At this moment, Yi Xian's buff had exactly doubled, which meant that he could exhibit twice as much combat power. Boom! Yi Xian and Xie Feng clashed at close range. Their lifeblood true energies collided and exploded into an unprecedented shockwave. Even Luo Luo was swept away. An hour ago, Yi Xian's attacks had been easily defeated by Xie Feng. But now, Yi Xian could actually fight Xie Feng head-on. This change gave Wind Scorpion a fright. How did this brat's strength nearly double? Xie Feng found it hard to believe. A bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart, and he smelled danger from Yi Xian. He'd originally planned to capture Yi Xian, but Yi Xian's strength had suddenly skyrocketed. That was why he'd attacked with all his strength. If he hadn't, he probably would have been sent flying. "Brat, I don't care what you've done, I'm going to capture you and offer you to the demon god." Xie Feng's eyes flashed. The scorpion tail behind him shot out and stabbed at Yi Xian. The tail needles of the scorpion men were either lethal or paralyzing. There were only 2 kinds. But in comparison, paralyzing poison was much more useful than lethal poison. The poison took effect faster, and as long as the opponent was paralyzed, he could decide whether to kill them or cut them up. Yi Xian had seen Xie Feng's poisonous needles before. Those were dangerous things that had turned the old tree into ashes. That was why Yi Xian had been paying special attention to them from the start. "You think I can fight with just my hands?" Yi Xian sneered, his eyes suddenly flashing. Disintegration I. BZZT. 2 disintegration rays accurately shot at the tail needles, disintegrating them instantly, along with a section of the scorpion tail. "What?" Xie Feng was shocked. If not for the pain in his brain, he would have thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. The tail of the scorpion men was the most difficult part to recover, especially the tail needles. "I'll kill you." Scorpion Feng was enraged. A powerful Wanxiang force suddenly surged out and directly smashed onto Yi Xian's body. Bang! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and was instantly sent flying. But before that, his eyes flashed again. Eye of Nirvana. Whoosh! A Nirvana cut through the air. Xie Feng was shocked and dodged. Rip! With a crisp sound, Xie Feng's left arm was chopped off. He didn't expect that after suffering once, he would actually suffer a second time. But now wasn't the time to care about that. It didn't matter that he had suffered twice. What mattered was whether he would suffer again in the future. "I only have 1/3 of my genuine qi left, but this kid seems to have endless genuine qi. I'm afraid Xie Feng's brain spun quickly. At this moment, he suddenly had the thought of retreating. Where there's life, there's life. His life was in danger today. He might as well take revenge another day. "Let's go." Xie Feng quickly turned around. He was at the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm, and yet he was forced to retreat by Yi Xian, who was at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm. It was humiliating. However, when he turned around, he saw 2 figures. They were the old tree and Wei Zhentian. "You think you can stop me?" Xie Feng sneered. "Then try this." Yi Xian suddenly split into 2. 2 heavenly dragons of ice and fire appeared and spat out their dragon breaths at the same time. Twin Dragon Roar. Xie Feng had easily defeated Yi Xian's previous attack, but now that Xie Feng wasn't at his peak, and Yi Xian was twice as strong as before, Yi Xian didn't think it would be easy to withstand this attack. So powerful. Xie Feng's expression darkened. He knew that he couldn't withstand this attack in his current state, but there was another kind of power inside his body. Hum. A slight sound was heard. The faith crystal in Wind Scorpion's mind suddenly trembled. Boom! The twin dragons roared and approached. Xiefeng didn't move and was devoured. However, Yi Xian didn't hear the system notification. This meant that Xiefeng wasn't dead. Chapter 1295. He's not blocking or dodging. He's still alive even after being hit. What trump card did Wind Scorpion use? Yi Xian furrowed his brow as he pondered quickly. He had estimated that Wind Scorpion wouldn't be able to withstand the dual dragon roar, but he did. It seemed that he had used some sort of trick. Yi Xian hurriedly used his Eye of Insight to take a look. He discovered that a protective membrane had actually appeared outside of the Scorpion Wind's body. It was precisely because of this protective membrane that Yi Xian was safe and sound. What's this? Yi Xian sized him up with narrowed eyes. As it turned out, this protective barrier was formed from the faith crystal in Wind Scorpion's mind. Soon, the dual dragon roar stopped. Wind Scorpion didn't die from the attack. Thank goodness we both have a strand of the evil god's will, or I would have died. Wind Scorpion sighed in relief. But when he turned around, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. Catcher! Wei Zhantian and Old Tree combined into a tough armor that covered Wind Scorpion's body. What? Wind Scorpion didn't notice that his consciousness was completely blocked when he was swallowed by the dual dragon roar. Get lost. Furious, Wind Scorpion circulated his true chi and shook it. Bam! The armor formed by Wei Zhantian and Old Tree had 2 layers of protection. Wind Scorpion's lifeblood true chi and 10,000 mammoths power couldn't shake it off even once. He couldn't even move. His true chi was completely blocked. Die. In the distance, Yi Xian had already gathered a second wave of true chi. As the 2 heavenly dragons opened their mouths, another dual dragon roar roared out. Boom! This time, Wind Scorpion couldn't block it and was instantly swallowed. Of course, Wei Zhantian and Old Tree had unlocked the armor before this, exposing Wind Scorpion's front so that he could take the full brunt of the attack. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Finally, the system's notification rang, proving that Wind Scorpion was really dead this time. It's not easy to kill a 9th-level fulfillment realm cultivator. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Sigh, this old man has lived for so long, but this is the first time I've been accidentally killed by my own people. It's also the first time I've died hundreds of times in one day. The Old Tree's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. The Old Tree and Wei Zhantian, who had been refined into magic treasures, would instantly repair their bodies in the artifact space every time they died. This time, in order to let Yi Xian kill Scorpion Wind, the Old Tree and Wei Zhantian both volunteered to go up. However, Old Tree and Wei Zhantian had been killed by Scorpion Wind several hundred times before coming here, so this wasn't a big deal. Thank you, Old Tree. Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Then, he used the power of all creations to retrieve Wind Scorpion's Faith Crystal and Cosmos Ring. This piece of Faith Crystal was the largest piece that Yi Xian had ever seen. It was even bigger than the Berserker tribe's leader. It was estimated that its value was not low. However, compared to the Faith Crystal in the interspatial ring, it was simply not worth mentioning. Holy shit, more than 20,000 Faith Crystals. Yi Xian jumped in fright. This vote was more than the faith crystals he had received before. With these faith crystals, I can at least reach the 8th level of the fulfillment realm, Luo Luo said. Alright, take it and purify it slowly. Since only Luo Luo could absorb the faith crystals, Yi Xian threw all of them to Luo Luo. Next, it was time to examine the evil god apostle's interspatial ring. To Yi Xian's surprise, the interspatial ring contained a large amount of ores. Ding, Wei Zhantian has broken through. He is currently at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian consumed these ores without hesitation. Then, Wei Zhantian broke through first and reached the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. What's going on? Why does this evil god apostle have so many ores? Is he trying to forge something? Yi Xian was very surprised. Then, he found another item in the interspatial ring. It was a map. There was only one mark on this map. It was in the shape of a round table. However, the remark next to the mark caused Yi Xian to tremble. The evil god's altar. Yi Xian murmured and guessed, are these ores to be used to forge the evil god's altar? When he thought up to this point, Yi Xian hurriedly asked Luo Luo, who had inherited memories. The evil god's altar. Luo Luo thought for a moment and then answered, the evil god is the ancestor of the Scorpion Man race. However, the evil god cult was destroyed last time, so the power of faith was lost. Now that the evil god has reappeared, he can mass-produce the evil god's faith crystals as long as this altar is built. Not only that, the believers can come to this evil god's altar to worship and contribute their power of faith to the evil god. They can then obtain strength feedback. She explained very clearly. Yi Xian and Old Tree understood immediately. This means that the evil god's altar hasn't been built yet. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and began to think. Oh, that's right. The evil gods can only descend after the evil god's altar is built. At that time, there may be a person who carries the evil god's will. Luo Luo suddenly said. Is the evil god's will just a remnant thought? Yi Xian frowned and asked. Yes. Although I don't know what realm the evil god is at, he can easily create countless remnant thoughts. However, there's no need to worry now because even if it's just a remnant thought, not just anyone can carry it. Unless the person's realm is high, they have to find a specific physique. Luo Luo continued. Yi Xian could understand this. If a remnant of the evil god's will was separated and carried by a manifestation realm martial practitioner, the manifestation realm martial practitioner's soul would be instantly obliterated. The martial practitioner might even explode and die. Simply put, the carrier's realm couldn't be too low. Let's not talk about this for now. Right now, the evil god cult in the Desert of Despair wants to build the evil god's altar. If they succeed, the evil god cult will expand in this area and it will be very disadvantageous to the surrounding forces. Yi Xian didn't care so much for the time being. He wasn't a saint and those people's lives had nothing to do with him. However, he needed the evil god cult's faith crystal, so he had to go and take a look. Most importantly, the direction of the evil god's altar seemed to be the same as the Xianming duo. Moreover, the distance was about the same. Xianming duo, I've finally found you. Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. He never thought that there would be such a coincidence in this world. He was thinking, could the Xianming duo be helping the evil god cult build the evil god's altar? No matter what, Yi Xian had found a clue. The evil god's altar was very important to the evil god cult, so the evil god cult should be there. Therefore, his next target was the evil god's altar. With my speed, I'll need at least 2 days to get there. This is just right. The cooldown of Bladestorm and Wild Python's sweep will be over. Chapter 1296. Yi Xian would only dare to go to the evil god's altar when his 2 trump cards, Bladestorm and Wild Python, were off cooldown. After all, if an evil god apostle was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, then the evil god cult leader in the Desert of Despair must be at the 4th level of the piercing realm, the fragmentation realm. The fulfillment realm opened 9 natal palaces and condensed one's natal true energy. The fragmentation realm shattered all 9 natal palaces and used their natal true energy to strengthen their physique. The first level of the fragmentation realm shattered 1 natal palace, the second level shattered 2 natal palaces, and the 9th level shattered all 9 natal palaces. The gap between the realms was huge. I'm only at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. I'm afraid I'll be instantly killed by a fragmentation realm expert. That's why I must reach the 7th level of the fulfillment realm or even the 8th level before going to the evil god's altar. Yi Xian thought to himself. Fortunately, it would take at least 2 days to reach the evil god's altar from here. It wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the 7th level of the fulfillment realm in 2 days. Yi Xian glanced at the group of scorpion men from the 100 War tribe who were shocked to the point of losing their souls, then directly flew into the distance. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xian didn't want to attack the old, weak, women, and children. Yi Xian had finally found a clue to the Dark Nether duo demons, so he naturally had to follow quickly. Otherwise, there would be no end to the trouble. They could make Yi Xian unable to move with a single order. The evil god's altar was to be built in a dangerous place in the Desert of Despair. This dangerous place was called the Valley of Despair, and there were many dangerous heaven-piercing beasts there. However, since the evil god cult wanted to build the evil god's altar there, they naturally had to kill or drive away those heaven-piercing beasts. On the way to the Valley of Despair, Yi Xian intentionally searched for the Scorpion Men tribes. Some of these Scorpion Men tribes only had the upper echelons become believers, while some were full of evil god cult members. Yi Xian didn't show the slightest bit of mercy towards these people from the evil god society because he'd heard some things about the evil god society from Luo Luo. The evil god cult was very terrifying once they spread, because they captured people wantonly and then forcibly planted faith crystals. This method was a little similar to Yi Xian's Eye of Control. Previously, he had used the Eye of Control to make the controlled person lure others out. However, Yi Xian was only one person, so the effect was much worse than that of the evil god cult. Moreover, the evil god cult members would annihilate the entire tribe and the entire sect if they heard anyone say anything bad about the evil god. Very quickly, a day after Yi Xian rushed to the evil god's altar, he finally broke through to the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. At the same time, Luo Luo and Elder Shu had also broken through. The former had broken through to the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, and the latter had broken through to the 8th level of the fulfillment realm just like Wei Zhantian. Yi Xian was practically invincible in the fulfillment realm, but he wasn't confident in dealing with a fragmentation realm cultivator. After another day, Yi Xian finally arrived at the vicinity of the evil god's altar, the Wall of Despair. He didn't dare to get any closer because there were people all around him. Yi Xian couldn't help but be speechless. Yi Xian saw a lot of evil god apostles with the Eye of Revelation. They were all at least at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm, and there were many at the 9th level. There were more than 300 of them, and at least 50 of them were at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. At the same time, Yi Xian also saw a few people that even he couldn't see through. Fragmentation realm. Fragmentation realm as expected. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva as he hid in a dark corner and observed. He looked around and calculated that there were about 4 fragmentation realm experts. There was also a black-robed man who looked even stronger. It seemed that this black-robed man was the Pope. However, Yi Xian wasn't most concerned about the evil god cult right now. The Xianming duo demons are under the evil god's altar. Yi Xian saw the bloody word kill. He thought that the Xianming duo demons were helping the evil god cult, but now it seemed that they were captured and sacrificed to the evil god. The Xianming duo demons were suppressed by the altar. Yi Xian couldn't use the Eye of Assassination to teleport them down. Even if he couldn't come out. I don't have a random mission now. Killing the Xianming duo demons is just fulfilling my promise to Mo Shuari. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this. His plan was to destroy the evil god cult first, then kill the Xianming duo demons to settle a knot in his heart. However, at this moment, the sound of a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Destroy the evil god's altar before it's completed. Countdown to completion of the evil god's altar, 1 day and 3 hours. This random mission shocked Yi Xian. Destroy the evil god's altar in 1 day? That was too difficult. Yi Xian clenched his teeth as he pondered in his heart, with our current strength, if we were to kill our way out, we wouldn't even be able to deal with these evil god apostles. Unless those few fragmentation realm experts aren't here, if they couldn't even deal with these evil gods apostles, how could they deal with those fragmentation realm experts? Destroying the evil god's altar was a fantasy mission. However, since this random mission appeared, it meant that he had a chance of completing it. Wait. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. The evil god's altar had a countdown of 1 day and 3 hours. If he went to disturb it, the construction speed would slow down, and then the construction time would increase. I see. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He had completed many random missions, but at the same time, he had also failed a few. But every time, he had to complete a random mission. He was determined to complete this evil god's altar mission. The sky is going to darken soon. This is beneficial to me. Yi Xian had the god-slaying bloodline, and the assassination status of the god-slaying bloodline was very useful. It gave Yi Xian a powerful concealment skill, and even increased his movement speed and combat strength under the cover of night. It was a divine skill. But at this time, he suddenly thought of another problem. Why didn't the random mission mention the reward this time? Could it be that the reward for completing this random mission is not fixed and will change according to the time I complete it? If I can destroy the evil god's altar in one hit, then I can get the best reward. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood. Now, he didn't dare to hesitate and immediately sneaked over. At the same time, he quickly formulated a plan in his mind. This environment was very suitable for assassination. If there was a bait, then it would be even better. As for the bait, it was naturally the two undying treasures, Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Haha, this evil god's altar is so big. If you devour it, young master, you might be able to break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. The old tree laughed in his mind. Old tree, I'll have to trouble you to be the bait later. Chapter 1297. It doesn't matter. I've already gotten used to it. If we can take down the evil god altar, the little girl might be able to obtain a large amount of faith crystals and break through to the fragmentation realm. Old tree said. Indeed, this battle was extremely important. Therefore, Yi Xian had to be fully prepared. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if a fragmentation realm expert appeared. The time after the random mission was decreasing bit by bit. This time would change according to the changes in reality. For example, during the construction of the evil god altar, if a 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle suddenly broke through to the fragmentation realm, the construction speed would be greatly reduced. After all, after the evil god apostle broke through, the construction speed of the evil god altar would increase. As for the time required to complete the random mission, Yi Xian had already noted it down. At this time, several seconds had already passed. For the sake of convenience, I will first locate the 4 directions of the evil god altar and weaken their strength bit by bit. Yi Xian thought inwardly. He began to circle around the evil god altar and left a location in the void. The current eye of the void could locate a total of 6 locations. The evil god altar had to refresh 4 locations. The last location was 1 hour away from the evil god altar. Yi Xian set that location as a safety precaution. A few minutes later, Yi Xian successfully located the location. Then, the next step was to start the operation. Old tree, I'll have to trouble you, Yi Xian said to old tree. No problem. Wei Zhentian, follow me. Old tree nodded and then left with Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian, on the other hand, fled into the darkness. Rumble. Soon, a series of rumbling sounds came from not far away. This was the sound of old tree and Wei Zhentian fighting. The commotion attracted the attention of the group of evil god apostles who were building the evil god altar. I reckon that some of them slipped through the net. You guys, go and take a look. A 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle said to a few 8th level fulfillment realm evil god apostles around him. The fish that escaped the net he was referring to were the heaven-reaching beasts in the wall Valley of Despair. Before they built the evil god altar, they had killed or driven away all the heaven-reaching beasts in the wall Valley of the evil god. Yes. In an instant, 3 fiend god apostles left the fiend god altar and flew over. The old tree and Wei Zhentian were still moving, attracting the attention of these 3 people. However, what the 3 of them did not know was that danger was quietly approaching them. When they were some distance away from the evil god altar, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, suddenly made his move. Rip, rip, rip. 3 crisp sounds rang in the air as Yi Xian beheaded all 3 8th level fulfillment realm evil god apostles. Triple kill. After that, the old tree and Wei Zhentian stopped for the time being. Yi Xian quickly collected the corpse and the universe ring. Then, he glanced at the mission panel. These 3 people died, but the construction of the evil god's altar was not delayed. Yi Xian was shocked. He thought about it for a moment. It seemed that these 3 people had not contributed to the construction of the evil god altar. Or rather, there was too much manpower for the construction of the evil god altar. Old tree, Wei Zhentian, you 2 continue. Yi Xian said in his mind. At the evil god altar. Why is it not done yet? You guys, go and take a look. The ninth-level fulfillment realm evil god apostle ordered a few more apostles to go over. He guessed that the ninth-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast was the cause. Very soon, 4 more eighth-level fulfillment realm evil god apostles flew over. However, they were all killed by Yi Xian not long after. At this time, a minute had passed. Yi Xian had killed 7 eighth-level fulfillment realm evil god apostles, but he was unable to delay the construction of the evil god altar. The ninth-level fulfillment realm evil god apostle was surprised when he saw that the 7 of them had not returned. He decided to take action himself. That ninth-level fulfillment realm evil god apostle is coming. Old tree, Wei Zhentian, stay away, Yi Xian hurriedly reminded them. He could kill an 8th-level fulfillment realm evil god apostle without being discovered. However, it was not that easy to kill a 9th-level fulfillment realm evil god apostle. It would be bad if he was exposed. Therefore, he had to keep a distance even if it would waste some time. After Old Tree and Wei Zhentian received the order, they fought and ran at the same time. The 9th-level fulfillment realm evil god apostle focused on the direction of the sound and let down his guard. Yi Xian calculated the distance and then sneaked over. Eye of Glory. Killing intent eruption. Twin dragon roar. Suddenly, the sound of wind appeared. What? The 9th-level fulfillment realm evil god apostle was shocked. He turned his head and was shocked. He could not block this power. Fortunately, he had a life-saving skill. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian saw the faith crystal in his target's mind tremble violently. Then, a strange energy enveloped his target. Boom! The twin dragon roar devoured the 9th-level fulfillment realm evil god apostle but could not hurt him. However, even if he could block it once, could he block it a second time? When the twin dragon roar stopped, Yi Xian happened to gather a second batch of vital energy. At the same time, the Old Tree and Wei Zhentian were recalled by Yi Xian and appeared next to the 9th-level fulfillment realm evil god apostle. Crack! Before the evil god apostle could react, they turned into 2 layers of shackles and trapped him. Killing intent eruption. Twin dragon roar. This attack killed 3 people. Wei Zhentian and the Old Tree died to this attack again. They were accidentally killed by Yi Xian a second time. However, the moment they died, they were reborn in the artifact space. This time, the commotion was bigger, so Yi Xian hurriedly put away the items and slipped into the darkness. 9th-level fulfillment realm is the 9th-level fulfillment realm. There are still a lot of ores and materials in the universe ring. A few more attacks and Wei Zhentian will be able to break through to the 9th-level fulfillment realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought as he moved. If Wei Zhentian broke through to the 9th-level fulfillment realm, he would have a higher chance of winning against a fragmentation realm expert. At the same time, after the 9th-level fulfillment realm evil god apostle died, Yi Xian quickly glanced at the quest panel and found that the time on it had finally been extended. There were hundreds of 8th-level fulfillment realm evil god apostles, and only 59th-level fulfillment realm evil god apostles. Now that one of them was dead, the construction of the evil god altar would naturally slow down. If I kill all the evil god cult members, then the construction time will be extended indefinitely. I wonder how much longer it will take if I kill a fragmentation realm expert. Yi Xian continued to think. The current random quest had a total of 2 times. The first was the construction time of the evil god altar. This could change. It could be faster or longer. Chapter 1298. Yi Xian had caused a huge commotion just now. Someone at the evil god altar must have noticed it, so this time, Yi Xian wanted to change the angle. The evil god altar was very big, and there were all kinds of patterns on it. The evil god cult would need to kill a lot of sacrifices, hang up their blood, and then set up a formation. The blood would flow to the blood pool at the center of the evil god altar, and inside the blood pool was a statue of the evil god. Of course, the statue of the evil god was still under construction. In short, Yi Xian had to kill these evil god apostles to delay the construction time. Yi Xian went along the evil god altar to another corner, and then used the same method as before. He first made some noise to lure the evil god apostles over, and then killed them one by one. Earlier, Yi Xian had divided the evil god altar into 4 big areas, and each big area had 3 corners. There were a total of 12 corners, and it was a bit like a clock. Just now, he was at the 6 o'clock direction, but this time, he directly skipped the 5 o'clock direction and came to the 4 o'clock direction corner, just in case. Rumble. Wei Zhantian and Old Tree were fighting one-on-one, and the commotion here attracted the attention of the evil god apostles on the evil god altar. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter a fragmentation realm expert, then he wouldn't be a threat. As long as he had another breakthrough, he was confident that he could deal with a fragmentation realm expert. Soon, the 4 o'clock direction of the evil god altar was cleared out by Yi Xian. There was a 9th stage fulfillment realm evil god apostles, and 6 8th stage fulfillment realm evil god apostles. These people were just a hair from 9 oxen compared to the total number of people on the altar, so they wouldn't attract the attention of others for the time being. After clearing out the 4 o'clock direction, Yi Xian skipped the 3 o'clock and came to the 2 o'clock direction. Then, he used the same method to deal with the evil god apostles on this side of the altar. I've dealt with 3 batches in total, and finally delayed the construction for an hour, Yi Xian thought to himself. He spent 15 minutes to kill 3 9th stage fulfillment realm evil god apostles and 28th stage fulfillment realm evil god apostles, and successfully delayed the construction of the evil god altar to 1 day and 4 hours. Although it seemed like there was plenty of time, don't forget that the reward was calculated from the moment the random quest was accepted. The reward would become worse and worse as time passed. In order to obtain a better reward, Yi Xian didn't want to be negligent for even a moment. 12 o'clock direction. Yi Xian continued to move. This was his 4th target. In A's evil god altars 12 o'clock, and Yi Xian's. And Yi Xian's. Yi Xian thought. And. Of Yi. Of course, Yi of him. If he, and Yi god and Yi. And Yi 8. Zai Yi S. 2 to be. It wasn't impossible to destroy the evil god altar in 1 day. After the 12 o'clock direction was cleared, Yi Xian quickly went to the 10 o'clock direction and continued. However, in another corner of the evil god's altar, someone discovered something amiss. Strange. Where did the people go? A scorpion man wearing black clothes said with a frown. The evil god altar was so important that even he didn't dare to neglect it. Yet, there were people who dared to slack off. They were courting death. He immediately rushed out, wanting to find those slackers and give them a good scolding. However, when he reached the outside, he scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found a trace of blood. This is the blood of my scorpion man race. Someone was killed. The scorpion man elder's eyes flashed. He quickly looked to the sky and shouted, "Everyone, be careful. There may be powerful heaven-reaching beasts around. They are suspected to be in the fragmentation realm. Logically speaking, the heaven-reaching beasts in the Wall Valley of Despair should have been killed or driven away by them." However, now that there were casualties, his first reaction was still the heaven-reaching beasts. After all, they didn't spend too much effort to search the entire Wall Valley of Despair. His voice spread throughout the entire evil god altar and entered everyone's ears. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, also heard it. They found out that we're short of people? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. At this time, he just finished clearing the people in the 10 o'clock direction. If he had 5 more minutes, Wei Zhantian would be able to break through to the fulfillment realm. However, to be safe, he decided to hide for a while because the evil god altar in front of him seemed to be causing a ruckus. There are fragmentation realm heaven-reaching beasts in the Wall Valley of Despair. How unexpected. It seems that they are starting to fight back because we invaded their territory. Don't worry. We have 4 enforcers patrolling the area and an elder in the center. These heaven-reaching beasts won't dare to come in. HMPH. If they come in, they will be sacrificed to the evil god. The evil god apostles chatted as they worked. At the same time, they were more cautious than before. At this time, outside the evil god altar, a fragmentation realm expert has started patrolling. Let's stay away for now. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he quickly retreated into the distance. After patrolling the evil god's altar for a week, that fragmentation realm expert once again returned to work. He believed that the shout just now had scared off that heaven-reaching beast. After all, heaven-reaching beasts were also intelligent. About 5 minutes later, Yi Xian continued to approach. Wei Zhantian can break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm after clearing 2 more corners. I still need to clear more than half of the area before I can break through to the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he moved again. Boom boom boom. Wei Zhantian and Old Tree started fighting again. The sound reached the evil god altar. The heaven-reaching beasts are here again. They really won't give up. Let's go together. With Lord Xie leading us, what can a fragmentation realm heaven-reaching beast do? A group of evil god apostles moved toward the direction of the sound. The 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle was called Xie. His realm was infinitely close to the fragmentation realm, and his strength was ranked in the top 10 among the 9th level fulfillment realm experts. The group was planning to kill the heaven-reaching beast together and then return to claim the credit. However, they didn't expect that it wasn't the heaven-reaching beast that was causing trouble, but a human. 7 8th level fulfillment realm experts, and 1 9th level fulfillment realm expert. It seems that I can't kill them in one hit. Yi Xian scanned with his eye of revelation and immediately saw through the enemy's strength. Previously, the enemy had only sent 3 or 4 people to deliver benefits. It was the first time that an entire squad had come. Well, since they've been exposed, then so be it. I have the Eye of the Void anyway. Chapter 1299. Eye of Glory. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragon Roar. The 7 8th level fulfillment realm evil god apostles were gathered together. Yi Xian's attack was aimed at them. The 7 reacted quickly, but the twin dragon roar was even faster. It engulfed the 8 of them in an instant. Ding. Host's killing intent has increase. Ding. Host's killing intent has increase. Ding. Host's killing intent has increase. 7 system notifications rang in a row, proving that the 7 were instantly killed by Yi Xian. What? Xie Qiong was shocked. He immediately raised his hand and attacked Yi Xian. Whoosh. His sword pierced through the air, but Yi Xian easily blocked it. Kid, where are you looking at? At this time, an old voice suddenly entered Xie Qiong's ears, causing his body to tremble. Although he was very close to the fragmentation realm, he was still in the same realm. By the time he turned around, a thick branch had already pierced through his heart. However, before he died, he circulated his true energy and let out a sharp hiss. Hiss. This hiss spread throughout the evil god altar, causing everyone to tremble. This was the language of the scorpion men. It meant that there was someone exposed. Let's go. Yi Xian did not say anything. He directly took Xie Qiong's body and the universe ring. Then, he broke through the void and left. He was currently at the 6 o'clock position of the evil god altar. This time, he broke through the void and was teleported to the 12 o'clock position, which was right on the opposite side. While the evil god apostles were distracted, he would sneak up on them from behind and kill them before they could react. Wei Zhantian is about to break through. Let's do it again. Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. After he came out of the Eye of the Void, he directly led Wei Zhantian and the old tree toward the evil god altar. Previously, he had been cleaning up in a corner. However, after the people in the outer circle disappeared, the people in the inner circle took over. At the 12 o'clock position, there were 2 9th level fulfillment realm apostles and 8 8th level fulfillment realm apostles. If I kill you all, Wei Zhantian will be able to break through. This time, Yi Xian mustered up all his energy and directly charged towards the evil god altar. The evil god's altar was made of a special material that resembled bronze. Furthermore, it emitted a faint glow. With such a large area glowing without a single shadow, this meant that the passive effect of Yi Xian's assassination mode would be nullified. But so what? Killing intent explosion. Twin dragon roar. The 2 Yi Xian were clad in golden armor. They formed 2 heavenly dragons and opened their mouths. The 2 dragon auras fused together to form an extremely powerful attack. Hoo hoo hoo. The 2 dragons roared as they charged forward. This time, their target was not the evil god apostles at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm, but the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Be careful. Another 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle yelled. However, Yi Xian's sneak attack this time was too sudden. No one expected that there would be an attacker on the evil god's altar. Boom. The 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle was blasted into dust. Not a single one of them was left alive. But this wasn't the end of it. When the first twin dragon roar stopped, Yi Xian had already condensed a second wave of true energy. Killing intent explosion, twin dragon roar. The target of this dragon roar was the other evil god apostle. However, the other evil god apostle was prepared. Whoosh. The faith crystal in the evil god apostle's mind trembled. Then, it released energy to protect him, allowing him to avoid the attack. Unfortunately for him, Yi Xian's 2 artifacts were already in front of him. Crack! Wei Zhantian and the old tree's tough branches formed a suit of armor and locked the evil god apostle in place. Twin dragon roar. This time, the evil god apostle was no longer able to resist. He was blasted into dust along with Wei Zhantian and the old tree. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Following a system notification, Yi Xian shot out and collected the 2 evil god apostles' corpses and universe rings. Then, he swiftly left the evil god altar and slipped into the darkness. Then, he tore through space and arrived at another corner. Who is so arrogant? When Yi Xian left, an old scorpion man rushed over and gave chase after him with a loud roar. Unfortunately, he didn't see anyone. The fact that 2 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostles had been killed so close to him was out of his expectations. 2 humans dare to disturb the business of the evil god cult. They are courting death. The old scorpion man gritted his teeth in anger. He swore that he would find Yi Xian. Meanwhile, on the other side of the evil god altar. Ding! Wei Zhantian has broken through. He is currently at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, heard another system notification. Wei Zhantian had finally broken through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. It had only been half an hour, but Yi Xian had obtained great benefits. If he killed everyone on the evil god altar, then he could at least break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. I have too much experience. I probably need to kill 10 9th level evil god apostles before I can get enough experience. But now that I've been exposed, it won't be that easy. Yi Xian felt a little helpless, but he was bound to be exposed. After all, no one could do a flawless job, not even him. Right now, the atmosphere of the entire evil god altar was very tense. It was because 1/5 of the 9th level evil god apostles had died. More importantly, it had only been half an hour. If this continued, the evil god altar couldn't be built anymore. The 4 of you, go out and search. You must find the troublemaker. The evil god cult elder at the center of the evil god altar shouted coldly. Yes, elder. The 4 fragmentation realm protectors nodded and flew out in 4 directions. They began to search for Yi Xian's whereabouts. However, Yi Xian, who was in the assassination state, was very good at hiding himself. Even if a fragmentation realm expert's spirit consciousness swept over him, they might not be able to discover him. Moreover, Yi Xian could still move. He could use the Eye of Revelation to observe the enemy and keep a distance. Very soon, the 4 fragmentation realm evil god cult enforcers swept through the surroundings, but they did not find anything out of the ordinary. Has he already escaped? The scorpion elder thought in puzzlement. They continued to search, but still didn't find anything. Thus, they could only give up. Continue. The evil god altar began to be built again. At this time, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, used the Eye of Revelation to observe the situation. Not good. The 4 protectors of the evil god cult are setting up a formation. Yi Xian's heart trembled, and his expression changed greatly. If this formation was completed, he would have to attack this formation first if he wanted to enter. This is troublesome. Yi Xian frowned deeply and quickly made a new plan in his mind. Chapter 1300. That's our only choice. Let's go in and harass them. Yi Xian thought and said in his mind, Old tree, Wei Zhantian, I will go in and harass them. You two focus on killing the 8th stage evil god apostles. Young master, are you going to use your big moves? Old Tree asked. The ultimate move he was talking about was the Divine Wood Prison and the Wild Python Sweep. He estimated that if they were combined with the Storm of Swords, they would be able to take care of at least 10 ninth-level evil god apostles. This way, Yi Xian would be able to break through to the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Let's gather them together first and then use them together, Yi Xian replied. Bladestorm and Python Sweep were extremely powerful AoE skills. Naturally, they had to be used after gathering the monsters. Okay, Old Tree replied. Then, Yi Xian instructed Luo Luo, you will be responsible for destroying the evil god's altar later. Okay, but this evil god's altar doesn't seem to be that easy to destroy, Luo said. Just do your best to destroy it. Buy as much time as you can. Yi Xian nodded. Even with a large number of faith crystals, Luo still needed some time to break through to the 8th stage of the Fulfillment Realm. With her current realm, destroying this evil god's altar was a bit difficult. Yi Xian and the others prepared for a moment and then attacked the evil god's altar. The 4 fragmentation realm protectors inside the evil god's altar were setting up the formation. The black-robed man at the center was also forging the statue of the evil god. If Yi Xian attacked the evil god's altar, they would have no choice but to stop what they were doing to deal with him. However, Yi Xian was not confident that he could deal with a fragmentation realm expert. Therefore, he needed to break through to the 8th stage of the Fulfillment Realm before they could react. Kill. Seeing that it was about time, Yi Xian abruptly stepped into the evil god's altar. The moment he stepped into the evil god's altar, he quickly set up a spatial lock on the altar. This way, he could enter through the void eye even after the formation was set up. Killing Intent Eruption, Twin Dragon Roar. Without another word, he unleashed his strongest attack on a nearby evil god apostle. At the same time, Old Tree and Wei Zhentian also attacked from the left and right. Their mission was to gather everyone in this area and then use 2 big moves. Rumble. The twin dragons roared and instantly killed a 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle. Not only that, they also killed the 2 unlucky bastards behind him. 3 kills in 1 strike. However, this was not enough. Twin Dragon Roar. Yi Xian continued to attack, but since everyone around him had reacted, he prioritized attacking the evil god apostles at the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm first. Another 4 died. The 2 humans have come out. Kill them. The nearby evil god apostles all gathered together and gathered their firepower. Not only that, but the evil god protectors that were setting up spirit formations in all 4 directions also noticed them. How dare you kill an apostle of the Thulhuism Society? You're courting death. The Scorpion Elder immediately attacked. It was not necessary to use 4 people to set up a formation. 3 people would do as well. The Fragmentation Realm Thulhuism Society Protector is coming. Hurry. Yi Xian urged in his mind. They're coming. Old Tree immediately responded. Earlier on, he had already tossed a Divine Wood Seal to Wei Zhentian. Artifact skill, Divine Wood Prison. The 2 Divine Wood Seals suddenly rose and extended countless vines. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 Thulhuism apostles were surrounded. What? The Thulhuism apostles were shocked. However, Wei Zhentian suddenly turned into bloodswords and shot out. Sword Blade Storm. A bloody storm broke out in the Divine Wood Prison. However, before this, Yi Xian had already activated another skill. Slaughter Feast. Come, let me make a scene. Yi Xian's aura surged. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he formed 2 twin dragon sword bells. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire. Hum. The Divine Wood Prison was also a sealed space. Therefore, this skill was the most powerful it had ever been used. Some of the 8th-level Fulfillment Realm Thulhuism apostles immediately fainted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Old Tree also activated another artifact skill. Wild Python Sweep. In an instant, tens of thousands of sharp vines extended from the Divine Wood Prison. Rip. 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. Even if some people managed to escape with the protection of the Faith Crystal, they were still hit by the Sword Blade Storm's blood. As the Thulhuism apostles died one by one, the slaughter feast's boost rapidly increased. In the blink of an eye, it had increased by 70%. At this point, 6 9th-level fulfillment realm Thulhuism apostles had already died. Killing intent explosion, twin dragon roar. Yi Xian continued to attack. Then, he used the power of 10,000 mammoths to draw the corpses over. His cultivation base continued to rise. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Inside the Divinewood prison, there was a storm of blood. In less than a second, most of the Thulhuism apostles inside were dead. At this moment, the Scorpion Elder had already rushed over. He threw a punch and blasted a huge hole in the Divinewood prison. When he saw the scene inside clearly, he was also subconsciously stunned. In just a second, so many people had died. Even he couldn't do it. Just as he broke through the Divinewood prison, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. After the system notification, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed several times. At this time, the slaughter feast's boost had doubled. After all, after using the slaughter feast, the boost would increase with Yi Xian's cultivation. If Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, the boost would be doubled. In the next moment, if Yi Xian broke through to the 8th level of the fulfillment realm, the boost would still be doubled. Although both boosts were doubled, the difference was many times. This was because Yi Xian had broken through. Not only that, but the power of the Blade Storm and Serpent Sweep had also doubled. Fragmentation realm, huh? Good timing. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he fused. When facing such a powerful enemy, he couldn't be careless. He couldn't split himself because it was easy to be defeated one by one. The two Yi Xian fused into one. His aura skyrocketed again. Brat, how dare you interfere with the Thulhuism Society's business? Die. The Scorpion Elder stomped his right foot and turned into a streak of light. That stomp even cracked the Thulhuism god's altar. He was a first-level fragmentation realm expert and had already shattered one of his natal palaces. After the natal palaces were shattered, his natal true chi would increase his physique. Chapter 1301. Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. Yi Xian flew into the air and swung his sword. Killing intent explosion, unparalleled flame dragon slash. A flame dragon roared out and attacked the Scorpion Elder. How dare you attack me when you're only in the 8th level of the fulfillment realm? How dare you? The Scorpion Elder kicked off the ground again and flew into the air. Then, he punched with his right fist and shattered the flame dragon. What a strong body! As expected of a fragmentation realm expert, Yi Xian's expression froze. A fragmentation realm expert could only use 100% of their strength on land, but they could only use 80% of their strength in the air. This 20% difference gave Yi Xian the confidence to kill his opponent. However, Yi Xian wasn't fighting alone right now. Sword Storm. Wild Python Sweep. The target of these two moves was the Scorpion Elder. Wild Python Sweep was fine because Old Tree was only in the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. However, Megatron was in the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. It was much stronger than Wild Python Sweep. Scorpion Shadow Whip. The Scorpion Elder gathered his true chi and manifestation power to enlarge his scorpion tail. Then, he swung it a few times to break the sharp branches. However, the Sword Storm had already surrounded him. The Sword Storm was as powerful as a fragmentation realm expert's divine power. After the Scorpion Elder was surrounded, he created a giant scorpion shadow to defend himself, but it was broken almost instantly. Charge! The Scorpion Elder's expression darkened. He threw a punch and opened a bloody path in the Sword Storm. However, he was injured because of it. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. So what if the Scorpion Elder was in the fragmentation realm? He would still bleed under his two moves. Continue, Yi Xian said in his mind. Then, the Old Tree and Megatron continued to attack. These two talisman skills weren't one-time use. They were time-controlled and lasted for about 10 seconds. 10 seconds was enough to kill this expert in the void-breaking realm. Of course, that was if the Scorpion Elder didn't break out of the Divinewood prison. You want to leave? Stay. Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Previously, because he was chasing after Naylan Bing, he had placed a death pursuit order on her. Now that Naylan Bing was under the evil god altar, as long as he destroyed the evil god altar, it would be Naylan Bing's time of death. Therefore, there was no need for Yi Xian to continue hiding. Death warrant. Yi Xian immediately left a fatal mark on the Scorpion Elder. This made the Blade Storm and Berserk Serpent even more powerful. Most importantly, Yi Xian still had a chance to get close to the Scorpion Man Elder, and that was the Eye of Assassination. I must save this Eye of Assassination for a critical moment. I must kill him in one strike, Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that he had the Blade Storm and Berserk Python sweep, he had to exhaust them first. Bastard, take this. As the Scorpion Elder dodged, he did not forget to attack Yi Xian. This was a shattering mystique. Ghostly Frost Claw. A gigantic blue palm covered the sky as it smashed towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. Ding! Ghostly Frost Claw copied successfully. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian immediately circulated the true qi in his body and struck out with all his might. Ghostly Frost Claw. The two enormous blue palms collided, creating 1,000 layers of shockwaves that froze the surrounding vines and branches. This attack was a shattering mystique. Although Yi Xian had the growth-type Peerless Flame Dragon Slash, he was only at the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Therefore, the attack could only be considered a high-grade Fulfillment Realm mystique. Its power was still weaker than the Ghostly Frost Claw. What? This kid knows it too. The Scorpion Elder was shocked. This attack was his ultimate move, and it had taken him 10 years to master it. How could Yi Xian know it too? Fortunately, he still had the upper hand in this clash. Yi Xian's Ghostly Frost Claw was defeated. Kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight me. Although the Scorpion Elder did not know why Yi Xian also knew this shattering mystique, he immediately gloated when he saw that Yi Xian had no intention of dodging. However, at this moment, whoosh, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared without a trace. Yes, he disappeared right in front of the Scorpion Elder. Even the Scorpion Elder did not know how Yi Xian had disappeared. What? Where did he go? The Scorpion Elder was shocked. In the next moment, he felt a chill on his back. When he turned around, he saw a ghostly frost claw coming at him. Bang! The Scorpion Elder could not react in time and was hit head-on. His entire body was instantly covered in ice crystals, and he looked like an ice corpse. This is impossible. The Scorpion Elder did not die. He stared at Yi Xian in shock. He could not understand how Yi Xian could cross the distance and silently attack him from behind. However, he did not have time to think. Except the baptism of Blade Storm, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and his lips curled up. This time, the Scorpion Elder was still alive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. First, the Blade Storm swept over. Then, countless vines stabbed at him. After a series of crisp sounds, Yi Xian finally heard the system notification. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The system notification sounded like the Scorpion Elder's last words. Of course, the Scorpion Elder was defeated because he had used the shattering mystique once. The Ghostly Frost Claw was an ice attribute attack and had the effect of freezing. The Scorpion Elder was frozen from head to toe, which was why he was hit by the Blade Storm and the Python. When the Blade Storm swept over, Yi Xian quickly put away the Elder's body with the power of 10,000 mammoths. There were a lot of things inside. There were actually 100,000 faith crystals, and they were not small. They were enough for Luo Luo to cultivate to the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm. However, Yi Xian did not have time to examine carefully. At this time, the other 3 elders broke through a large hole and rushed in. They happened to see the Scorpion Elder's body being put away by Yi Xian. How is this possible? Protector Xie Yangming is dead. He died at the hands of an 8th level Fulfillment Realm human? Go, avenge Protector Xie Yangming. The 3 Fragmentation Realm protectors of the Thulhuism cult immediately rushed over. With the death of the Scorpion Man Elder, the Feast of Slaughter once again increased by 50%. Yi Xian's strength was 2.5 times greater than before he used the Feast of Slaughter. Even so, he was not confident that he could fight 3 Fragmentation Realm elites at the same time. Let's go. Chapter 1302. After him. The 3 Fragmentation Realm experts weren't going to let Yi Xian go. They sprinted across the ground and caught up to him in the blink of an eye. As expected, I can't outrun him. Yi Xian bitterly laughed as he directly broke through the void and entered. Stop him. One of them shouted, but he was still one step too slow. The eye of the void had already closed. The 3 of them almost vomited blood when they saw Yi Xian's aura disappear. A Fragmentation Realm expert was killed by a 8th stage Fulfillment Realm expert, Yi Xian. The 3 of them actually watched as Yi Xian ran away. This was an absolute humiliation. Find him, we must find him. The 3 of them immediately spread out and ran out of the evil god's altar. They believed that Yi Xian was nearby. Indeed, Yi Xian was still nearby, but he had already arrived at the other side of the evil god's altar. Yi Xian wanted to increase his strength while the Feast of Slaughter was still active. The death of the Scorpion Elder increased the evil god's altar's construction time by half a day. Adding the evil god's apostles who died earlier, the evil god's altar's construction time had now reached 2 days. One had to know that the evil god's altar's construction time was only 1 day and 3 hours when he accepted the random mission. Although the evil god's altar's construction time has increased, an hour has already passed. When he thought of this, Yi Xian charged into the evil god's altar again and began a frenzied slaughter. With his current realm, he could instantly kill a 9th stage Fulfillment Realm evil god's apostle even if he didn't launch a sneak attack. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen evil god's apostles died at his hands, including 3 9th stage Fulfillment Realm apostles. The Feast of Slaughter's buff soared again. However, the commotion just now had attracted the attention of the black-robed man at the center. What a bunch of trash. You can't even do something right. The black-clothed man let out a low shout and directly charged towards Yi Xian. You finally made a move. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian saw the suspected 2nd stage Fragmentation Realm expert charging toward him. His speed was at least 3 times faster than his own. Go. Yi Xian once again broke through the void and entered. Hua. The void door closed, and the black-robed man missed. But in the next moment, he heard movement again. Haha, catch me if you have the guts. Yi Xian's arrogant voice fell into the ears of the black-clothed man, causing the latter's expression to change. Even he could not see how Yi Xian had left. How dare you disturb my Thulhuism society? You deserve to die. The black-clothed man rushed out again. However, before he arrived, Yi Xian had already killed several people. Then, he broke through the void and arrived at another corner. The black-robed man at the 2nd level of the Fragmentation Realm was actually played like a fool by Yi Xian, a mere 8th level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioner. You 3 pieces of trash, come back. The black-clothed man shouted angrily. His voice was deafening as it spread into the distance. The 3 protectors at the 1st level of the Fragmentation Realm were still searching for Yi Xian. When they heard this, they quickly turned around and returned. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was at another corner of the Thulhuism god altar, heard this and his expression darkened. If these 3 protectors at the 1st level of the Fragmentation Realm returned, then he would not be able to kill any more Thulhuism god apostles. Flame Dragon's Peerless Slash. Frost Ghost Claw. Yi Xian killed a few more Thulhuism god apostles. Then, he broke through the void again. This time, he was going to leave. Soon, the 3 Fragmentation Realm experts returned, but Yi Xian had already left. Xie Yangming is dead. The black-clothed man asked directly. Yes. The 3 protectors' expressions changed as they nodded and answered in unison. Trash, truly trash. He was actually killed by an 8th level Fulfillment Realm human. Trash. The black-clothed elder could not help but curse angrily. However, he neglected one point. He was at the 2nd level of the Fragmentation Realm, but hadn't he also failed to capture Yi Xian? The word trash was also suitable for him. Everyone, gather at the Thulhuism god statue. The black-clothed elder continued to shout. Soon, the 300 Thulhuism god apostles quickly gathered. Everyone, first finish the Thulhuism god statue. When the Thulhuism gods will descends, Those troublemakers will definitely not be able to escape death. The black-clothed elder immediately ordered. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Originally, they were working left and right, building the Thulhuism god altar while forging the Thulhuism god statue. Now, gathering everyone to forge the Thulhuism god statue was much faster than the black-clothed elder doing it alone. At this time, Yi Xian, who was outside the Thulhuism god altar, saw this scene. They're starting to forge the Thulhuism god statue. Yi Xian's expression was not very good. With so many people gathered together, he could not kill anymore. Moreover, now that the Feast of Slaughter's effect had worn off, he did not dare to attack even if he was given the courage. Young master, that Thulhuism god statue is made of faith crystals. At this time, Luo, who was beside Yi Xian, suddenly reminded him. Oh! Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Just now, he had focused on killing people and neglected this point. He quickly swept the Thulhuism god statue with the Eye of Revelation and found that it was really as Luo said. It was completely made of faith crystals. Why are they using faith crystals? Yi Xian asked curiously. The Thulhuism god's will is too strong, humans are usually unable to bear it, but these faith crystals can. I reckon that they first forged the Thulhuism god statue and then used it to carry the Thulhuism god's will. However, this is only a half-activated state. Only by offering the offerings under the Thulhuism god altar can the Thulhuism god statue be fully activated and carry more of the Thulhuism god's will, Luo explained. This content was already beyond Yi Xian's understanding, but Yi Xian did not need to know so much. He only knew that if this Thulhuism god statue was completed, then he would be in trouble. In that case, we must prioritize destroying this Thulhuism god statue. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he looked into the distance. Now, he finally understood why the Thulhuism god altar was so big. It was because this Thulhuism god statue was comparable to a skyscraper. If the Thulhuism god altar was too small, then the sacrificial ceremony would not be able to continue. Hence, the Thulhuism god altar had to be bigger. Young master, you can destroy this altar first. This will buy you some time. Moreover, there should be many offerings under it, so we can rescue them, Luo suggested. Yi Xian nodded slightly when he heard this. The Xianming duo demons were under the altar. Yi Xian reckoned that they were captured by the Thulhuism society and used as offerings. However, Yi Xian's death pursuit order had already changed its target, so he could no longer sense Naylan Bing's exact location. Moreover, the death pursuit order could only be used once a day. The Xianming duo demons are nothing. The most important thing is to destroy the Thulhuism god altar first. Yi Xian thought in his heart and attacked again. Chapter 1303. Wei Zhentian, attack together. Yi Xian jumped onto the evil god's altar and said to Wei Zhentian. As for the old tree and Luo, they were cultivating in the planting space. If they broke through again, then Yi Xian would have the ability to fight against a fragmentation realm elite. Killing intent explosion. Flame dragon's peerless slash. Yi Xian swung his sword at the ground, and a flame dragon flew toward the evil god's altar. The evil god's altar was built with a special method, and its defensive ability was quite good. Luo's attack just now only left a few cracks. However, Yi Xian's attack power was much stronger than Luo's. Crack. The evil god's altar shattered into pieces. Then, Wei Zhentian swooped down and devoured the shattered pieces of metal. Wei Zhentian, these are all yours. Yi Xian shouted. Although Wei Zhentian had broken through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, he had not reached the peak of the 9th level yet. Moreover, when Wei Zhentian devoured the metal ores, Yi Xian did the same. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the group at the center of the evil god's altar. He's come out again. You three, go capture him. The black-robed elder snorted coldly. Yes. The 3 fragmentation realm elites nodded and rushed out together. With Yi Xian's current realm, he could not fight 1 fragmentation realm elite alone, let alone 3. Eye of the Void. Seeing the 3 of them coming, Yi Xian immediately broke through the void and went to the other side. Continue. Rumble. Another rumble came from the other side. The three fragmentation realm elites looked at each other. Then, one of them stayed behind, and the other two turned around and rushed back. Chumph, splitting up, huh? Yi Xian glanced at them, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. When the two of them rushed over, he broke through the void again and went to the other side. This time, the two of them split up again, and one of them rushed toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he used the eyes of the void to head in the fourth direction. Originally, the Thulhuism Society had 4 protectors who could guard the 4 directions. However, with the death of Xie Yangming, a gap had appeared in the Thulhuism altar. Fortunately, there was still an elder at the heretical god altar. "Brat, don't leave if you have the gut," the black-clothed elder shouted. "Idiot, don't chase me if you have the guts." Yi Xian rolled his eyes at his opponent. After a few slashes, he left quietly. This time, he arrived at the evil god's altar. Eye of Insight. When the void gate closed, Yi Xian hurriedly scanned the surroundings with his eye of revelation. He discovered that the 3 guardians and elders did not move. They seemed to be guarding the gate. Too naive. Yi Xian smirked and said to Wei Zhentian in his mind, "Little Tian, make some noise outside." Wei Zhentian immediately understood. This time, Yi Xian was going to use a diversion tactic. Soon, Wei Zhentian left the altar and made a loud noise outside. The Thulhuism Society guardian on the south frowned and rushed out. However, Yi Xian approached the evil god's altar from the sky when he left. "Idiot." Yi Xian could not help but laugh. Then, he suddenly dove down. Ghostly frost hand. A huge palm came crashing down. Oh no. The Thulhuism Society elder on the east looked gloomy and quickly turned around. However, he was still a little too late. Bang! The Thulhuism Society elder's ghostly frost hand attack was slightly deflected. However, the remaining power still hit the Thulhuism god statue. Crack! The left claw of the Thulhuism god statue was smashed into pieces. The Thulhuism apostle's mission became even more difficult. Damn it! The Thulhuism Society elder shouted angrily and threw a punch at Yi Xian. Whoosh! However, before this, Yi Xian broke through the void and left again. This huge fist shadow pounced on empty air. This time, Yi Xian's plan succeeded because he left a void tracker near the center. At this time, he passed through the void eye and arrived at the east side where the Thulhuism Society elder was guarding. Catcher! 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 The crisp sounds made the Thulhuism Society elder in the center grit his teeth. Humiliation. What a humiliation. A second-stage fragmentation realm expert was actually played around by Yi Xian, an 8th-stage fulfillment realm human. Where was his face? Boy, you will definitely die a horrible death. After this black-robed elder finished speaking, he suddenly took out something from his universe ring and threw it into the sky. Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, focused his eyes and found that it was a communication puppet. Not good, I have to shoot it down. Otherwise, if another fragmentation realm guardian comes, then my random mission will be almost impossible. Yi Xian's expression darkened and he attacked like lightning. Whoosh! Boy, don't treat me as if I don't exist. Just as Yi Xian attacked, the black-robed elder's voice suddenly rang out. He punched out and directly hit Yi Xian's chest. Not good, run. Yi Xian immediately made the decision to break open the void eye and turn around to enter. However, the black-robed elder's attack was too fast and directly penetrated his chest. You're still not dead. The black-robed elder snorted coldly in his heart. This stupid human had been pestering him for so long and was finally killed by him. He regained some of his face. However, what he did not know was that Yi Xian's vital point was not the heart. Whoosh! The void eye suddenly closed, and a rumbling sound came from behind the black-robed elder. What? The black-robed elder turned around and found that the body of the Thulhuism god statue had suddenly shattered. Haha, you idiot! Yi Xian could not help but curse loudly. At the same time, the wound on his chest was quickly recovering. The black-robed elder was shocked. Yi Xian's heart had been penetrated, so why was he still not dead? Why? Just now, Yi Xian was one step slower in order to shoot down the communication puppet. The black-robed elder just happened to want to use the communication puppet to lure Yi Xian into a trap. Then, Yi Xian indeed fell into the other party's trap. However, Yi Xian was playing hard to get because the black-robed elder definitely did not know his secret. When the Thulhuism god statue formed by the faith crystal collapsed, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he suddenly discovered an entrance that led to the underground. Yi Xian had previously asked Wei Zhentian to take a look, but there was an array under the Thulhuism god altar, so the sacrificial offerings could not be released. Now, the entrance had appeared. Let me expand this entrance. Yi Xian suddenly shot out 2 beams of light and then split into 2. Dual Dragon Sword Bell. Killing Intent Explosion. Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire. The Dual Dragon Sword Bell happened to cover the entrance. Wang. Rumble. This sound wave attack was like a shovel, shaking open the entrance. One more time. Chapter 1304. Buzz. The entrance was forcibly expanded to twice its original size. Let's go. Yi Xian did not dare to delay and hurriedly tore open the void to leave. Then, the black-robed elder arrived angrily. Guard this entrance. Kill whoever dares to come out. The black-robed elder immediately said to the 2 fragmentation realm protectors who had just arrived. Yes. The 2 immediately nodded. As for the third person, he wandered around and searched for Yi Xian's location. At this time, Yi Xian once again arrived outside the evil god altar and escaped into the darkness. He glanced at the panel and found that the mission completion rate was actually 70%. This gave him a fright. I remember that my mission completion rate was only 30% before. After the evil god statue collapsed, it actually reached 80%. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He estimated that the completion rate of this evil god altar mission could reach 150%. 100 of them would be the evil god altar, and the other 50 would be the evil god statue. If I complete 150%, will the reward double? Yi Xian suddenly thought curiously. However, this was a little difficult. After all, he was only 80%. Whether he could complete 100% was still a problem. Whatever, continue dismantling. Yi Xian did not say anything and rushed into the evil god altar again. Rumble. The sounds continued, but this time, the people of the Thulhuism society did not make a move. Ignore this human, guard the entrant. The black-robed elder said and just watched as Yi Xian dismantled the evil god altar. They had only built the evil god altar 5 days ago, but if the sacrifices below ran away, they would have to capture them for at least a month. After a while, the evil god society protectors and elders nearby would arrive. At that time, Yi Xian would not be able to escape. In the distance, these people from the Thulhuism society actually chose to guard and not capture me. How strange. Yi Xian was a little surprised. However, it was good that the Xianming duodemons were also below, so it was good that the evil god society was guarding. Before he left, he scanned the area with the Eye of Revelation and discovered that there were at least 5,000 offerings. Moreover, they were all at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm at the very least. Such a large batch of offerings was much more important than the evil god altar. This way, Yi Xian would benefit from it. Mission completion rate, 85%. Mission completion rate 90%. Mission completion rate, 95%. System notifications rang in Yi Xian's ears one after another. However, apart from the Shattered Realm expert who was chasing after Yi Xian, no one else had come. Mission completion rate, 100%. Finally, the completion rate of this random mission reached 100%. Ding! Random mission completion rate has reached 100%. Host can choose to hand in the mission immediately or continue to complete it. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a strange light. The random mission this time was just as he had expected. Once the completion rate of the mission reached 100%, he could choose to turn in the mission. The highest completion rate should be 150%. Such a reward would definitely be higher than 100%. In any case, they can't do anything to me now. Continue. Yi Xian did not choose to turn in the mission. Instead, he chose to continue because the higher the completion rate, the better the reward. Mission completion rate, 105%. Mission completion rate, 110%. The system notifications continued to ring. However, when the mission completion rate reached 120%, several figures suddenly appeared from the horizon. Sure enough, someone is here. Looks like I can't continue. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. Although he had blocked the communication puppet of the black-robed elder, the other three had already sent it. Hence, it was inevitable that the evil god society would come to his aid. Eye of the Void. He immediately broke through the void and left the evil god altar. At the same time, he also turned in the mission. After all, time was ticking and the reward would only get worse as time passed. Whoosh. The void door closed and Yi Xian hid in a place 1 hour away from the evil god altar. Ding. Random mission completed. Completion rate reached 120%. Calculating reward. The system notification rang. Ding. Reward calculation complete. The host can choose 2 rewards. 1. The host and all objects in his body can be upgraded to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. 2. The duration of the Eye of Glory becomes permanent. 3. The Eye of Nirvana and the Eye of Disintegration merge. This time, the random mission actually had 3 rewards. This shocked Yi Xian. Most importantly, he could choose 2 rewards this time. First, he looked at the first reward. This would allow him to instantly break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. The same went for Luo Luo and the old tree. This way, he would have the qualifications to fight against a fragmentation realm elite. However, he could take his time to gain experience. For the sake of the long term, he would not choose this for the time being. Next, he looked at the second reward. It could make the duration of the Eye of Glory become permanent. This meant that after using it once, his true chi would permanently turn golden. In other words, he would permanently increase 1 level. He would not need to use the Eye of Glory every time, which would save a lot of eye power. As for the Eye of Nirvana and the Eye of Disintegration, this reward was also very good. Seeing this, Yi Xian made his decision. He would choose the second and third rewards. Ding. Confirm. Confirm. Ding. The Eye of Nirvana and the Eye of Disintegration merge. Ding. The host has learned the Eye of Nirvana. Several system notifications sounded in succession. Yi Xian immediately checked and found that the Eye of Glory had changed. It could be activated or deactivated, and it did not need to use eye power to activate it. As for the Eye of Nirvana, Yi Xian still wanted to try it. He immediately turned to look at the stone wall opposite him. Eye of Nirvana. Whoosh. The attack was still a silver slash, but it had the effect of the Eye of Disintegration. The Eye of Disintegration could disintegrate anything, even true chi. Now that it had merged with the Eye of Nirvana, it had unintentionally increased its power. Of course, the Eye of Nirvana had a second attack method, which was an invisible ray attack. Whether it was speed or power, it was stronger than before. The Eye of Nirvana, not bad. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Now that the random mission was completed, he did not need to rush anymore. He could wait for Luo Luo and the old tree to break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm before he went to the Thulhuism Society. No, maybe he did not need to wait. Yi Xian checked the items in Protector Xie Yangming's ring and found a map. This map was bigger than the one Xiefeng had, and there were 2 Thulhuism altars on it. 2. Chapter 1305. The Thulhuism cult's enforcers are at the first stage of the fragmentation realm, and the elder is at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. That means the cult leader is at least at the second stage of the fragmentation realm, maybe even the third stage? Yi Xian thought to himself. With his current realm, he couldn't even deal with the first stage of the fragmentation realm. He was only able to play around with the second stage of the fragmentation realm elder because of the Eye of the Void. If he encountered the cult leader at the third stage of the fragmentation realm, he would definitely be captured and offered to the Thulhuism cult. I can't go to the Thulhuism cult for now. The other altar is also quite far away. I'll just stay here. Yi Xian suddenly dismissed the idea. The Xianming duo demons were still in this altar. Now that Nalan Bing's death warrant had disappeared, Yi Xian couldn't leave. Since he had promised Mo Shui, he had to kill the Shen-Ming duodemons with his own hands. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He returned to the altar first and used the Eye of Revelation to look around. 3 fragmentation realm enforcers came just now. Including the original 3, there are 6 of them. There's also the Elder at the second stage of the fragmentation realm, Yi Xian calculated in his mind. With his current realm, it was already difficult for him to deal with a fragmentation realm cultivator, let alone others. Luo Luo and the old tree will break through soon. At that time, other than me, the other 3 will be at the 9th stage of the fulfillment realm. I can deal with them. As long as I kill a few fragmentation realm enforcers, I might be able to break through. At that time, I should be able to deal with the Elder. Yi Xian thought and asked in his mind, Old tree, Luo Luo, how long more do you need to break through? I need about 3 hours. The purification crystal is too troublesome. This old man will need about 5 hours. Luo Luo needed 3 hours, Old tree needed 5 hours, so Yi Xian needed to wait for another 5 hours. However, Yi Xian didn't want to stay here for 5 hours. He had learned the Eye of Destruction, so he wanted to test its power. Old tree, Luo Luo, you too cultivate first. Wei Zhentian and I will disturb them. As Yi Xian spoke, he once again charged towards the evil god altar. It was still night, so it was convenient for them to move. In another 5 hours, the sun would rise in the desert of despair. At that time, the passive effect of the assassination status would disappear. However, after 6 hours, those skills that had a cooldown of 1 day could be used again. For example, the Deathly Hunt Order, Divine Wood Prison, and so on were refreshed at midnight. Although the quest to destroy the evil god's altar had been completed, Yi Xian's Zhenqi was almost limitless. It was too unbearable for him to stay there for 5 hours. He immediately rushed to the evil god's altar and began to wreak havoc. It's you again, human. You're courting death. A middle-aged man from the scorpion race shouted and immediately rushed towards Yi Xian. Eye of Destruction, unparalleled flame dragon slash. Yi Xian struck out with his sword. How dare a speck of light compete with the bright moon? The middle-aged man from the scorpion tribe mocked. The scorpion tail behind him suddenly enlarged. Scorpion shadow whip. Bang! 2 waves of Zhenqi collided, causing shockwaves to surge. The middle-aged man from the scorpion tribe did not expect his attack to be evenly matched with Yi Xian's. How was this possible? The effect of the Eye of Destruction is several times stronger than before. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If the Eye of Destruction had not struck the Scorpion Shadow Whip first, the unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash would not have been evenly matched with the Scorpion Shadow Whip. This was because the Eye of Destruction was a fusion of the Eye of Destruction and the Eye of Nirvana. The attack had the effect of the Eye of Destruction and could disintegrate the opponent's Zhenqi. Again, the middle-aged man from the Scorpion tribe did not believe it and lashed out with his whip again. Afraid of you? Yi Xian snorted coldly and launched another series of attacks. Eye of Destruction, unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash, Rumble. This time, they were evenly matched again. Originally, Yi Xian's attacks could not defeat his opponent. However, with the Eye of Destruction, he was able to fight evenly with his opponent. It would be great if the Eye of Destruction had the effect of destruction. Every attack would have the effect of destruction, Yi Xian thought expectantly. The effect of destruction was just a figment of his imagination. However, it might really happen. Scorpion Shadow Whip. Eye of Destruction. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. Another powerful shockwave swept out. They were evenly matched again. In fact, Yi Xian had already copied the Scorpion Shadow Whip. This move was quite useful. However, he did not have the scorpion tail of the Scorpion tribe. Was he going to use that thing to fight? However, in terms of Zhenqi, Yi Xian was not inferior to the middle-aged man from the Scorpion tribe. However, his opponent was in the fragmentation realm after all. His physique was much stronger than his. Hence, he would be in trouble if he was close to him. You want to catch me? Don't you know that my zodiac sign is a loach? Yi Xian snorted coldly and directly entered the void door. The middle-aged man from the Scorpion tribe missed. Damn it. The middle-aged man from the scorpion tribe cursed angrily. He stomped his foot and left a deep footprint on the tattered evil god's altar. This evil god's altar had already been destroyed beyond recognition by Yi Xian. Hence, it had to be rebuilt. He did not care about this footprint. At this time, Yi Xian broke through the void door and arrived on the other side. Then, he wildly tore apart the altar. It seems that the importance of these sacrifices far surpasses this evil god's altar. Otherwise, they would not be guarding it so tightly. Yi Xian thought to himself as he scanned the area with the eye of revelation. He was planning to see if he could lure the others away so that he could enter and kill the mysterious underworld duo demons. However, this was obviously a little unrealistic unless he broke through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. However, he had already completed the random mission of destroying the evil god's altar. This meant that he still had plenty of time. He would use the void eye to escape and destroy everything. Half an hour. 1 hour. 2 hours. Yi Xian used the void eye to play around with the evil god society's enforcers and elders. At the same time, he was also exhausting their true qi and reducing their combat strength. Very quickly, at the 3rd hour, a system notification rang out. Ding, Luo Luo has broken through. She is currently at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Finally, Luo Luo broke through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Her current strength was probably not inferior to Yi Xian's. However, this was still not enough. Let's wait for another 2 hours. When the old tree breaks through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, we will go and kill the enforcers of the evil god society, Yi Xian said in his mind. All right. Time continued to pass. Although Luo Luo had broken through, Yi Xian did not release her. Soon, another 2 hours passed. Ding, Devil Tree Battle Soldier has broken through. He is currently at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Another system notification sounded. Right now, other than Yi Xian, the other 3 were already at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Unfortunately, if their master did not break through to the fragmentation realm, they would be stuck at the fulfillment realm. Chapter 1306. Yi Xian immediately leaped onto the evil god altar. At the center of the evil god altar, the evil god statue was already halfway done. It would be finished in a few more hours. Bastard, it's you again? The middle-aged scorpion man shouted angrily. Long-tailed monster, do you dare to fight me? Yi Xian shouted in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Long-tailed monster? When the middle-aged scorpion man heard this, he immediately charged toward Yi Xian furiously. Come with me if you want to fight. If anyone else comes with you, I'll leave. Yi Xian said in a threatening tone. What is this kid up to? The middle-aged scorpion man immediately reacted. Previously, Yi Xian did not dare to fight him because he controlled the time very well. Every time he approached, Yi Xian would be able to leave first. But now, Yi Xian was actually inviting him to fight. Something was fishy. However, he was still in the fragmentation realm. Why would he be afraid of Yi Xian, who was in the 8th stage of the fulfillment realm? Since Yi Xian wanted to fight, he would naturally fulfill his wish. As long as he could get close to Yi Xian, he was confident that he could kill Yi Xian before he could leave. It was because of this confidence that he dared to follow. In the distance, another scorpion man protector noticed and was about to follow, but he was stopped by the middle-aged scorpion man. Don't follow. I'll take care of him. The middle-aged scorpion man shouted. The protector stopped and watched from afar as the middle-aged scorpion man left with Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian was determined to kill the middle-aged scorpion man. In order to prevent others from interfering, he had to keep a distance. They traveled for a few minutes before stopping. Kid, did you set a trap here? The middle-aged scorpion man could not help but ask. Why don't you choose the location? I don't care. Yi Xian said. There was indeed a trap, but Yi Xian always carried it with him, which meant that there were only 3 of them. Hence, this trap could move. So what if it's a trap? I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to lure me here. The middle-aged scorpion man was full of confidence. After all, he was 2 realms higher than Yi Xian. If that's the case, then come at me. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he made his move. Killing intent explosion, eye of destruction, unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden dragon whizzed out and attacked the middle-aged scorpion man. Ever since he completed that random quest, Yi Xian had unlocked Eyes of Glory. His hair and eyes had turned golden, and he was incomparably domineering. In the past, every time he activated the Eye of Glory, he would need a large amount of eye energy. But now, he no longer needed it. Scorpion Shadow Whip. The middle-aged man also took out a move that he was relatively good at and ruthlessly whipped out. Bang! The two forces collided. This time, Yi Xian actually had the upper hand. How was this possible? The middle-aged scorpion man was shocked. Previously, they were clearly evenly matched. But now, why did Yi Xian have the upper hand? Only Yi Xian understood this. This was because he did not use killing intent explosion in the previous Eye of Destruction. He only had the unparalleled flame dragon slash. The reason why he did not use it was because he was waiting for this moment. Whoosh whoosh. This golden dragon whizzed out and was shattered by the middle-aged scorpion man's punch. However, behind this golden flame dragon, there was another invisible attack. Killing intent explosion, light of destruction. Yi Xian quickly followed up with another attack. However, this time, the Eye of Destruction was an invisible attack like the Eye of Disintegration. Sizzle sizzle. Two light of destruction shot onto the middle-aged scorpion man's fist. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged scorpion man's fist was completely disintegrated, and blood spurted out. The middle-aged scorpion man trembled when he felt the pain in his head. The battle had not even started for a second and he had already suffered a great loss. This was an outcome that he did not expect. His entire right fist was disintegrated by the Eye of Destruction until only his wrist was left. This meant that his right hand was crippled. Brat, I'm going to tear you apart. The middle-aged scorpion man was so angry that his face turned red. He immediately rushed towards Yi Xian. Before his opponent could attack him, Yi Xian quickly retreated while attacking. Eye of Destruction, unparalleled flame dragon slash. This combo attack was launched again. However, this time, the middle-aged scorpion man did not intend to fight head-on. Instead, he cleverly dodged. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian could not split himself. This was because once he split himself, his strength would decrease by 50%. He would definitely be defeated one by one. However, even if he did not split himself, he could still deal with this middle-aged scorpion man. Old Tree, Megatron, Luo. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he summoned Luo and the other two. These three had all reached the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Luo was the strongest among them. Megatron and Old Tree were the second strongest. However, they had one advantage over Luo, they could not die. Roar. After Megatron appeared, he turned into a chain of arrow towers and began to shoot wildly. Old Tree did not dare to fight head-on with the middle-aged scorpion man. He could only attack with his sharp vines. As for Luo, she naturally used the human wave tactic. 100-layer fox demon clone, 7-colored demon fire, 1000-layer explosion. Hundreds of Luoluos began to throw demon fire at the middle-aged scorpion man. Chimph, is this your trap? You underestimate me too much. The middle-aged scorpion man did not care. He moved like a bolt of lightning and shuttled through the attacks. On land, a fragmentation realm expert could unleash 100% of their strength. That was why Yi Xian could not fight on land. Go to the sky. Yi Xian quickly rose into the sky and struck out with his palm. Ghostly Frost Hand. A giant golden palm appeared and slammed down like a meteor. The attack happened to be at the spot where the middle-aged scorpion man was hiding. He had no choice but to attack. Mountain Splitting Foot. The middle-aged scorpion man paused and used his true chi and manifestation strength to increase his strength. Suddenly, he kicked a giant foot into the sky and collided with the ghostly Frost Hand. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and dust flew everywhere. This time, both sides were evenly matched. However, it would not be so simple next time. Again, ghostly Frost Hand. Yi Xian attacked again, and another giant golden hand slammed down. Mountain Splitting Foot. The middle-aged scorpion man counterattacked again. However, he could only block 2 attacks. After all, he was surrounded by 4 people. Megatron and Old Tree had already launched their attacks. Get lost. An enormous amount of true chi gushed out of the middle-aged scorpion man's body and sent Megatron and Old Tree flying. At the same time, Yi Xian struck out a 3rd palm in the sky. In addition, the middle-aged scorpion man used a very familiar move. Ghostly Frost Hand. Chapter 1307. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was completely shocked. Not only did Yi Xian learn Xie Yangming's Frosty Ghost Hand, but he also learned Mountain Splitting Foot. He couldn't take these 2 attacks, or rather, he couldn't take all of them. He could only take 1 attack and then dodge. Mountain Splitting Foot. The middle-aged man's right foot kicked into the sky again, colliding with the Frosty Ghost Hand. However, he had to dodge Yi Xian's Mountain Splitting Foot. Yi Xian's foot landed, creating a huge canyon on the ground. Before that, the middle-aged man had already dodged. However, just as he let down his guard, he suddenly felt an aura rapidly approaching him. Whoosh! A golden flash swept past his body. With a crisp sound, one of his thighs was suddenly separated from his body. Fortunately, he was in the fragmentation realm and had a strong physique. If he was a little slower, it would be his head that was separated from his body. What the hell is that? The middle-aged man was shocked. Even with his physique, he couldn't see what the golden flash was. Its speed was already faster than his perception. He was able to dodge this attack purely out of reflex. At this time, the golden flash suddenly paused and then turned back. Swish! This time, the middle-aged man couldn't dodge and was directly beheaded. This golden flash was the demon fox flash that the transformed Luo Luo used. Luo Luo, why did you transform again? It's such a waste. Yi Xian, who was in the air, couldn't help but shake his head when he heard the system notification that the killing intent value increased. Luo Luo's hair turned golden. Didn't she use that tuft of golden tail hair? Hihi, I didn't use golden tail hair. This is a skill that I just learned. It's called 9 Reincarnation Flash. Luo Luo giggled. It's useless? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, this 9 Reincarnation Flash is more useful than Demon Fox Flash. I can use the 3rd flash now. However, this move consumes too much true chi. I need to recover for a while. Luo Luo replied. Yi Xian thought that Luo Luo used golden tail hair and then used Demon Fox Flash. He didn't expect Luo Luo to have learned a new skill. 9 Reincarnation Flash. It sounded very powerful. The 2nd flash of this 9 Reincarnation Flash seems to be faster than the 1st flash. If I use the 9th flash, even the leader of the Thulhuism Society might not be able to defend against it. Yi Xian suddenly recalled the scene just now. But all in all, this time was not bad. After all, he was able to successfully kill a protector of the Thulhuism cult who was in the fragmentation realm. If there was one, then there would be 2. If he could successfully lure them out, then he might be able to successfully break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Immediately, Yi Xian went over and put away the spoils of war. There were a lot of faith crystals in this universe ring, more than 100,000 of them. After Yi Xian obtained them, he threw all of them to Luo Luo. Because Yi Xian's cultivation hadn't broken through, Luo Luo was stuck at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. However, she could continue to cultivate to the peak of the 9th level of the fulfillment realm and then purify the faith crystal. Once Yi Xian breaks through, she can also directly break through to the fragmentation realm. It was the same for Wei Zhentian and the Old Tree. Yi Xian's cultivation speed had always been the slowest. Let's go back and see if we can lure another one over. Yi Xian sent Luo Luo and the others back to the planting space. Then, he headed toward the Thulhuism altar. But on the way, he met another Thulhuism Society enforcer. It was the one who wanted to follow him but was stopped by the middle-aged man. Seeing that Yi Xian was safe and sound, the Thulhuism Society enforcer's eyes flashed. He shouted, "You killed him? Do you think I have the ability to kill a fragmentation realm elite?" Yi Xian didn't admit it. He didn't want to scare the other party away. Since he couldn't kill him, Yi Xian must have set a trap and trapped him. That was what the Thulhuism Society enforcer thought. How dare you destroy the Thulhuism altar? You deserve to die. The Thulhuism Society enforcer snorted and attacked. Go to hell. If you can, ask your Thulhuism to strangle me. Yi Xian cursed and immediately counterattacked. Scorpion Shadow Whip. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. Rumble. This time, Yi Xian was at a disadvantage. This was because he felt that this wasn't the place to fight. He should retreat first. You want to leave? Stay here. The Thulhuism Society enforcer immediately saw through Yi Xian's intention. He shot forward and wanted to capture Yi Xian. Yi Xian had been causing trouble for so long. The black-clothed elder hated him to the core. Therefore, he wanted to capture Yi Xian and bring him back to earn some merit. However, at this moment, boom! A loud explosion suddenly came from afar. The two of them stopped in their tracks and turned to look. F***CK, the entire altar was destroyed. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian could see that the altar in the distance had been reduced to ruins. Then, the sacrificial offerings suppressed under the altar escaped one after another. As for the enforcers and the black-clothed elder, they were directly killed. What? The Thulhuism Society enforcer in front of Yi Xian was also shocked. Who was it that killed the black-clothed elder and 4 Thulhuism Society enforcers? Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, saw the person who destroyed the Thulhuism god altar. It was a middle-aged man in golden armor. However, even with the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian couldn't see through the man's cultivation base. He estimated that the other party was at least at the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm. He might even be at the 5th or 6th stage of the fragmentation realm. Who? Yi Xian and the Thulhuism Society enforcer both guessed at the same time. However, at this moment, the man in golden armor suddenly pulled the two of them and left. Yi Xian was very familiar with these two people because these two people were Nailan Bing and Nailan Jie, the Xianming duo demons, whom he was chasing. So it's the enforcers. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He instantly understood. When Lu Tiangong escorted the Xianming duo demons to Flying Sand City, he handed them to Lu Tiangong's wife, the white-haired old woman who was killed by Yi Xian that day. Then, the white-haired old woman handed them to a Scorpion Man expert. Unexpectedly, this Scorpion Man expert became an apostle of the Thulhuism Society, so he wanted to use the Xianming duo demons as sacrificial offerings to the Thulhuism god. Because too much time had passed, the next enforcer came back to check and this happened. They're gone. Yi Xian watched helplessly as the man in golden armor took the Xianming duo demons away. Previously, in order to kill the Thulhuism Society enforcer, Xie Yangming, he changed the death pursuit order. However, the death pursuit order's duration was not over yet. There was still half an hour left, so he could only watch as the man in golden armor took the Xianming duo demons away. Chapter 1308. 9th Level Fulfillment Realm. Nailan Bing and Nailan Jie were already at the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm. They were even faster than Yi Xian. This pair of dual-cultivating siblings sure recover their strength quickly. If I lose track of them today, I don't know when I'll be able to find them, Yi Xian thought to himself. He couldn't use the Death Hunt command. Once Nailan Bing and Nailan Jie left, he wouldn't be able to find them. However, Yi Xian still had some clues. The golden-armored man who took away the Xianming duo had a foxtail behind him. This meant that he was from the Fox Charm clan. Foxtail. As long as I leave the Desert of Despair, I can easily find it. Forget it for now. If I have the chance in the future, I'll definitely find the Xianming duo and avenge Mo Xue. Yi Xian decided to forget about it. This wasn't a random mission anyway. As long as his cultivation speed surpassed the Xianming duo's dual cultivation speed, he could avenge Mo Xue. Right now, he should deal with this Thulhuism Society enforcer first. While the other was still in shock, Yi Xian quickly attacked. Killing Intent Explosion, Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. This attack was a sneak attack. It was fast and powerful. Kid, you're courting death. The Thulhuism Society enforcer heard the wind and suddenly turned around and punched. Boom. The Peerless Flame Dragon Slash was defeated. However, As the golden flame dragon dissipated, a golden slash came at him. Eye of Destruction. Rip. The Thulhuism Society enforcer leaned to the side, but his right hand was still easily cut off by the annihilation slash. While he was fuming with rage, two figures suddenly approached him from the side. Megatron and Old Tree. Piercing strike. Fut. A thick vine pierced through the Thulhuism Society enforcer's body. Although it didn't crush his heart, this thick vine was madly absorbing the enforcer's blood. Kid, don't worry, there's more. Old Tree's voice suddenly rang out. Then, this vine suddenly exploded. The Thulhuism Society protector's chest was directly pierced through, and he died instantly. In this battle, Luo didn't even need to do anything. Just relying on Yi Xian and the Old Tree was enough to kill the Thulhuism Society's enforcer. Firstly, it was because the Thulhuism Society protector was distracted by the golden armored man. Secondly, it was because he had been too careless. He had not expected Yi Xian to have such strength. In short, he died with his eyes wide open. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and collected the corpse and the interspatial ring. There were a lot of ores and faith crystals inside, but for Yi Xian, it was just a drop in the bucket. Not enough. If I get all those corpses. Yi Xian suddenly looked around and saw the bodies of the black-clothed elder and the other 4 people. However, their interspatial rings were gone. They had been taken away by the golden armored man. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed angrily and broke through the void to return to the ruined Thulhuism god altar. Although the fragmentation realm experts' interspatial rings were taken away, there were still hundreds of Thulhuism god apostles' interspatial rings. Some of the sacrifices ran for their lives, but some of them were greedy and stayed to collect the interspatial rings. Many battles had already broken out above the ruins of the Thulhuism god altar. Yi Xian ignored them and began to collect the interspatial rings. Kid, put down those interspatial rings. A discordant voice rang out. Yi Xian turned around and saw a 9th stage fulfillment realm expert of the Tiger tribe. You dare to target me? You've got guts. Yi Xian did not say anything. He slashed out a golden annihilation and killed the opponent instantly. Luo, it's up to you. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly released Luo. Understood. Luo understood immediately and formed an eye of enchantment above her head. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were controlled by it. At the same time, Yi Xian did not stay idle. He killed the people who targeted him and controlled the 9th level fulfillment realm sacrifices. In the blink of an eye, they had 50 servants. These servants were quickly divided into groups and started to fight for the interspatial rings. However, because there were too many sacrifices, more than 5,000 of them, it was difficult to kill them all in a short time. The servants were strong, but there were thousands of people fighting. It was easy to die. After one died, Yi Xian took control of another. Yi Xian's killing intent soared. You dare to stay here because you want to make a profit. If that's the case, then all of you will die. Yi Xian rushed to the center and created an avatar. Killing intent eruption. Twin dragon sword bell. Twin dragon roar of ice and fire. Twin dragon roar of ice and fire. Twin dragon roars of ice and fire. Dragon roars spread like waves. The lower realm sacrifices were instantly knocked out of the sky. Some who were close to Yi Xian even had their heads blown apart. Thousands of people died in an instant. The transformer Wei Zhentian turned into a giant green bell and let out dragon roars. Old Tree and Luo did not stay idle either. System notifications rang, and Yi Xian's killing intent soared like a rocket. These people were at least at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, and some were even at the peak of the fulfillment realm. If he killed them all, his killing intent might reach the peak again and he would be rewarded with 1 Devour point. In the end, Yi Xian thought it was too slow, so he jumped into the sky and used a shattering divine ability. Ghost Hand of Frost. Giant golden hands slammed down, killing more than 10 people in one hit. Yi Xian's true energy was almost limitless anyway. Even if he used shattering divine abilities continuously, he could still recover. This battle lasted for several minutes. 3 minutes later, corpses were everywhere in the ruins. There were at least 3,000 corpses. As for the other 2,000 people, all of them had run away. There was no helping it. With the 4 gods of slaughter, Yi Xian, here, who could beat them? At the same time, after Yi Xian killed the servants under his control, he finally heard a system notification. Ding, killing intent has reached the upper limit. Will the host exchange the killing intent points for 1 devour point? The system notification said. Yes. Hearing this, Yi Xian naturally could not say no. Ding, the host's killing intent points have reached 0. Ding, the host has obtained 1 devour point. 2 more system notifications rang. Yi Xian had exchanged his killing intent points for devour points. Fortunately, he had stored some weapons before. After the killing intent points reached 0, he directly devoured them. At least he could use killing intent explosion. How do I use this devour point? Yi Xian suddenly hesitated. He thought for a while and finally decided to use it to activate a skill of the god of slaughter bloodline, Shadow Step. This Shadow Step was similar to Mo Shui's Blood Escape. It could be used to escape quickly. However, he could not attack while using it. He could only use his true energy to protect himself. Chapter 1309. Ding, host has learned Shadow Step. The system notified. Good, if I rush to the Thulhuism Society or another Thulhuism altar now, it won't take much time. Yi Xian thought for a moment before expending some of his killing intent to use the Shadow Steps. His entire body turned into a black ray of light as he flew out, heading in a certain direction. Shadow Step required killing intent to activate, and continuously used it would consume true energy. However, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so his true energy could be recovered instantly, so it was nothing. This time, he was heading towards the Thulhuism Society. The Xianming duo demons had been taken away by the golden-armored man. If Yi Xian chased after them and was discovered, he would be skinned alive. The Death Hunt command still had half an hour to cool down, so he decided to give up for now. If he encountered the Xianming duo demons again in the future, then he would think about revenge for Mo Shui. Right now, Luo Luo, the old tree, and Wei Zhentian are all stuck at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. If I don't break through, they will always be stuck. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. Who asked his experience to increase exponentially? Fortunately, after killing so many greedy sacrifices, although he could not break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, he was not far away. He estimated that if he encountered 1 or 2 more fragmentation realm Thulhuism Society protectors, then he would be able to break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. There were gains and losses. Although the Xianming duo demons were taken away, Yi Xian obtained a devouring point. Moreover, this was not the end. Yi Xian's footsteps suddenly paused because his eye of revelation saw 2 figures. Thulhuism Society protectors? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He saw that the 2 figures each had 8 natal palaces, but this did not mean that they were martial practitioners at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. It was possible that they were martial practitioners at the 1st level of the fragmentation realm who had shattered 1 natal palace to strengthen their whole body. Based on this speed, Yi Xian could guess that these 2 were 1st level fragmentation realm protectors. Good, I'll start with you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he sneaked over. These 2 1st-level fragmentation realm protectors had received orders to go take a look at the Thulhuism god altar. They did not know that danger had already struck. Killing intent explosion, eye of destruction, flame dragons slash. A golden flame dragon suddenly appeared under the night sky and attacked the 2 protectors. Someone's ambush. The 2 Thulhuism Society enforcers, who were running wildly on the ground, shivered and immediately turned around to attack. Bang! The Eye of Annihilation and the peerless flame dragon slash were shattered. However, what was even more powerful was yet to come. Within the waves of energy, a large golden hand and a large golden foot appeared. Frost Ghost Hand. Split Mountain Foot. These 2 moves were very familiar to the 2 of them. They couldn't understand why they would appear here. However, now was not the time to think. Boom! 2 more shockwaves swept out, and the golden hand and foot were also blown away. BZZ. The 2 beams of annihilation light shone on the 2 men's shoulders, instantly disintegrating their shoulder bones into dust. One of them lost his left arm, and the other lost his right arm. "You're courting death," one of them yelled. Although they did not know who was ambushing them, they would make sure the other party died a horrible death. Yi Xian saw the two of them coming and quickly summoned the old tree and Megatron to hold one of them back. As for the other, he would deal with it himself. Scatter. Old Shu and Wei Zhentian's opponent threw out a punch and directly smashed Wei Zhentian into pieces. But in the next moment, Wei Zhentian appeared again and attacked him. What? That person was shocked and punched again. Megatron and the old tree were Dharma treasures. They were immortal and were very convenient to use to fight. At this time, Yi Xian was also fighting with the other person. "Kid, who are you?" The Thulhuism Society protector questioned. "I'm your ancestor." Yi Xian cursed casually and used his hands, feet, and eyes. Eye of Destruction. Frost Ghost Hand. Split Mountain Foot. Chapter 1310. Ding. Host's killing intent has increase. Ding. Host's killing intent has increase. 2 system notifications rang out. Although he didn't kill them personally, Luo was his possession. The killing intent of the people she killed would be credited to him. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The killing intent of these 2 first-tier fragmentation realm martial artists was enough for him to use for a while. Before this, he estimated that his strength was about the same as Luo's, but now it seemed that Luo was much stronger than him. Although he could only use the 3rd flash of the 9 flash of Samsara, it was enough to kill a first-tier fragmentation realm martial artist. This time, it was all thanks to Luo. Immediately, Yi Xian pulled the 2 corpses over and devoured their universe rings. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Finally, he broke through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian felt his aura increase by several times. Right now, he could probably kill a first-tier fragmentation realm martial artist with ease. As long as I break through again and reach the fragmentation realm, then Luo and the others can instantly break through to the fragmentation realm. Yi Xian thought to himself as he continued to use shadow steps to hasten his journey. Although they were both at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, Yi Xian's speed on land had already surpassed Wei Zhentian's. If he used shadow steps, his speed would be at least 3 times faster than Wei Zhentian's. Half a day later, he arrived at the Thulhuism Society at the center of the 2 Thulhuism altars. The Thulhuism Society's headquarters was actually a scorpion palace. This shocked Yi Xian a little. At this time, the sun had already risen, so Yi Xian didn't dare to get too close. He observed from afar with the eye of revelation. A small altar had already been built in front of the Thulhuism Society's headquarters. At the center of this small altar was a statue of the Thulhuism god. There are quite a few 8th and 9th level fulfillment realm martial artists, and a first-tier fragmentation realm martial artist. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he swept a glance, secretly planning in his mind. His mission this time was to annihilate the Thulhuism Society, but his strength could only kill a first-tier shattering realm protector at most. If he were to face an elder, it would be very difficult to determine the victor in a short time. And this was the Thulhuism Society's base camp. Once exposed, they would be besieged. Therefore, they had to take the long view into consideration. I once controlled the scorpion men, but I was unable to create a scorpion tail with my disguise mask, so I was unable to infiltrate the Thulhuism Society. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. Since he couldn't change his appearance, he could only find another way. However, after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with an idea. Oh well, I've already broken through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm anyway. I'll just charge straight in. Other than those elders at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm, no one can stop me. Yi Xian immediately made his decision. This time, he still had to face them head-on. Even if he was surrounded, he still had shadow steps and eyes of the void. However, what he was wary of was not those elders at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm, but the leader of the Thulhuism Society. Just now, he used the Eye of Revelation to roughly scan. In the front half of the Thulhuism Society, there was only one elder and 3 protectors. As for the leader of the Thulhuism Society, he didn't know where he was. Therefore, he had to be careful. Kill. Right away, he directly turned into a ray of light and charged toward the Thulhuism Society. Along the way, there were many Fulfillment Realm apostles, but with his current realm, he didn't even care about those at the Fragmentation Realm, so why should he be afraid of them? Rip. 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 Crisp sounds rang out. Everywhere Yi Xian passed, there were corpses everywhere. No one could block his sword, and they couldn't even react in time. 1, 2, 5, 10, 50. Along the way, Yi Xian directly killed dozens of Thulhuism Society apostles. Moreover, he killed selectively. His targets were almost all at the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm apostles. This was more profitable. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the entrance of the Thulhuism Society, in other words, in front of that huge palace. Who dares to be impudent in my Thulhuism Society? The nearest Thulhuism Society protector noticed Yi Xian. After shouting loudly, he pounced toward Yi Xian. How dare a speck of light compete with the bright moon? Yi Xian showed a very disdainful expression. This was a sentence he learned from a Thulhuism Society elite. Now, he returned it to the Thulhuism Society. So what if he was at the Fragmentation Realm? He would still kill him even if he was at the Fragmentation Realm. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Annihilation beam. A golden flame dragon rushed out. The Thulhuism Society protector shouted angrily and threw a punch with all his strength. Boom. The golden flame dragon was scattered, but after that, there were 2 more annihilation beams. Sizzle. The annihilation beam shot into the Thulhuism Society protector's throat. In the blink of an eye, this Thulhuism Society protector's throat was completely disintegrated, along with his chin. A head fell to the ground just like that. Dead. A Thulhuism Society protector in the Fragmentation Realm was directly killed by Yi Xian. This scene shocked the surrounding people. In all their lives, this was probably the first time they saw a Fulfillment Realm cultivator kill a Fragmentation Realm cultivator. Join hands and kill him. 2 more protectors rushed out from the Thulhuism Society. Bullying with numbers. I have my own people too. Yi Xian's eyes turned cold, and he summoned Wei Zhentian and Old Tree. Wei Zhentian and Old Tree could fight against one Thulhuism Society protector, and Yi Xian could also fight against one of them alone. As long as that Thulhuism Society elder did not come out, these 2 protectors would be killed by them within 3 seconds. Die. The Thulhuism Society protector facing Yi Xian roared angrily. His scorpion tail stabbed fiercely, and a scorpion tail needle shot out directly at Yi Xian. Against this kind of attack, Yi Xian did not even bother to use Annihilation Beam. Instead, he easily dodged it and then slashed with his sword. Killing intent explosion. Peerless Flame Dragon slash. Another golden flame dragon rushed out. Now that he had broken through to the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm, the Peerless Flame Dragon slash, the Growth Divine ability, had also increased in power. Compared to the Fragmentation Realm divine abilities Frost Ghost Hand and Mountain Shattering Foot, the Peerless Flame Dragon slash was more useful. Bang! This golden flame dragon was blasted away again, but at this time, a figure suddenly appeared on the other side and then quickly turned into a golden stream of light and attacked. What? This first-level Thulhuism Society protector was shocked. His spiritual consciousness clearly did not detect this figure just now, so why did it suddenly appear now? But when he turned around, the golden flash had already attacked. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged the fatal blow. You may have dodged once, but can you dodge a second time? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. Eye of Annihilation. Rip. The golden slash directly sank into the Thulhuism Society protector's body. The wound turned into ash and scattered with the wind. Chapter 1311. Since the Thulhuism Society enforcer had been killed by Yi Xian, Luo focused her attention on the second person. Second flash of Samsara. There was some distance between them, but Luo used the second flash to rush over. In an instant, she was behind the second Thulhuism Society enforcer. Not good. The enforcer's expression changed, but the third flash of samsara was too fast for him to react. Rip! Another head flew up. The Thulhuism Society enforcer was shocked. He didn't expect that he would die in the hands of a lower-level human. In just a few seconds, the Thulhuism Society lost 3 fragmentation realm enforcers. The surrounding apostles were shocked. Who is this human? How dare he kill our Thulhuism Society enforcers? 3 enforcers are dead. Our leader will be furious. Our leader went to the altar on the right and hasn't returned yet. He's dead. With such a big commotion, the 3 elders guarding the Thulhuism palace will skin him alive. The group of Thulhuism apostles shouted. Yi Xian was amused. Our leader isn't here. Then I'm going to make a big fuss. His lips curled up. There were still a few enforcers and 3 elders in the Thulhuism palace. If they rushed out, Yi Xian would have to run. However, they couldn't be guarding all the time, right? Oh right, there's a small altar here. I'll destroy it first. Before the elders in the Thulhuism palace came out, Yi Xian turned around. But at this moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. First round, destroy the Thulhuism statue in front of the Thulhuism palace. A chain random mission. Finally, another series of random quests appeared, causing Yi Xian to be extremely shocked. Haha, the reward of a chain random mission is probably no worse than the previous random mission. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. After accepting the mission, he directly attacked the Thulhuism statue on the altar. Killing intent explosion, ice and fire twin dragon sword array. Twin dragon roar. A golden dragon breath whizzed toward the evil god statue. Even if the statue was made of faith crystals, it couldn't withstand such a torment. However, this time, it was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. Rumble. Catcher. A crisp sound rang out from the evil god statue, but it had actually withstood the attack. One had to know that under the enhancement of the golden zhenqi and killing intent, the twin dragon roar was Yi Xian's strongest attack. However, this strongest attack was actually unable to destroy the heretical god statue. How was this possible? It's that strange energy. At this moment, Yi Xian's body trembled. With the eye of revelation, he had discovered some clues. Before the twin dragons roared outside the evil god statue, a strange layer of energy appeared. This strange layer of energy was what the evil god apostles used to save their lives. Could this energy be the so-called evil god's will? Yi Xian's body trembled. However, he didn't see it on anyone other than the evil god apostles. For example, he had killed so many of the guardians. It seemed that only fulfillment realm apostles could use the evil god's will in the faith crystals to save their lives. Fragmentation realm ones couldn't. I don't believe that I can't destroy you. Although the evil god statue was very hard, it was only a matter of time for Yi Xian to destroy it. Killing intent explosion, twin dragon roar. Another twin dragon's roar landed accurately on the fiend god statue. Immediately, cracks appeared on the fiend god statue. Huang Xiaolong estimated that after 2 or 3 more attacks, it would be destroyed. As long as this evil god statue was destroyed, the first part of the chain mission would be completed. This part of the mission was really simple. However, just as Yi Xian thought so, a few people who could threaten him finally rushed out of the evil god palace. These 3 people were all elders of the evil god society, second stage of the fragmentation realm. You bunch of useless trash. Someone is destroying the evil god statue, and you're not doing anything? A black-haired elder shouted angrily. When the surrounding people heard this, they looked at each other. It wasn't that they didn't want to go, but that they couldn't win. Just now, 3 first-stage fragmentation realm guardians died one after another. If they went, they would just die in vain. However, now that these 3 elders had come out, they were enough to take care of Yi Xian. They're finally here. Yi Xian felt the 3 powerful auras and his expression darkened. Although he had broken through to the 9th stage of the fulfillment realm, he estimated that he could only deal with 1 evil god society elder at most. If he faced 3 of them, he would probably only be able to escape. Wei Zhentian, Old Tree, Luo Luo, attack together. Yi Xian immediately shouted. If the three of them attacked together, the power was almost equal to a twin dragon roar. Boom boom boom. Crack. Finally, before the three elders arrived, Yi Xian successfully destroyed the evil god statue. Ding. The first part of the chain random quest is complete. At the instant the evil god statue shattered into countless pieces, a system notification rang out. Usually, after the first part of the chain random quest was completed, it would take some time to trigger the second part. However, this time, the second part of the quest was given directly. Ding. Host has triggered the second part of the quest. Kill the evil god apostles of the evil god palace and reduce their number to less than 100. Current number is 763. The second part of the random quest appeared 763 people reduced to less than 100 people. This means that I have to kill more than 600 people. Yi Xian focused his mind and directly put Luo Luo and the others into the planting space. Then, he turned around and ran. With these three evil god society elders around, there was no way he could complete this quest no matter what. Thus, they had to lure him away. Brat, stay here. After the black-haired elder shouted angrily, he grabbed at Yi Xian with a large hand. However, Yi Xian easily dodged it. Bullsh *T Evil God Society, even the evil god statue was destroyed by me. When I return, I will destroy your evil god palace. You three evil god lackeys, if you have the guts, come and chase me. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. In the next moment, he directly broke through the void. This position was not far from the evil god palace. Seeing Yi Xian enter the eye of the void, the three evil god society elders looked at each other and decided to charge in. This time, Yi Xian didn't immediately close the eye of the void. Instead, he let the three of them enter. What a good spatial jump technique. The leader will definitely be interested. Capture this brat with all your might, the black-haired elder exclaimed after charging into the eye of the void. Chapter 13:12. Not good. The black-haired old man and his companions paled. They finally realized that they had been lured away. Yi Xian had returned. Whoosh. The second void door closed and Yi Xian returned to the evil god palace. The slaughter had begun. Luo Luo, you three cripple some 9th stage fulfillment realm evil god apostles and gather them together. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Luo Luo and the others. Young master, what are you doing? Luo Luo asked curiously. I want to save some people and then use the secret technique. Yi Xian replied. Just now, those three elders at the second level of the fragmentation realm had been lured away by him. If they wanted to return to the evil god palace, they would need some time. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Xian had to deal with these people. If he started the slaughter now, the duration would be over by the time the three elders returned. That was why he couldn't start it now. Luo Luo and the others immediately understood when they heard the secret technique and began to act. Little young master, this prison should be enough. The old tree's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian turned around and saw that the old tree had built a prison out of vines. However, this wasn't the divine wood prison. Cripple their limbs and throw them in. If they can't be trapped, then use the divine wood prison, Yi Xian said to the old tree and immediately acted. There were many evil god apostles in the evil god palace, and there were more than 100 of them at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. If they were all gathered together, Yi Xian might be able to instantly double his strength when the three elders returned. A double increase would give Yi Xian the ability to kill a second-stage fragmentation realm cultivator. At this time, the only two evil god cult enforcers in the evil god palace rushed out. The three elders have been lured away. We must delay this brat before they return. One of the enforcers rushed out after speaking. Luo Luo, you three continue. I will deal with these two. Yi Xian hastily shouted. He did not intend to kill the two of them on the spot. Instead, he intended to keep them alive. In the blink of an eye, he was already fighting with the two Thulhuism Society guardians. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises rang out. In the distance, the three Thulhuism Society elders rushed back with gloomy expressions. Fortunately, the Void Eye was near the evil god palace, so they should be able to rush back. However, He did not know if he would be on time. Hurry up, the vice sect leader is currently cultivating. We must not let him disturb the vice sect leader. The black-haired elder roared furiously. At this time, in front of the evil god palace. Killing intent explosion, unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden flaming dragon directly engulfed a Thulhuism society protector and burned him to ashes. One of them had to die. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not be able to capture the other alive. So strong. The other person was shocked and hastily retreated. However, at this time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered, and a void door broke open in front of him. You've stepped into my trap, Yi Xian said in his heart and directly attacked the void door. Rip! Rip! With two crisp sounds, the Thulhuism Society Guardian, who was at the first stage of the fragmentation realm, had his legs cut off by Yi Xian's eye of destruction. Then, Yi Xian directly rushed into the void door and arrived behind the Thulhuism Society Guardian. He waved the scarlet flame sword in his hand twice and cut off the other party's hands as well. This time, he was crippled by Yi Xian. However, in order to prevent him from escaping, Yi Xian directly exchanged for a bone emperor that could seal true chi and manifestation strength, and stabbed the Thulhuism Society Guardian's shoulder. Ah! The Thulhuism Society Guardian cried out in pain and was then thrown into the prison in the old tree. Then, Yi Xian quickly rushed out and helped to kill the Guardians. There were only slightly more than 400 people left out of the original 763. In a while, they would probably be able to complete the second round of the random mission. However, the three Thulhuism Society Guardians were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Yi Xian. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian saw them and couldn't help but stiffen. Hurry up, there are only 2 seconds left. Yi Xian reminded in his mind. He estimated that he would have to use Killing Feast in 2 seconds because the 3 Guardians would come over. At that time, he would use it first, and then Luo and the other 3 would continue to kill the Thulhuism Society Apostles to increase the enhancement. 2 seconds was very fast, but in these 2 seconds, Yi Xian's group of 4 had captured more than 300 people. Now, there were only about 100 Thulhuism Society Apostles left. There were more than 500 Thulhuism God Apostles in the Fulfillment Realm 8th stage and 9th stage Fulfillment Realm Apostles in the prison. These people all had their arms and legs chopped off, and some were even knocked unconscious and thrown in. Although it was a little cruel, these people were Thulhuism Society Apostles, so it was a different story. At this time, Yi Xian's body trembled because he saw that the 3 Thulhuism Society elders had stepped into the range of his senses. Old Tree, move! Yi Xian hurriedly said to Old Tree and immediately started Killing Feast. Okay. Old Tree nodded. Then, countless sharp vines extended from the prison and pierced through the enemies. This move wasn't the Mad Python's sweep, and its power was probably not even 1/10 of the Mad Python's sweep. However, it was enough to deal with these Thulhuism Society Apostles who couldn't fight back. Moreover, Luo and Wei Zhentian were also helping. In less than a second, all the Thulhuism Society Apostles in the prison were killed. Most of them had their blood essence sucked dry by Old Tree. Old Tree sucked the blood essence on the spot and could temporarily increase his combat strength. With so much blood essence, his combat strength doubled. Unfortunately, he was stuck at the 9th stage of the Fulfillment Realm. Even if his combat strength doubled, he was still no match for a 2nd stage of the Fragmentation Realm. However, if he joined forces with Luo and Wei Zhentian, he could try to gang up on one of them. Young Master, we'll help you take on one of them, Luo said. No need for now. Help me after you've dealt with the rest of them, Yi Xian reminded. At this time, even the 1st stage of the Fragmentation Realm Thulhuism Society Enforcer was dead. If he added the others, he would have more than double his original strength. More than double his original strength meant that Yi Xian's current strength was more than 3 times his previous strength. 3 times his strength was enough to fight against these 3 Thulhuism Society Enforcers. It wouldn't be a problem to hold them off for a while. When the time came, Luo and the other 2 would deal with all the apostles. His strength would be even higher, and they would help him hold off one of them. He might be able to kill 2 of them at once. Fight! Chapter 13:13. How dare you try to lure us away? You're asking for it. The black-haired elder cursed. Both sides started to fight in an instant. Burst of killing intent. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Yi Xian mustered up all his strength and started to attack. However, no matter how strong his attacks were, they were no match for the joint attack of 3 second stage fragmentation realm experts. He was defeated in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, he still had a divine skill. Shadow Step. Yi Xian immediately stopped attacking and started to flee. Good boy, your speed is already faster than us. You're only in the 9th stage of the fulfillment realm, but you have such strength. Once we capture you, we'll interrogate you for your divine skills and then offer them to the demon god. The black-haired elder yelled and joined forces with the other two to fight him. As for the lives of the other demon god apostles, it was none of their business. As long as they had the faith crystal, they could just capture any scorpion man. It was much easier than capturing the other races. While the 3 second stage fragmentation realm demon god society elders were being held back by Yi Xian, Luo Luo and the other two quickly finished off the remaining people. Soon, the number of demon god apostles was reduced to less than 100. Ding. Host has completed the 2nd round of the chain random mission. A system notification sounded. Finally completed. Yi Xian, who was running, breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said in his mind, Luo Luo, help me stall one of them. Okay. After receiving Yi Xian's order, Luo Luo and the other two immediately turned around and rushed toward one of them. At the same time, the black-haired elder also noticed Luo Luo and the other two. He said to an elder, you go and finish off those 3. No problem. An elder left the group and charged toward Luo Luo. Now, it was 1 against 2, and 3 against 1. With one less person, the pressure on Yi Xian lessened a lot. His attacks were already able to fight to a draw with his opponent. How is this possible? His attacks are stronger than ours. The black-haired elder was shocked. They had to work together to block Yi Xian's attack. This proved that Yi Xian's attacks were stronger than their individual attacks. If that's the case, then I'll have to plan how to kill all of you. Yi Xian began to plan in his mind. The skill he would use to kill was naturally Eye of the Void. Therefore, he needed to find a place to position himself and then use Eye of the Void to launch a sneak attack. Although the 3 elders already knew about the Eyes of the Void, they never thought that Yi Xian would use it to ambush them. Boom! 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 Muffled sounds rang out as Yi Xian and Luo Luo fought fiercely. After some guidance, one of the elders stepped in front of Yi Xian's coordinates. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes immediately shot out 2 beams of light. All right, die. Yi Xian roared in his heart as his eyes flickered. Eyes of the Void. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon directly passed through the void door and rushed out from behind an elder. What? This happened so suddenly that the elder didn't even have time to react before he was engulfed by the unparalleled flame dragon slash. However, this elder was at the 2nd stage of the fragmentation realm. He wouldn't die just like that. However, Yi Xian's attack wasn't that simple. Eye of Destruction. A golden slash pierced through the air and directly penetrated the elder's back. Rip. This elder's heart was completely disintegrated. He was directly killed at the waist, and half of his scorpion tail was also cut off. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased by a large amount. At the same time, it was also increased by the Feast of Slaughter. 30%. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This 2nd stage of the fragmentation realm expert had increased Yi Xian's killing intent by 30%. 2 people against Yi Xian, and one of them was killed by Yi Xian. This was already beyond everyone's expectations. By the time the black-haired elder reacted, Yi Xian had already passed through the Eyes of the Void and arrived beside him. Oh no! The black-haired elder's expression changed drastically. He quickly turned around, only to see a golden flame dragon attack him and engulf him. Fortunately, he had already reacted and immediately used all the true qi in his body to defend himself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flame dragon dissipated. The black-haired elder's clothes were almost completely burned. A large part of his skin was burned, and many parts were bleeding. He looked like he had just come out of a pool of blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian attacked again. "Brat, I'm going to kill you," the black-haired elder shouted. In the next moment, large amounts of blood suddenly gushed out from the wounds all over his body and gathered in his hand. Fragmentation Mystique, Scorpion King Stab. A scarlet scorpion tail appeared and directly struck Yi Xian's chest. "Let's see who dies, you or me." Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he faced the scorpion tail. Rip, rip. Two crisp sounds spread out. Yi Xian's chest was penetrated by the scorpion tail made of blood, but the Eye of Destruction also killed the black-haired elder. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Another system notification sounded. Yi Xian sensed that the Feast of Slaughter's enhancement had increased by 20%. He estimated that if he killed the third elder, the increase in strength could even reach 3 times. At that time, he would be able to display 4 times his combat strength. However, before he went to help, he had to do one more thing. The interspatial rings. 2 interspatial rings fell into his hands one after the other. Then, he devoured the contents of the rings, and his cultivation level increased greatly. "Haha, come and fight me." Yi Xian laughed loudly and rushed toward the third elder. Oh no! The third elder's face sank when he saw the other 2 die. He hurriedly turned around and fled toward the evil god palace. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let him go and directly chased after him. "Vice sect leader, save me," the elder suddenly shouted. Yi Xian was shocked. In the next moment, he felt a powerful aura. 3rd level of the fragmentation realm? He gulped, but after carefully sensing it, he felt that it wasn't the case. The other party shouldn't be at the 3rd level of the fragmentation realm, but the peak of the 2nd level. The middle-aged man who flew out of the evil god palace had 7 yuan palaces in his body. Only 2 of them were shattered, so he was still at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm. However, the 3rd yuan palace was about to shatter successfully. In other words, the other party was at the peak of the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm and was about to break through to the 3rd level. I didn't feel this aura before. It seems that he was in seclusion to break through. Now that I made such a big commotion, he had to come out of seclusion. Yi Xian immediately understood. Chapter 13-14. This middle-aged man was a vice leader of the Thulhuism cult, and his wealth was probably not small. If he succeeded in killing him, Yi Xian might be able to reach the peak of 9th stage fulfillment realm. If everything went smoothly, he might be able to break through to the fragmentation realm. At that time, his team's battle power would increase by at least 10 times. Kill. Without another word, Yi Xian charged towards the third elder. Before he fought with the vice leader, he had to kill this third elder. Ding. The 3rd round of the chain random mission has been triggered. Kill the Thulhuism cult vice leader Enchanting. If the mission is completed, the scorching hell will merge with the Eye of Control. The 3rd round of the chain random mission had finally appeared. The scorching hell merging with the Eye of Control will definitely increase its power. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The scorching hell was a new skill after the Eye of Illusion merged with the burning eye. Now that it had merged with the Eye of Control, 3 soul attacks and 1 skill, it would be much more convenient in the future. No matter what, it was better to complete the mission first. Erupt with killing intent. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Another golden flame dragon swept out. Presumptuous. The vice leader of the Thulhuism cult, Enchanting, bellowed and attacked. However, he had underestimated Yi Xian. Bang! The golden flame dragon was struck by the scorpion shadow whip, but it was the scorpion shadow whip that dissipated, not the golden flame dragon. Huff, huff. The golden flame dragon blocked the last elder's path. That was close. This elder breathed out in relief, but the danger was not over yet. 9 reincarnation flashes. 3rd flash. Luo suddenly leaped out from the side, directly passing by this elder. Swish. A head flew into the air, blood spurting into the air. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian also heard a system notification. Now that the 3 Thulhuism cult elders were dead, the Feast of Slaughter's power had increased by 3 times. Hence, Yi Xian could exhibit 4 times the battle power. Young master, the universe ring. As Luoluo's voice rang out, Yi Xian caught the universe ring that she had thrown at him. Without hesitation, Yi Xian devoured the items in the ring of cosmos, increasing his cultivation base once again. Just a little more and I'll be at the peak of the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled. As long as he killed this vice leader, he would definitely be able to break through to the fragmentation realm. Moreover, he had devoured that cosmos ring, which was equivalent to increasing the number of things he had devoured by 4 times. Because of the effect of the Feast of Slaughter, although the benefits were only temporary, it was enough. Shitiancheng, die! Yi Xian shouted and charged towards the vice leader of the Thulhuism society. The Thulhuism cult's vice leader Shitiancheng was shocked hearing Yi Xian's words. How did this human know his name? This brat's battle prowess is astonishing. If we capture him and offer him to the evil god will definitely be able to control him, Shitiancheng thought to himself. Although Yi Xian was a human, as long as he passed through the evil god statue, he could instantly become the evil god's most loyal disciple. But in the next moment, Shitiancheng realized how naive he was. Even if you're at the 3rd level of the fragmentation realm, I'm not afraid. Die! Yi Xian roared. Shameless boasting. Shitiancheng harumphed and charged forward. Rumble. The 2 exchanged blows for the first time, causing a huge commotion. The 2 statues at the entrance of the Thulhuism god palace shattered. But right at this time, Yi Xian suddenly retreated a distance. Still want to run? Take this. Shitiancheng's eyes glimmered, and he shot forward like an arrow. Too naive. Do you think I'm running? Seeing this, the corners of Yi Xian's lips curled up. Eye of Void. Eye of Destruction. It was the same type of trap again, but this time, it was very useful. A void gate opened behind vice leader Shitiancheng, followed by a golden light slashing down from above. What? Shitiancheng's reaction was fast, and he dodged to the side, dodging the attack. As expected of the vice hierarch. However, even if you can hide for a while, can you hide forever? Yi Xian tightened his grip on the scarlet flame sword. When the other side dodged, he attacked again. Burst of killing intent. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Hoo. This golden flame dragon roared as it flew out. Want to hit me? Not so easy. Vice leader Shitiancheng harumphed coldly in his heart. He suddenly took out something from his spatial ring and blocked in front of him. It was a black scorpion statue. Seeing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. The thing in the vice leader's hand was a small statue of the Thulhuism god. Hoo. The golden flame dragon attacked, but the Thulhuism god statue suddenly emitted a black light, splitting the golden flame dragon into 2. It really has this effect. Yi Xian frowned. Although the other side had this life-saving divine artifact, Yi Xian did not believe that this thing could be used indefinitely. Let's see how many times you can block. Yi Xian attacked again. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Cold frost ghost hand. Eye of destruction. Splitting mountain foot. Yi Xian's attacks did not follow any pattern. Vice leader Shitiancheng was temporarily suppressed, and he kept using the Thulhuism god statue to block. His expression was ugly. Catcher. After Shitiancheng used the Thulhuism god statue to block 7 attacks, cracks finally appeared on the statue. Haha, let's see how many times you can use it. The sharp-eyed Yi Xian saw this change and immediately laughed out loud. Not good, run. Shitiancheng's face was ashen, and he retreated into the evil god palace. He could not block Yi Xian's attacks. If the Thulhuism god statue in his hand cracked, it would be his death. Fortunately, there was still a Thulhuism god statue in the evil god palace. He could use that statue to kill Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's eye of perception covered a large area. The moment he stepped into the evil god palace, he saw the several meters tall Thulhuism god statue. What the F***ck, there's a Thulhuism god statue inside. Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly ordered Luoluo, Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, Destroy that Thulhuism god statue inside. No problem. Old Tree, Luo Luo, and Wei Zhentian were sent into the planting space and summoned out again. Not good. Shi Tiancheng's eyes widened. Although he did not turn around, his spiritual sense had already found Luo Luo and the others. If that Thulhuism god statue was destroyed, he was dead for sure. Shi Jiuyin, why aren't you back yet? Shi Tiancheng cursed in his heart. Shi Jiuyin was his son, and also the evil god cult's leader. However, Shi Jiuyin had gone to the altar on the right and had not returned. While Shi Tiancheng was lost in thought, Yi Xian seized the opportunity to attack. In less than 2 seconds, Luo Luo sent a message. Young master, it's done. Luo Luo shouted. Her voice entered Yi Xian and Shi Tiancheng's ears, causing the latter's body to tremble. Chapter 13:15. 9 Yin, if you don't come back soon, father is going to die, Shi Tiancheng prayed in his heart. He estimated that the fiend god statue in his hand could only withstand 3 more attacks. After 3 attacks, he would be heavily injured and killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian seemed to have noticed something and increased the speed of his attacks. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Eye of Destruction. The fiend god statue blocked 2 more attacks for Shi Tiancheng. At this time, the fiend god statue was covered in cracks. 1 more attack and it would be useless. At this time, a whistling sound broke through the air. Xiu. Wei Zhentian, who had completed his mission, suddenly pierced the fiend god statue in Shi Tiancheng's hand. Catcher. The fiend god statue was pierced through, losing its effect. Not good. Shi Tiancheng was dumbstruck as he watched Yi Xian's long sword slash down. Erupt with killing intent. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Eye of Destruction. This time, Shi Tiancheng was powerless to resist and was directly sliced to death by the Eye of Destruction. 9 Yin, will, avenge, me, Shi Tiancheng left behind a single sentence before collapsing to the ground. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. The system notified. At the same time, the Feast of Slaughter's killing intent increased again, but it was no longer useful to Yi Xian. Who is 9 Yin? Yi Xian frowned, but he didn't think too much about it and forgot about it in the blink of an eye. Ding. Chain of Random Mission 3rd round completed. Ding. Scorching Hell and Eye of Control merge. Ding. Host learned Eye of Heart. The 3 consecutive system notifications made the corners of Yi Xian's lips curl up slightly. New skill, Eye of Heart. This Eye of Heart was a soul attack. It combined the Eye of Illusion, Eye of Burning, and Eye of Control into one, greatly increasing its effect. But he didn't know how effective it was. In that instant, Yi Xian turned his head, looking at the several fiend god apostles who thought they had hidden well. Eye of Heart. Ding. Control failed. The system notified. Forget it. This evil god is the ancestor of the Scorpion Men. He might have reached the imperishable realm. It's not that simple. Yi Xian shook his head. The evil god apostle that was targeted by Yi Xian shuddered and immediately turned tail to run. Yi Xian was too lazy to chase after him. He directly devoured the items in the Thulhuism Society's vice leader's Chen Kuan ring. Ding. The host has reached the peak of the fulfillment realm. If you wish to break through, you will need 2,000 shattering pills. Yi Xian still had 2,000 shattering pills because he had already expected this. He immediately chose to break through. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now at the 1st stage of the fragmentation realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is currently at the 1st stage of the fragmentation stage. Ding. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier has broken through. It is currently at the 1st stage of the fragmentation realm. Ding. Luo Luo has broken through. She is currently at the 1st stage of the fragmentation stage. 4 consecutive system notifications rang. Yi Xian's current mood could no longer be described with words. After the system notification rang, Yi Xian felt one of his natal palaces suddenly shatter. Then, his natal true qi overflowed and merged with his muscles, bones, skin, and flesh. His physique skyrocketed by at least 3 times. So satisfying. Breaking through a major realm and increasing my strength is so satisfying. Yi Xian couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. The fragmentation realm. He finally reached the fragmentation realm. Then, the next major realm would be the Nirvana realm. Ha ha ha, this old man feels like he's dreaming. I've only been away for a short while and I've already broken through to the fragmentation realm. If we were in the primitive world of the wood spirit, I probably wouldn't be able to do it even if I had another 3,000 years. The old tree transformed into a bald old man and said excitedly, "Old tree, don't worry. After I break through, the life energy in my blood will skyrocket. You will probably break through again in a day or two," Yi Shen said with a smile. "That's for the best," the old tree said with a grin. In addition, the biggest gain from this extermination of the Thulhuism society was Luo Luo. At this time, the number of faith crystals in Luo Luo's interspatial ring was as high as 1 million. These were enough to support her breakthrough to the third or even fourth stage of the fragmentation realm, so Yi Shen didn't have to worry about her. "Young master, this seems to be a vice leader. Should we wait for their leader here?" Luo Luo suddenly asked. The leader of the Thulhuism society should have obtained the inheritance of the Thulhuism god by chance. That's why he has these faith crystals. He probably has a lot of good stuff on him. However, we don't know his whereabouts now, so old tree, you stay here and guard. I'll go to the altar on the right. If anything happens, I'll break through the void and come back immediately," Yi Shen said to old tree. "No problem. I'll inform you as soon as there's a situation." Old tree nodded. He and Yi Shen could communicate through space. It wouldn't be a problem even if they were separated by a continent. "All right. In that case, I'll go." Yi Shen nodded and then left the Thulhuism palace. The Thulhuism society had 2 altars. The first one was on the left, and the one Yi Shen was going to was on the right. After breaking through to the fragmentation realm, his strength had increased by at least 5 times. His shadow steps also became faster and faster. He estimated that he could reach the altar on the right in an hour. Luo Luo stayed in the planting space and refined the faith crystals. Yi Shen estimated that she could break through again in 1 or 2 days. Soon, Yi Shen arrived at the second Thulhuism god altar. At this time, this Thulhuism god altar was already built. A large number of Thulhuism god apostles were kneeling around the altar. They were all wearing a strange energy cloak. On the altar, there was a lot of blood surging up and gathering toward the Thulhuism god statue. There are so many 9th stage Thulhuism god apostles. It seems that they all broke through by worshipping the Thulhuism god. Yi Shen's eyes sharpened. These Thulhuism god apostles were all scorpion men. They were the descendants of the Thulhuism god to begin with. It was very easy for them to become loyal followers. The more loyal one's faith was, the greater the increase in their cultivation. That was why many of them broke through to the 9th stage of the fulfillment realm. There were at least 100 of them. Yi Shen scanned them with the eye of revelation and found that there were several first-stage fragmentation realm enforcers and 1 Thulhuism god elder among the hundreds of people. However, he did not see anyone who seemed to be the cult leader. "He's not here." Yi Shen frowned and looked carefully. There was indeed only a second-stage fragmentation realm elder. It seemed that the cult leader of the Thulhuism society was not here. "Old tree, is there any movement from the Thulhuism god palace?" Yi Shen asked in his mind. "No, nothing has happened in the past hour or so," Old tree replied. The cult leader of the Thulhuism society was not at the right altar, nor was he at the Thulhuism god palace. Could it be that he went to the left altar? Yi Shen thought for a moment and then rushed out. Chapter 13:16. As Yi Shen had already activated the killing feast once before, he could not activate it this time. However, it did not matter as he had already broken through to the first stage of the fragmentation realm. His current strength was not something the Thulhuism society in the Desert of Despair could deal with. Luo Luo, Wei Zhentian, deal with those Thulhuism apostles. Don't let any of them escape, Yi Shen said to Luo Luo and Wei Zhentian. Okay. Luo Luo replied softly and turned into a flash of light. With her cultivation level, she could use Fox Demon Flash limitlessly. Wherever she passed, heads would fly and blood would splatter into the sky. As for Wei Zhentian, He also turned into a green heavenly dragon. He could crush a person's head with one claw and kill 4 or 5 people with one whip. As for Yi Xian, he rushed directly to the Thulhuism altar. Killing intent explosion, peerless flame dragon slash. Yi Xian raised his hand and swung his sword. The golden flame dragon whizzed out and headed straight for the Thulhuism statue. Stop him! The Thulhuism Society elder guarding the Thulhuism altar shouted angrily. The other 3 Thulhuism Society guardians heard him and rushed over. However, their attacks were unable to defeat the golden flame dragon. We can't let you touch the Thulhuism statue. The Thulhuism Society elder blocked in front of the Thulhuism god statue and threw a punch. Rumble. The fist shadow and the golden flame dragon collided and dissipated almost at the same time. 1 was at the second stage of the fragmentation realm and 3 were at the first stage of the fragmentation realm. The 4 of them only managed to disperse one of Yi Xian's attacks. It was enough to show how powerful Yi Xian's attacks were. I was afraid of my doppelganger dying before. Now that I've broken through to the fragmentation realm, why should I be afraid of you? Yi Xian sneered and split himself. Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Array. Dual Dragon Roar. This attack was twice as powerful as the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Even the Thulhuism Society elder at the second stage of the fragmentation realm could not block it, let alone a first stage guardian. However, the Thulhuism god statue was already built. The Thulhuism Society elder directly used the Thulhuism god's will on the statue. Huff huff. This Thulhuism Society elder stood in front of the Chulhu statue. The energy he used had split the twin dragon roar into 2, but the Chulhu statue was not damaged at all. So what if you're using the will of the evil god? Let's see how you block this move. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and 2 twin dragon sword bells suddenly appeared. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom. Just now, the power of the dual dragon roar was very fierce, but it was a straight line attack. Now, this dual dragon roar of ice and fire was a powerful group attack skill. Yi Xian didn't believe that the other party could block an all-round sound wave attack. As the dragon's roar reverberated, the 3 Thulhuism cult protectors, who were at the first stage of the fragmentation realm, were sent flying backwards, coughing up blood. Fortunately, that Thulhuism cult elder was able to use the will of the Thulhuism cult to block the attack. However, he had used the will of the heretic god statue, which meant that the statue's will had been weakened. Catcher. When the dragon roar hit the evil god statue, a crisp sound was heard. This was the sound of the evil god statue shattering. Oh no! The Thulhuism cult elder's expression changed drastically. Although Yi Xian was only at the first stage of the fragmentation realm, he could accurately sense that Yi Xian's strength wasn't something that he could deal with. While he was still in shock, another 3 crisp sounds were heard from the side. He glanced around and saw that the 3 Thulhuism cult protectors had been beheaded by Yi Xian. Ding! Host's killing intent has increase. Ding! Host's killing intent has increase. Ding! Host's killing intent has increase. After 3 consecutive system notifications, Yi Xian's killing intent had increased by a notch. The Thulhuism cult elder's expression was gloomy. He knew that he only had one last option left. If he didn't kill Yi Xian, all of them would die. Evil God, grant me power. At this moment, the Thulhuism cult elder suddenly roared. In the next moment, he channeled all the will of the evil god from the evil god statue onto himself. Die. The Thulhuism cult elder's expression was ferocious as he threw a punch at Yi Xian with all his might. This attack was as fast as lightning and extremely powerful. Even if it hit a third stage of the fragmentation realm, it would probably be able to kill him. Yi Xian was only a first stage of the fragmentation realm. He definitely wouldn't be able to block this attack. However, only a fool would receive this attack. Going all out, huh? Yi Xian sneered. He turned into a black ray of light and dodged this attack. Whoosh, whoosh. The shadow of the fist whizzed past. It didn't hit Yi Xian, but it killed more than 10 Thulhuism cult apostles. Seeing this, the Thulhuism cult elder knew that he was dead meat. Now that he had used up all the will of the evil god, how could he block Yi Xian? Tell me the location of the Thulhuism cult leader, and I'll spare your life, Yi Xian said as he dashed in front of the Thulhuism cult elder. Cult leader? The Thulhuism cult elder was stunned. Yi Xian actually dared to find trouble with the Thulhuism cult leader. He was really courting death. However, he didn't know. Bastard, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The Thulhuism cult elder pounced toward Yi Xian with a ferocious expression. Shameless boasting. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and flung the sword in his hand. Swish. The Thulhuism cult elder's head and half of his scorpion tail flew into the air. Immediately, Yi Xian heard a series of system notifications. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Now that the expert guarding the Thulhuism cult altar had been killed by Yi Xian, the altar was considered to be useless. Luo, Wei Zhentian, leave some people behind, Yi Xian said in his mind. He still wanted to find the Thulhuism cult leader. Perhaps someone would know where the Thulhuism cult leader was. Understood. Luo nodded. After a while, there were only 30 Thulhuism cult apostles left. They were all caught together. If they made any move, they would be killed instantly. Let me ask you, where is your cult leader? Yi Xian asked directly after he finished collecting the spoils. Cult leader. Cult leader came half a day ago. After absorbing some of the Thulhuism cult leader's will, he left. One of the Thulhuism cult apostles said. Sure enough, there are still some who are afraid of death. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Previously, Luo said that the Thulhuism cult leader's will was a strand of remnant consciousness of the Thulhuism cult leader. However, it seemed that the Thulhuism cult leader's will on the Thulhuism cult leader's statue was just a trace of suppression. There was no remnant consciousness at all. After all, the Thulhuism cult leader's realm was the same as theirs. How could a remnant consciousness manage this place? There were probably countless Thulhuism cult leaders in the glazed light sacred ground. Even if the cult leader of the Thulhuism cult leader was a Nirvana realm martial artist, he was probably just an ant in the eyes of the Thulhuism cult leader. Why did your cult leader absorb the Thulhuism cult leader's will? Yi Xian asked again. Cult leader seems to have obtained the Thulhuism cult leader's inheritance. He absorbed the Thulhuism cult leader's will to cultivate. Someone answered. Then did your Thulhuism cult leader show himself? Chapter 13:17. Then, has your evil god ever appeared? Once those words were spoken, everyone shook their heads. Since the evil god had never appeared, they didn't know if the evil god had truly obtained the inheritance. Perhaps, he had only obtained a method to spread the evil god religion, such as how to forge the evil god altar and evil god statue. Alright, this is the last question. Whoever can answer it will live. Yi Xian swept his gaze over the 30 people and said, I only need the whereabouts of your evil god religion leader. Who knows? Even the elders might not know the whereabouts of the evil god religion leader. They were merely evil god apostles, how could they know? Fine, I'll send you on your way. Yi Xian didn't intend to ask any more questions. He directly used his 10,000 mammoth force to break the necks of these evil god apostles. Catcher, catcher, catcher. With crisp sounds, these people's corpses fell to the ground, lifeless. Young master, the evil god religion leader might be hiding to cultivate, or he might be on his way back to the evil god palace. What should we do? Luo asked. I'll return to the altar on the left to take a look. Yi Xian directly tore through the void and returned to the evil god altar that was destroyed by the golden armored man. However, it was still in a dilapidated state, without a trace of life. Oh right, the chain of random missions didn't ask me to kill the evil god religion leader. Seems like they calculated that I won't be able to encounter him. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of this problem. In the chain of random missions, the first part was to destroy the evil god statue outside the evil god palace. The second part was to kill less than 100 evil god apostles, and the third part was to kill the evil god religion vice leader. Forget it. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and directly dismantled the evil god altar on the right. After all, this was a large amount of ores. Under the evil god altar, there were thousands of dried corpses. Their blood had been drawn onto the evil god altar to activate the evil god statue. After destroying the evil god altar, Yi Xian returned to the evil god palace. I'll wait here for a day and see if the Thulhuism society leader returns. Yi Xian thought in his heart that he would stay in the evil god palace. He reckoned that the Thulhuism society leader might have gone to another place and might return soon. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. One day later. Forget it, this Thulhuism society's leader is not coming back. I better leave the Desert of Despair and investigate the Xianming duo demons. In the evil god palace, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up. At this moment, roughly 2 days had passed since the golden-armored man took the Xianming duo demons away. The golden-armored man was from the Fox Charm clan, so it might be easier to investigate him. Luo Luo, old tree, Wei Zhentian, let's go. After Yi Xian said this in his mind, he left the evil god palace and headed north. There were many tribes in the Desert of Despair, but the strongest of them was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm at best. Yi Xian did not dare to be interested in them. With the shadow steps, Yi Xian estimated that he would be able to leave the Desert of Despair in a day's time. Another day passed, and Yi Xian finally left the Desert of Despair. Near the Desert of Despair's exit was a yellow sand city, hence Yi Xian wanted to go there to gather information. At the same time, when he was leaving the Desert of Despair, the evil god palace, which had been abandoned, welcomed its new master. This new owner was a long-haired young man called Shijuin, the evil god cult's leader. The evil god cult's vice leader Shi Tiancheng was from the Scorpion tribe, and Shijuin was Shi Tiancheng's son, so naturally, he was also from the Scorpion tribe. However, Shijuin did not have the black scorpion tail unique to the Scorpion tribe on his back because he had cut it off himself. At this time, he was no different from a human. What happened? Shijuin was shocked when he returned. Looking at the dilapidated evil god palace, he rushed inside. There was no one inside the evil god palace, but there were many bloodstains. At the same time, he found a bloodstain that was similar to his bloodline. Not good. Shijuin's face tightened subconsciously. At this time, a person rushed into the evil god palace. It was an apostle wearing the evil god cult's robes. Leader, you're finally back. When the evil god apostle saw Shijuin, he ran over in a hurry. What happened? Shijuin's eyes widened as he asked. No, I don't know. Previously, there was a human who brought a fox, a tree, and a sword over. Not only did they kill a few protectors and elders, but even the vice-sect master died at their hands. The evil god apostle shook his head vehemently. Human, fox race member, tree, sword? Shijuin was stupefied. In the next moment, his right hand pierced into the evil god apostle's head. Soul-searching art. A light flickered in Shijuin's eyes. Using a secret technique, he began to search the evil god apostle's memories. The evil god apostle's body stiffened. He was one of the survivors of the great battle that day. Therefore, after Shijuin searched his memories for the past 3 days, he understood what had happened. Who is it? When Shijuin found out that his father had died in Yi Xian's hands, he was so enraged that a surge of true qi rushed out from his body. Peng! The evil god apostle's head suddenly exploded, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Shijuin had obtained the evil god apostle's inheritance, but before he could spread the news of the evil god cult, he had met with a calamity. Moreover, he didn't know who killed his father, only his face. Oh right, fox race member. Outside the Desert of Despair, there is a Who My family. Shijuin suddenly thought of this matter. Through this evil god apostle's memories, he saw Luo Luo. Therefore, he had a feeling that Luo Luo was a member of that Who My family. Since that was the case, he decided to make a trip to that Who My family. On the other side, Yi Xian had already left the Desert of Despair, and arrived at Wind Sand City shortly after. This time, he was here to gather information. However, before he could enter the city, a person walked up to him. Mister, you look unfamiliar to me. This should be your first time in Wind Sand City, right? I have lived here for many years. If you need anything, I can show you the way. The person walking up to him was a human, but Yi Xian saw through his disguise. Demonic Snake Tribe. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, asking directly, "Do you know if there are any fox race members in Windsand City?" Fox race members? The demonic snake tribe's cultivator raised his eyebrows, saying, "There are fox race members in Windsand City, but there aren't many of them. If Mr. is looking for them, you can head to the west, there is a Hu Mai family there." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but shoot out 2 rays of light. Chapter 13:18. Have you seen these 3 people before? As Yi Xian spoke, he took out 3 portraits from his interspatial ring. 2 of the portraits were of the Xianming duo while the third one was drawn by Yi Xian based on his memory. It was the golden-armored man who took the Xianming duo away. I don't know these 2, but this man looks familiar. Let me think. The Phantom Snake Clan martial practitioner frowned and thought for a while. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "I remember now. This man looks like young Master Hu." "Who is young Master Hu?" Yi Xian could not help but ask. Young Master Hu is the son-in-law of Windsand City's city lord. He's from the Phantom Fox clan that I mentioned earlier. However, he married the city lord's daughter last year, the Phantom Snake Clan martial practitioner replied. The golden-armored man who took the Xianming duo away looks very similar to young Master Hu. Moreover, young Master Hu is from the Fox clan. Perhaps they are related by blood. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he continued to ask, "Then where can I find young Master Hu?" "Oh, this young Master Hu is promiscuous by nature. After he was engaged to the city lord's daughter, he continued to fool around outside. I think he should be enjoying himself in the great desert amorous feelings right now." The demonic snake clan martial artist pointed at Sandstorm City and said, "Oh, the location of the great desert. As long as you follow this city gate road, you will arrive at the center of the city. There are all kinds of girls there, the scorpion race, the tiger race, the giant elephant race, the human race, the fox race, and the demonic snake clan. There are a total of 13 races of girls there." "All right, I understand." Yi Xian nodded and then took out 10 fragmentation pills from his devouring space and threw them to the martial practitioner. Fragmentation pills? Seeing this, the 9th level fulfillment realm martial practitioner from the Phantom Snake clan was shocked. He was here specifically to guide people. These 10 fragmentation pills were equivalent to at least a year's worth of income. The surrounding people all looked at him enviously. At this time, Yi Xian had already entered Windsand City. After entering the city, he followed the martial practitioner's guidance and arrived at the great desert amorous feelings. Even if no one said it, Yi Xian would understand it at a glance. Which decent industry would have a few beautiful girls wearing sexy clothes standing at the entrance? "Young Master, you're so handsome. Do you want to come in and play? Young Master, you've broken through to the void-breaking realm at such a young age, so your physique must be very strong. Do you want to fight for 300 rounds? Young Master, come in and play. We won't charge you." When the ladies saw Yi Xian stop outside the grand desert amorous ground, they immediately came forward to greet him. Forget about the Catwoman, Fox race women, and human race women, there was still the ferocious Tiger race, Raging Bull race, and others. What the F***ck was this? Yi Xian, who was not in the mood for romance in the desert, was dragged in by a cat girl and a fox girl. However, before he arrived, he used his eye of perception to scan the area and discovered that there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this desert. Not to mention the hundreds of private rooms, there were more than 20 fragmentation realm martial artists wandering outside alone, and 3 of them were at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm. In addition to doing that kind of thing in the desert, there was also a place to enjoy singing and dancing. Therefore, there were many people drinking and chatting outside. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. It seemed that it was time for him to strike it rich. "Take me to the 3rd floor," Yi Xian said to a charming fox girl beside him. "The 3rd floor?" The fox girl at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm was shocked. She shook her head and said, "Young Master Hu has booked the entire 3rd floor. Do you know young Master Hu?" "Young Master Hu?" Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that he had found the right place. Almost all of these fragmentation realm martial artists were gathered on the 3rd floor. It seemed that he had found the right place. Yes, I am young master whose friend. Yi Xian nodded. At the same time, his eyes flashed. Ding. Control successful. This fox girl was immediately controlled by Yi Xian's Eye of Mind. The effect of the new skill, Eye of Mind, was much stronger than the Eye of Control. Moreover, it consumed less eye power. It was truly a divine skill. Yes, I will take you up now. The fox girl nodded. Then, she directly led Yi Xian upstairs. Seeing this, the surrounding women from various races all revealed looks of envy. Young master who was the future city lord of Wind Sand City. Those who could establish a relationship with young master who were not ordinary people. The third floor of the Immerse scene in the desert was actually protected by a formation. However, Yi Xian not only had the eye of perception, but also his spiritual sense and killer instinct. On the third floor of the Immerse scene in the desert, a group of singers and dancers were playing and dancing. At the same time, on the side of the street, a few young men were drinking and having fun. Each of them was accompanied by 2 naked women. Soon, the fox girl led Yi Xian to the third floor. What are you doing here? A questioning voice sounded. Yi Xian looked over and saw a young woman guarding the entrance of the formation. Manager, he is young master whose friend. The fox girl replied. Why go through so much trouble? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Then, the young woman was controlled by Yi Xian. How could a mere first tier of the fragmentation realm block his eye of perception? Greetings, master, the young woman said. She took off the interspatial ring in her hand and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring and looked inside. There were many things inside. There were more than 2,000 fragmentation pills. Enough talk. Take me in. Yi Xian continued. Yes. The manager of the Immerse scene in the desert nodded. Then, he used a special method to open the formation. Immediately, singing voices sounded. At the same time, they attracted the attention of the young men. Manager, who is this person? A young man at the end of the line asked in surprise. When they entered, Yi Xian had continuously used his eye of perception to control the people on the third floor, except for the 3 second-tier fragmentation realm cultivators. Then, Yi Xian focused his gaze. His attention fell on the young man from the fox tribe who was surrounded by 2 naked women. As expected, he looks a little like him. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that that person was young master Hu. Who are you? Young master Hu glanced at the people around him and asked. Yi Xian was about the same age as them, but he had already reached the fragmentation realm. It seemed that he was some young master of Sandstorm City. However, he found it strange that he had never seen him before. Yi Xian did not answer this question. His eyes flickered again. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 2 consecutive system notifications sounded. The 2 guards beside young master who had also become Yi Xian's servants. These 2 guards were from the Sandstorm City's City Lord Mansion. They were sent by the City Lord to protect young master Hu. Both of them were at the 2nd tier of the fragmentation realm. Chapter 13:19. Yi Xian thought to himself as he used his Eye of the Soul on young master Hu. However, the notification that he had imagined sounded, but the notification was wrong. Ding. Control failed. Yi Xian instantly controlled the other 2 guards, but Yi Xian actually failed to control young master Hu. Young master Hu frowned as he was attacked by the soul attack. He looked at Yi Xian. His first reaction was that it was Yi Xian's doing. At this moment, Yi Xian also realized why young master Hu was able to block his soul attack. There was actually more than half a charm fusion crystal in young master Hu's body. The charm fusion crystal could greatly increase the strength of one's soul and the charm ability of the fox charm people. After leaving the Bloodrock continent, this was the first time Yi Xian saw someone condense a charm fusion crystal. Although it wasn't completely condensed, it was already very good. As for the golden-armored man who left that day, Yi Xian couldn't see if the golden-armored man also had a charm fusion crystal because he was too far away and his realm was too low. Luo Luo, the charm fusion crystal in this brat's body is almost fully condensed. Is it useful to you? Yi Xian hurriedly asked in his mind. Charm fusion crystal? In the planting space, Luo's eyes lit up when she heard this. She said, yes, as long as you give it to me, my charm fusion crystal will become stronger. All right, then I'll get it for you. Yi Xian's eyes widened. At this moment, young master who knew that he was attacked by Yi Xian's soul attack. He couldn't help but shout angrily, how dare you use a soul attack on me? Catch him. Unfortunately, when he finished speaking, the two people behind him didn't move. The moment young master who turned his head, the two people suddenly attacked. Ka. A large hand directly locked onto young master whose throat, while the other person stabbed a sword into young master whose chest. What? Young master whose eyes widened. He didn't understand why the two guards sent by his father-in-law would attack him. Suddenly, he felt something and hurriedly shouted, what are you doing? He felt that this hand had already grabbed the charm fusion crystal in his body. This charm fusion crystal had not been completely formed yet. If he forcibly removed it, his cultivation realm would fall. It might even fall from the fragmentation realm to the fulfillment realm. No way, young master who was shocked and hurriedly made a move. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and grabbed the guard's hand. Pu. Blood splattered everywhere. As soon as the charm fusion crystal was extracted from young master whose body, young master whose true energy leaked out. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation level dropped to the first stage of the fragmentation realm. With the charm fusion crystal, I can't control you. Now that you don't have the charm fusion crystal, let's see what you can do. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he used his eye of the heart. Ding. Control successful. This time, young master who was successfully charmed by Yi Xian. Greetings, master. Young master who had his charm fusion crystal taken out, said weakly. Not bad. I haven't fallen to the fulfillment realm yet. Yi Xian glanced at him and said slowly. At this moment, young master who had fallen to the first stage of the fragmentation realm. His combat power was less than 10%. Then, Luo suddenly appeared and took the charm fusion crystal from Yi Xian's hand. Hehe, thank you, young master. Luo chuckled. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Then, he took out the portrait from before and asked, do you know this person? The portrait in his hand was of the golden-armored man who took away the dark underworld duo-demons. When young master who saw it, he nodded. I know him. He's my father, Hu Tai. As expected. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had guessed so before because young master who looked too similar to the golden-armored man. What's his current cultivation level? Where is he? Yi Xian continued to ask. The last time I saw my father was half a year ago. At that time, he was at the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm. I heard that he took on a mission last month. I don't know if he has returned to the Fox My clan yet, young master who said honestly. 4th stage of the fragmentation realm, Yi Xian gulped. With his current cultivation level, he couldn't deal with an expert at the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm. Moreover, Hu Tai might have handed the dark underworld duo-demons to a stronger escort and received a reward. The worst-case scenario was that he had broken through to the 5th stage of the fragmentation realm. All right. Then, is there anyone in your Fox My clan who has condensed the charm fusion crystal? Yi Xian continued to ask. Yes, there are still some. Young master who nodded and said, however, master, the person who refines the charm fusion crystal must be a member of the Fox clan. Moreover, there's a possibility that they will explode and die. It's fine. It's a piece of cake for me to refine these. Luo knew that young master who was talking about her, so she quickly replied. When Yi Xian heard this, he was relieved. After all, Luo wouldn't joke around with her life. Moreover, she had already refined one crystal. This wasn't a big deal. Most importantly, Luo was a heaven-loathing fox. Her bloodline was so heaven-defying. Could it be that she couldn't even refine one charm fusion crystal? Tell me more about your clan, Yi Xian said. Then, young master who told them about his clan without hiding anything. For example, he told them how many experts and geniuses there were in his clan. However, when he talked about a person, Yi Xian and Luo were shocked. Not only did Hu Xinlan condense the charm fusion crystal, but she also cultivated the Eye of Charm. Yi Xian and Luo Luo exchanged glances. What's the Eye of Charm? Luo Luo asked curiously. Replying to Little Master, when someone condenses a complete charm fusion crystal, they can have 3 tails. If he cultivated 2 eyes of enchantment, he would have 6 tails. In the Fox My Clan, the number of tails is used to determine one's aptitude and status, young Master Hu replied. 3 tails, 6 tails. Yi Xian frowned. He remembered that Luo Luo only grew 3 tails after refining the first charm fusion crystal. At that time, the beast god bloodline had mutated once. Then, Luo Luo cultivated the Heart Sutra of Charm and grew 6 tails. The beast god bloodline had mutated again because of that. Could it be that the Eye of Charm was the key to growing 9 tails? Since there are 3 tails, 6 tails, is there a 9 tails? Yi Xian asked again. Although young Master Hu was already his subordinate, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't lose control. Just in case, he didn't want to reveal the Heart Sutra of Charm. Yes, with the Charm Fusion Crystal, you can grow 3 tails. With the Eye of Charm, you can grow 6 tails. As for how to grow 9 tails, you have to cultivate a technique called the Heart Sutra of Charm. Young Master Hu nodded. As expected, it was the Heart Sutra of Charm. Doesn't your clan have it? Yi Xian asked. Chapter 1320. Yi Xian exchanged glances with Luo Luo and asked, has Hu Xinlan grown 6 tails yet? Not yet. She can only grow 6 tails if she cultivates the second eye of enchantment. Young Master Hu shook his head. Young Master, the Heart Sutra of Enchantment I obtained before was only incomplete. I only managed to cultivate it after I filled in the gaps in my inherited memories, Luo Luo said telepathically. Now that Yi Xian knew that the golden-armored man was young Master Hu's father and that the Hu Mai clan had the method to cultivate the Eye of Enchantment, it seemed that he had to make a trip to the Hu Mai clan. If everything went well, Luo Luo might be able to transform into a 9-tailed beast again. At that time, Yi Xian's beast god bloodline would also evolve again. Can you touch the cultivation method to cultivate the Eye of Enchantment? Yi Xian asked again. Yes, but I can't bring the cultivation method out. I have to go in by myself. If Master wants to let Little Master in, I should be able to do it, young Master Hu replied. All right. Yi Xian nodded. However, before leaving, Yi Xian naturally had to empty the interspatial rings of the people around him. Moreover, young Master Hu was the son-in-law of Winds and City's city governor, who was at the 3rd level of the fragmentation realm. If he could control him, Yi Xian would definitely be able to break through to the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm. Therefore, he wanted to go to the city governor's mansion first. However, at the moment when he brought young Master Hu away from the great desert scene, a group of people stopped them. It's the city governor's guards. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. The leader of this group of guards was at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm. The other 4 were also at the 1st level of the fragmentation realm. You're looking for me? Young Master Hu asked in surprise. Young city governor, please come back with us. The city governor has an urgent matter, the leader of the guards said. What's the matter? Young Master Hu asked again. You'll know when we get back, the leader of the guards replied. At this moment, young Master Hu felt that something was amiss. This group of guards had treated him well before, but now, all right, let's go. Young Master Hu didn't think too much about it. Wait a minute, the city lord didn't invite random people to wait, the captain of the guards suddenly said. After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yi Xian. Miscellaneous people. Hearing this, Yi Xian was somewhat displeased. His eyes flickered a few times as he took control of this group of guards. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 5 system notifications rang out consecutively. Although the guard captain was at the 2nd stage of the fragmentation realm, he was still easily subdued by Yi Xian. Why is your city lord looking for him? Yi Xian asked bluntly. The city lord thinks that the young city lord is too extravagant and unfit for important responsibilities, so he wants the young miss to break off the engagement. The captain of the guards answered directly. Annul the engagement. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at young Master Hu. So be it. This marriage was originally agreed to by my father. Do you think I, Hu Lai, care? Young Master Hu snorted coldly. Yi Xian did not care. Anyway, his purpose was to go to the city lord's mansion to borrow a sum of money to break through to the second stage of the fragmentation realm. However, this young master whose name was a little funny. He was actually called Hu Lai. Since the guard captain was under control, Yi Xian could naturally follow him. Then, the few of them headed for the city lord's mansion. However, just as they were rushing to Windsor City, they suddenly attracted the attention of a few people. These people were all at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. They concealed their auras and hid in the crowd. There are 4 at the second stage of the fragmentation realm, and even 1 at the third stage of the fragmentation realm? Yi Xian's footsteps paused. There was only 1 expert at the third stage of the fragmentation realm in Windsor City, and that was the city lord of Windsor City. Then, was this expert just passing by, or did he have other motives? Soon, Yi Xian found out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of wind could be heard. What? The guard captain and young master whose 2 bodyguards trembled and directly raised their hands to fight back. Bam! 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 Their sneak attack was defeated. Who are you sneaking up on? The guard captain shouted at the sky. However, before he could finish his words, the group of experts hidden in the surroundings suddenly charged out. 4 at the second stage of the fragmentation realm, and 1 at the third stage of the fragmentation realm. As expected, we are the target. Yi Xian immediately reacted. No, to be precise, the target was not them, but young Master Hu. Someone wanted to kill Hu Lai. It should be the underworld's assassins. Temph, I'll make sure you don't return. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice and directly used his mind's eye. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 4 consecutive system notifications sounded. The 4 assassins at the second stage of the fragmentation realm were all under Yi Xian's control. Then, Yi Xian focused his gaze on the assassin at the third stage of the fragmentation realm. Judging from his body shape, he should be a human. This Hu Lai is still useful to me. I can't let you kill her. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he used his mind's eye again. The assassin at the third stage of the fragmentation realm shuddered and thought in shock, what a powerful soul attack. Who is it? To be able to effect his soul attack, it had to be at least at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. However, what he did not know was that the 4 experts at the second stage of the fragmentation realm who had also accepted this mission had already switched sides to Yi Xian's side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind appeared again. What? The assassin at the third stage of the fragmentation realm was shocked because the people who had sneaked up on him were his 4 companions. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, and the assassin at the third stage of the fragmentation realm was sent flying. He did not understand why his 4 companions would sneak up on him. At this time, a black stream of light had already darted behind him. I wanted to go to the city lord's mansion, but I think it's about time to kill you all. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he slashed out with his sword. Killing intent explosion. Flame dragon's unparalleled slash. The golden flame dragon swallowed the assassin at the third stage of the fragmentation realm. However, as a professional assassin, his reaction was astonishingly fast. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden slash shot out of the flame dragon's body. Swish! The assassin at the third stage of the fragmentation realm was directly beheaded. If it was a one-on-one situation, it would probably take Yi Xian a few seconds to kill him. However, the assassin at the third stage of the fragmentation realm was sneak attacked by his own people, so he was instantly killed. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification proved that the assassin was already dead. Yi Xian quickly went over and took the interspatial ring. Although there were many things inside, it was not enough. However, as long as he added the other 4 people's rings, it would be enough. When Yi Xian took the interspatial rings of the other 4 people, 2 system notifications finally rang out. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is currently at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. Chapter 1321. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. Yi Xian did not expect his breakthrough speed to surpass Luo Luo and the old tree. TSK, I originally needed half a day. Now that young master's realm has surpassed mine, I think I only need an hour, the old tree in the planting space said with a smile. At this moment, there were only 7 Yuan palaces left in Yi Xian's body. The innate qi of the 8th Yuan palace that had just been shattered had once again fused with his physique. Who are you? Why do you want to kill Hu Lai? Yi Xian asked the 4 assassins. We accepted the mission from the North Upper City's underworld branch. Kill Hu Lai and we'll get 100,000 fragmentation pills, one of the assassins replied. 100,000 fragmentation pills? How generous! Yi Xian's heart trembled as he turned to look at Hu Lai. Do you know who wants you dead? Hu Lai thought for a moment and said, it should be my clansmen. My clan is currently fighting for power, so they might not want me to become the son-in-law of Winds and City's city lord. I see. Yi Xian could understand. If Hu Lai married the daughter of Winds and City's city lord, then Winds and City would be on his side. However, it was really ruthless to kill one's own clansmen in an internal struggle for power. In that case, let's go to your clan, Yi Xian said. Then, he casually killed the remaining 4 assassins with a single sword strike. Yes, master. Young master Hu nodded and left with Yi Xian. Yi Xian originally wanted to break through to the second stage of the fragmentation realm through Winds and City's city lord's mansion. However, he suddenly broke through earlier because of the song, so there was no need for him to go to Winds and City. He heard that the city lord of Winds and City was not bad. Yi Xian immediately left Winds and City with Hu Lai and headed to the Fox My clan on the west side of Winds and City. Along the way, the old tree and Luo Luo also broke through to the second level of the fragmentation realm, giving Yi Xian the confidence to infiltrate the Fox My clan. With the help of the shadow steps, Hu Lai arrived at the Hu clan in half a day. The Hu clan was built in a valley, and there was a spirit gathering array inside. It was a pretty good place to cultivate. Master, I'll bring you in, Hu Lai said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at Luo Luo and nodded slightly. This time, he was here to help Luo Luo obtain the cultivation technique for the Eye of Charm and investigate Hu Tai's whereabouts at the same time. The moment he entered, Yi Xian saw a Fox clan member with 3 measurements passing by. Your Hu clan has produced quite a few geniuses. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. That's because the old ancestor of my armor possesses the noble bloodline of the Snow-Wind Fox. He was once an elite at the 6th stage of the fragmentation realm. That's why my Hu family has been able to prosper for so long, Hu Lai replied. Snow-Wind Fox, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He remembered that Hu Lai had mentioned that Hu Xinlan not only cultivated the Eye of Charm, but also had the physique of a Snow-Wind Fox. Moreover, she was the focus of the Hu clan's nurturing. She was much younger than Hu Lai, only 18 years old. It was said that she was about to break through to the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm. However, Yi Xian didn't care about that. After entering the Hu clan, Hu Lai brought Yi Xian back to his residence to see if his father was home. However, Hu Lai was notorious. Along the way, many people looked at him with disdain, as well as Yi Xian and Luo Luo. The old ancestor of the Hu clan was a white fox. However, after activating the bloodline of the Snow-Wind Fox, he grew blue fur. His wife was a golden fox, so the Hu clan had all kinds of foxes. However, he had never seen a fox with golden fur like Luo Luo, so Yi Xian asked Luo Luo to cover up the golden fur. Master, please wait here for a moment. Hu Lai brought Yi Xian to a residence and said. Okay. Yi Xian nodded and watched Hu Lai leave. The mysterious underworld duo demons probably asked Hu Lai's father, Hu Tai, to search for him and Luo Luo, so when he came in, he changed his appearance. Even Luo Luo wore a mask. Soon, Hu Lai came out. My mother said that my father hasn't come back yet, but I've already taken a token to enter the Fox King Palace. Hu Lai handed the token to Yi Xian. I'm afraid I'll be exposed if I'm not a member of the Hu clan, right? Luo Luo asked with a frown. No, my Hu clan has tens of thousands of clansmen. Hu Lai shook her head. But Luo Luo is at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. Yi Xian suddenly reminded her. The second stage of the fragmentation realm. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. There were hundreds of experts at the second stage of the fragmentation realm in the Hu clan, but Luo Luo was 2 years younger than Hu Xinlan, the #1 genius of the Hu clan. She would be exposed if she went over. The guard is one of my clan brothers. He's at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. You just have to say that you're my father's illegitimate daughter. It won't be a problem, Hu Lai said. In that case, let's go. If it doesn't work, we'll force our way in. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. As long as he could get the cultivation method to cultivate the Eye of Charm, he would go even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Then, Hu Lai led the two of them to the Fox King Palace. The Fox King Palace was an important place in the Hu clan. However, since nothing had happened in the Hu clan, most of the guards here had been removed. Hu Lai led Yi Xian and Yi Xian to the Fox King Palace. Then, she jogged over and whispered a few words to the guard at the door. What? Illegitimate daughter? The guard was shocked. It was the first time he heard that Hu Tai had an illegitimate daughter. Sure, don't talk nonsense. My mother already knows. Hu Lai said in a low voice and handed an interspatial ring to him. The guard was a little hesitant. Then, he took the interspatial ring. There were a total of 2,000 fragmentation pills in the interspatial ring. Alright, don't cause trouble after you go in. Otherwise, I won't be able to clean up the mess. The guard finally made the decision. After all, 2,000 fragmentation pills was already a considerable amount of wealth to him. Thank you, clan brother, Hu Lai thanked him. Speaking of which, what's wrong with your aura? Why does it seem like you've fallen back to the first tier of the void-breaking realm? The guard asked in surprise. Something went wrong with my cultivation. I'll be fine after I recover for a while. Hu Lai hurriedly found a reason to fill it in. Then, she quickly ran down the stairs and told Yi Xian what happened. This guard was at the second tier of the void-breaking realm and had almost condensed the amalgamation crystal of charm. Therefore, Yi Xian probably couldn't control him. Fortunately, the guard chose to turn a blind eye to it. Luo Luo, go in with Hu Lai, Yi Xian said to Luo Luo. Hu Lai's mother was an elder of the Hu clan. Luo Luo had Hu Lai's mother's token, so she could enter. As for Hu Lai, he could enter and leave the Fox King Palace, so there was no problem. Chapter 1322. Okay. Luo Luo nodded and followed Hu Lai into the Fox King Palace. Although Yi Xian was in possession of the technique, all Luo Luo had to do was to read the technique out loud and Yi Xian would be able to copy it down. After a while, Luo Luo began to report the technique word by word to Yi Xian. Ding! Copy successful. In less than a minute, a system notification rang out. There was an array in the Fox King Palace. Those who came out would forget the technique unless they had already mastered it or were halfway through it. Alright, come out. It's time to get down to business. Yi Xian transmitted his voice to Luo Luo. Since the technique had been copied, Luo Luo could cultivate in the plant space until she cultivated 2 eyes of charm. Boom. But at this moment, a rumbling sound came from the Fox King Palace. What? Yi Xian and the guards guarding the Fox King Palace were shocked. Someone had made a move in the Fox King Palace. Luo Luo, what happened? Yi Xian asked anxiously. Hu Lai is dead. This sentence shocked Yi Xian. How did Hu Lai suddenly die? Who killed him? Yi Xian asked again. It's that Hu Xinlan. She was arguing with Hu Lai and accidentally killed him. Yes, she probably thought that Hu Lai was still in the second stage of the fragmentation realm, so she accidentally killed him. As Luo Luo spoke, she left the Fox King Palace and appeared in front of Yi Xian. At the same time, the guard also rushed in. After such a thing happened, Yi Xian quickly called Luo Luo back to the plant space. Why did Hu Lai argue with someone for no reason? Yi Xian was helpless. But then again, if he hadn't snatched Hu Lai's charm fusion crystal, Hu Lai's realm wouldn't have dropped and he wouldn't have been killed by Hu Xinlan. Hu Lai's wounds have healed, but his realm hasn't. Now that he's dead, the experts of the Hu family might find out that the charm fusion crystal was lost, Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, Luo Luo asked, "Young master, what should we do now? Should we just leave? We still don't know where Hu Lai's father, Hu Tai, is, so we still need to investigate. Let's wait and see first. If it doesn't match, we'll leave," Yi Xian said with narrowed eyes. The Hu clan's strength could be considered strong, and the two factions that were fighting for power both had fourth-stage fragmentation realm experts overseeing them. However, with Yi Xian's current realm, there was no need for him to fear a fourth-stage fragmentation realm expert. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Soon, Hu Lai's clan brother hurriedly carried Hu Lai's corpse out. At the same time, many people quickly left to report to the higher-ups of the Hu clan. The Hu clan's two camps were led by the first elder and third elder. Hu Lai and her father Hu Tai stood on the side of the third clan elder. As for the person who killed Hu Lai, the number one genius of the Hu clan, Hu Xinlan, she stood on the side of the first clan elder. Now that Hu Xinlan had killed Hu Lai, the two sides might start a war because Hu Lai was Hu Tai's son. As for the golden-armored man, Hu Tai, he was one of the top experts of the Hu clan. However, before watching this good show, Yi Xian had to complete a mission. Whoosh! He immediately turned into a black streak of light and followed the footsteps of the Fox King Palace guard. "Sir, please wait," Yi Xian called out in a low voice. Hu Lai's clan brother stopped in his tracks and turned around. He recognized Yi Xian because Yi Xian was also brought here by Hu Lai. "I still have. What are you doing?" Before the second-stage fragmentation realm expert could finish speaking, Yi Xian instantly appeared in front of him. Poof! Yi Xian reached out with his claw and directly pierced through the man's chest, taking out the charm fusion crystal that had yet to form. Then, he used Mind's Eye on the man. Ding! Control successful. Hu Lai's clan brother, Hu Ce, was controlled by Yi Xian. At the same time, his cultivation level dropped to the first stage of the fragmentation realm. Yi Xian hurriedly threw a blood potion to him to heal his injuries. "Later, don't tell anyone you saw us," Yi Xian said to Hu Ce. "Yes, master." Hu Ce nodded and immediately left. Hu Lai was greedy by nature, but he was considered an elite in the Hu clan. Now that he was accidentally killed by his own clansmen, this was not a small matter. Yi Xian was waiting to watch a good show. If the two sides fought, he would still help the third clan elder. After all, Hu Lai was one of his people before he died. Soon, the news of Hu Lai's death reached the ears of the Hu clan's higher-ups. Oh no! The expressions of the first clan elder's people changed drastically when they heard the news. Was the stalemate going to be broken? Immediately, both sides quickly gathered at the Fox King Palace. There were 4 clan elders in the Hu clan, all of whom were at the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm. The first and second clan elders lived together in the east courtyard, while the third and fourth clan elders lived together in the west courtyard. At the same time, Hu Lai's father, Hu Tai, was the third clan elder's grandson. In other words, the dead Hu Lai was the third clan elder's great-grandson. Both sides gathered a large number of experts in front of the Fox King Palace. Hu Lai, when a middle-aged woman saw Hu Lai's body, she immediately burst into tears. At this time, there was a wound on Hu Lai's chest. His heart was pierced through. When the third clan elder saw his great-grandson's body, he was furious and shouted, "Hu Xinlan, how dare you kill your own clansman?" Hu Xinlan was an 18-year-old girl from the Fox clan. She had already grown 3 tails and was at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. She did not expect that she would kill Hu Lai. How was this possible? After all, she had fought Hu Lai once last month, and Hu Lai's strength was not so weak. However, Hu Lai was indeed a little strange today. His aura was weak and he seemed to be injured. Hu Xinlan was only an 18-year-old girl after all. She only wanted to torture Hu Lai. Now that she had become the sinner of the entire clan, she did not know what to do. "Xinlan, what's going on? Why did you attack him?" The second clan elder walked out. Great-grandfather, Hu Xinlan looked at Hu Lai's body, speechless. At this time, a few people in the Fox King Palace stood out and truthfully described what happened that day. At that time, when Hu Xinlan saw Hu Lai, she wanted to go over and show off her talent. At the same time, she wanted to attack Hu Lai. Therefore, they had a dispute and fought. However, no one expected that Hu Lai could not even withstand a single attack from Hu Xinlan and was killed in an instant. The sword qi pierced through Hu Lai's body and hit the pillar of the Fox King Palace, causing it to collapse. This was what Yi Xian heard at that time. He couldn't even withstand a single attack and was killed in an instant. How is this possible? The third clan elder was shocked. He knew Hu Lai's strength very well. Although he could not defeat Hu Xinlan, he was not so weak that he would be killed in an instant. Chapter 13:23. The third elder went over and carefully examined Hu Lai's body. Fortunately, Yi Xian's blood had a good healing effect, so there were no scars left. However, it should not be forgotten that experts of the manifestation realm and above had spiritual senses. What? Hu Lai's charm fusion crystal is gone, the third elder said in surprise. Everyone present was shocked when they heard that. The charm fusion crystal was gone. Almost everyone present had a charm fusion crystal in their body, but it varied in size. Most people did not have a complete charm fusion crystal, but that did not mean they did not have one. However, there was no charm fusion crystal in Hu Lai's body. Could it have been taken away by someone? Or was it gone before he died? The third elder suddenly stood up and asked, "Who took Hu Lai's charm fusion crystal?" No one present said a word. It was Hu Si's elder brother who carried Hu Lai's body outside. No one else touched it, someone said. He was in Fox King Palace at that time. That's right. After Hu Lai was killed by Hu Xinlan, it was Hu Si's elder brother who carried his body out of Fox King Palace with the power of all creations. That's right. I was there too. No one touched Hu Lai's body. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Hu Ce. Hu Ce was the guard of Fox King Palace who was controlled by Yi Xian. That's right. I carried Hu Lai's body out, but I didn't touch the body. Hu Ce suddenly stood up and said, "Moreover, Hu Lai's younger brother told me that he was ambushed by the Netherworld Palace's assassins on his way back to the family. He was seriously injured, which caused his cultivation to fall to the first level of the void-breaking realm. That's why his aura is so weak." Netherworld Palace's assassins? The surrounding people were shocked. Yes, I didn't hear wrongly. Hu Ce nodded and said, "Elder, you can check his interspatial ring." Hearing this, the third elder's eyes flashed. He took Hu Lai's interspatial ring and took out a bounty notice from it. Hu Lai, the great-grandson of the third elder of the Hu Mai family, the fiancé of the daughter of the Winds and City's governor, second level of the void-breaking realm. Reward, 100,000 fragmentation pills. As the third elder said this, his expression changed drastically. He then looked at the first and second elder. Normally, 10,000 was enough to kill a person at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. How could it be 100,000? A person who could take out 100,000 fragmentation pills was definitely not an ordinary person. The third elder's first reaction was that it was the first elder and second elder's doing. "Third elder, why are you looking at us like that? Do you think that we were the ones who issued the bounty?" asked the second elder with a gloomy face. "You guys are so heartless." The third elder glared angrily. "What are you talking about?" The first elder coldly snorted. Although the third elder did not say it clearly, the surrounding people all believed that it was the first elder and the second elder who sent people to do it. The assassin didn't complete his mission, but he did severely injure Hu Lai. Then, Hu Xinlan would deal with Hu Lai herself. In the end, she could just use the excuse of manslaughter as an excuse. After all, Hu Xinlan was currently the #1 genius of the Hu clan. In the future, she would be expected to break through to the 6th stage of the fragmentation realm. This Hu Lai was Yi Xian's underling when he was alive. Yi Xian couldn't just ignore his death. At this time, the third elder suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned around and asked, "Hu Ce, why did your aura weaken?" "Elder, to be honest, when I left the clan a few days ago, I was also hunted down by the underworld's assassins. Although I was lucky enough to escape, I was severely injured. My realm fluctuated between high and low, replied Hu Ce. What? You were also assassinated? Then why didn't you say so earlier? The third elder's eyes widened. I thought that it was a mission issued by an enemy I provoked during my training, said Hu Ce. Me. The third elder coldly snorted, then turned to look in the other direction. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes flickered a few times. The Hu clan members all had charm fusion crystals in their bodies. However, before they formed a complete crystal, they would not grow into 3 tails. Yi Xian's Eye of the Soul might be useless against Hu Xinlan and the others at the second stage of the fragmentation realm, but it should not be a problem for the first stage of the fragmentation realm. Therefore, at this time, he controlled the fox clansman behind the first elder. Mph, Hu Ce, I was the one who issued the mission to hunt you down. Suddenly, a person stepped forward. What he said shocked everyone present. He was the one who issued the mission to hunt down Hu Ce? Gaoxiang, what did you say? The third elder said in disbelief. The fox clansman who walked forward was called Hu Gaoxiang. He was Hu Xinlan's older brother, but his strength was only at the first stage of the fragmentation realm. Gaoxiang, don't speak nonsense. Someone immediately shouted in a low voice. Father, the matter has been exposed. Why hide it? Great-grandfather, our Hu clan has been passed down for so long. If we are divided into 2 factions, we will definitely go downhill. Why don't we decide who is better today? Hu Gaoxiang said in a cold voice. When the surrounding people heard this, they thought that he had gone mad. However, no one would have thought that Hu Gaoxiang, who had formed more than half of the charm fusion crystal, was already under Yi Xian's control. In the beginning, Yi Xian did not know that Hu Gaoxiang was Hu Xinlan's older brother. The former only saw that Hu Gaoxiang seemed to have some status in the first elder's camp and was coincidentally at the first stage of the fragmentation realm, so he controlled him. He did not expect that he would control someone important. Yes, don't hide it anymore. Those missions were issued by us. What about it? The Hu clan must be united in order to survive. If we continue to fight, we will definitely decline. Today, we will decide who is better. The loser will take his people and leave. Good idea. The loser will take his people and leave. Someone immediately agreed. These people were all servants under Yi Xian's control. Through the Eye of the Soul, Yi Xian could directly give them orders. Now, it was up to the East Courtyard to explain. The first elder and the others did not know what drugs these people had taken. They actually directly admitted to issuing those missions. Although he did not personally issue the orders, it was inevitable that the people of the East Courtyard would do some dirty things. To put it simply, Hu Ce had indeed encountered an assassin. However, he had killed the other party and was not seriously injured. The reason why he said that he was seriously injured was to find an excuse for his realm to fall to the first stage of the fragmentation realm. Both parties were silent for a few seconds. After thinking for a while, the first elder said slowly, since things have come to this, then let us end it today. Okay, end it. The fourth elder shouted coldly. The Hu clan's East Courtyard and West Courtyard had to decide who was better today. The loser would take his people and leave. Otherwise, if they continued to fight, who knew what would happen? Chapter 1324. If we fight, both sides will suffer. Why don't we have a bet? 5 battles, from the 9th level of the fulfillment realm to the 4th level of the fragmentation realm. Best of 5, and the loser leaves immediately, the first elder suddenly suggested. This suggestion was very fair. Alright, best of 5, but there's one condition. Those under the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm must not be over 40 years old. The third elder immediately agreed. Although Hu Xinlan was the #1 genius of the Hu clan, she was only 18 years old. Even if she was about to break through to the 3rd level of the fragmentation realm, there was still someone from the West Campus who could defeat her. Since both sides agreed, they had to decide on the participants. The 9th level of the fulfillment realm, the 1st level of the fragmentation realm, the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm, the 3rd level of the fragmentation realm, and the 4th level of the fragmentation realm. However, The West Campus had already won half of the battles before they started because Yi Xian was secretly helping them. The 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm and the 1st level of the Fragmentation Realm. No matter who the East Campus sends, they will lose these 2 battles. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. There was no way the West Campus would lose these 2 battles. Then, the West Campus only needed to win one of the next 3 battles to win the battle. At the same time, the order of the battles between the 5 realms was not fixed. In the end, they concluded that the first battle would be between the 2nd level of the Fragmentation Realm, followed by the 3rd level of the Fragmentation Realm, the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm, the 4th level of the Fragmentation Realm, and the 1st level of the Fragmentation Realm. Xiangming, you're up for this battle. The first elder called out. Hu Xiangming was his great-grandson. Although his talent was not high, and he was already 30 years old, his strength was much stronger than Hu Xinlan's. Hu Gaofei. After a short discussion, the 3rd and 4th elders also decided on a person. Originally, both sides were going to write down the name of the person who would fight on the paper. However, the first elder was very confident in his great-grandson, so he was at a disadvantage. Hu Xiangming was almost invincible among the 2nd level of the Fragmentation Realm in the Hu clan. Although Hu Gaofei was 3 years older than him, he was slightly weaker than Hu Xiangming. However, Hu Gaofei was the only one who would fight this battle because the 2nd level of the Fragmentation Realm could not be older than 40 years old. Hu Gaofei was only 33 years old. Moreover, he was the strongest person in the 2nd stage of the Fragmentation Realm in the Western Campus. Hu Xiangming and Hu Gaofei walked out one after another. The 2 of them had fought before, but that was 3 months ago. It was unknown if Hu Xiangming was more powerful. These 5 matches are extremely important, said the 3rd elder in a low voice. Gao Fei, you have to win them. Yes, even if Gaofei dies, we must win this battle. Hu Gaofei said resolutely. When Hu Xiangming heard this, he snorted in displeasure. Shameless boasting. At this moment, the 1st elder thought of a question and asked, is this battle a life and death battle? We only care about victory and defeat, not about life and death. The 3rd elder replied. To put it simply, he could kill. Begin. Under the order of the 1st elder, Hu Xiangming and Hu Gaofei's figures flashed. In the blink of an eye, they began to fight. Both of them were elites of the Fox clan, but because they were from the same clan, their mental attacks had no effect on each other. What they competed in was combat strength. Outside the arena, everyone held their breaths and watched this battle with rapt attention. This battle was extremely important, because if they were the first to win, their morale would skyrocket, which would be helpful in the following battles. At this moment, Yi Xian was also watching carefully, wondering if he should use some tricks on Hu Xiangming, such as his mind's eye. Ordinary soul attacks could not hurt the Fox clan, but Yi Xian's mind's eye was extremely powerful. Although he could not control it, it was enough to affect Hu Xiangming's mind. Forget it, I'll not interfere. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian decided to give up, because there were 2 more matches that he was sure to win, so he did not need to worry. Besides, even if the West Campus lost, it would not affect his investigation. After all, Hu Tai, Hu Lai's father, was from the West Campus. The battle continued, and the sounds of fighting continued. Those with discerning eyes could see that the East Campus had the upper hand, and Hu Gaofei from the West Campus was being suppressed. No, this battle is extremely important. Even if I die, I must win. Hu Gaofei's face was gloomy, and he was already prepared to die. Although his strength was slightly weaker than his opponent, he could still hurt his opponent. Not long after, both of them were covered in wounds. Every time they moved, blood would spurt out, and it was a horrible sight. However, no one from either side stopped them. Everyone was aware of the importance of this battle. The East Campus had already issued a reward mission. If there was no winner today, then the next battle would be a full-scale battle, and there would be more casualties. Swish. At this moment, a crisp sound was suddenly heard, and a head was thrown into the air. Who was it? Everyone looked and found that the head was from the West Campus, Hu Gaofei's. The West Campus lost the first battle. At the same time, Hu Gaofei was also killed by Hu Xiangming. Gaofei, a woman from the Fox clan, cried bitterly. She was Hu Gaofei's mother, and she could not stay calm after seeing her son killed. The East Campus has won this battle, said the first elder with a smile on his face. Next, the East Campus only needed to win 2 more battles, and then the West Campus would be kicked out. The people from the West Campus looked gloomy. The next battle was between the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm. Uncle Xingping, you're up for this battle, the 3rd elder shouted. Okay. An old man walked out. Hu Xingping was the strongest 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm in the West Campus. He was more than 100 years old, and his seniority was even higher than the 3rd elder. He was expected to break through to the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm in this lifetime. At the same time, he had also condensed a complete charm fusion crystal and grown 3 tails. Previously, both sides had set a rule that the participants of the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm, the 1st stage of the fragmentation realm, and the 9th stage of the fulfillment realm could not be older than 40 years old. However, this battle was between the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm, so there was no restriction. It's really him. Hu Jiashi, you're up. The first elder also shouted. The second battle soon began. These 2 people were both over 100 years old, and their strength was at the peak of the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm, so the battle was very intense. The East Campus won the first battle, so the morale of the East Campus was high. Although the West Campus lost, they felt that they must win a battle, so their morale was not low. At first, Yi Xian did not care whether he helped or not. After all, this had nothing to do with him. However, Hu Lai was his subordinate before he died, so he felt that he should help. Mind's Eye. Chapter 1325. There were 3 effects of the Eye of the Mind. One was to directly cause damage to the soul, like the burning eye. The second was an illusion attack like the Eye of Illusion, which made the opponent fall into an illusion. The third was the Eye of Control, which controlled the opponent. However, the opponent had condensed a charm fusion crystal, and his realm was higher than Yi Xian, so he could only use soul attacks or illusion attacks. What? The East institutions Hu Jiashi's heart trembled, and he thought to himself, this old man's soul attack can actually affect me. He thought that it was the West institutions Hu Xingping who used a soul attack on him, because if it was anyone else, the East institutions people would discover and stop them. But what he didn't know was that the opponent who used the soul attack wasn't the West institutions fighter, but Yi Xian outside the arena. Fortunately, Yi Xian was only at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm, and he also had a charm fusion crystal in his body, so he was naturally immune to soul attacks. However, as time passed, something happened to him. Eye of the Mind. Eye of the Mind. When Yi Xian used the Eye of the Mind for the 5th time, Hu Jiashi's movements obviously slowed down. Good chance. Hu Xingping's eyes lit up as he caught a flaw in the opponent, and then directly attacked. Puff. Although Hu Jiashi dodged the fatal sword, the opponent's sword missed between his 2 chests. Catcher. A crisp sound was heard, and the charm fusion crystal in Hu Jiashi's body shattered. Hu Jiashi's realm also fell instantly, and his physique also shrank. Not good. The first elder and the others' expressions changed, and just as they were about to speak, they heard another crisp sound. A head was thrown up. Dead. Good, well done. The third elder praised repeatedly. The East institution won the first battle. The West institution won the second battle. Now it was a tie. Damn it. The first elder cursed angrily. It would be fine if it was a 1st or 2nd level fragmentation realm expert, but now the one who died was a 3rd level fragmentation realm expert. This was a heavy blow to the East institution. However, he was already dead, so it was useless to argue. The next 3rd battle was a battle between 9th level fulfillment realm experts. There were thousands of 9th level fragmentation realm experts in the Hu family, so this battle naturally had to choose the older ones. After all, their combat power would be stronger than the younger ones. Soon, both sides sent the strongest experts of this level again. Unfortunately, there was no suspense in this battle. Eye of the Mind. Ding. Control successful. Chapter 1326. Demon Fox Flash. This is the secret technique of the Fox clan, and the 2nd elder has mastered it. The 3rd elder was shocked. Even the Hu clan's patriarch had not mastered this technique, But the third elder had mastered it. Otherwise, the West Campus would have won this battle. This time, they had suffered a great loss. Not only did they lose this battle, but they also lost a fourth tier of the void-breaking realm. It was a double whammy. If both sides were to fight now, the West Campus would suffer a terrible fate. There were 3/4 tier of the void-breaking realm in the West Campus, and the third was Hu Lai's father, Hu Tai. However, Hu Tai was not in the Hu clan, so only the third elder was left. Haha, now it's 2 against 2. The first elder could not help but laugh when he saw the third elder's expression. Although the fourth elder who died was related to him by blood, the 2 clans had already reached this point. So what if one of them died? In fact, the first elder wanted to start the battle right now, but if he did so, his side would probably lose a lot of people. It was not worth it. So, he decided to see how the 5th battle would turn out. The 5th battle was a battle between first tier of the void-breaking realm. If the East Campus won, then the battle would be over. If they lost, then they would think about it. Elder, let me do it. Suddenly, a young human walked out from the west courtyard. The third elder nodded slightly when he saw him. This human was not a member of the Hu clan, but he married a woman from the Hu clan. This time, he brought his wife to visit family, but he did not expect to encounter a life-and-death situation. Wenshuan, you go. The first elder turned around and said. Hu Wenshuan was a genius of the Hu clan. He had already condensed a complete charm fusion crystal, and his strength was at the top of the first tier of the void-breaking realm. He was about to break through to the second tier of the void-breaking realm. This 5th battle was related to the fate of both sides. It was very important. Everyone held their breaths and watched as Hu Wenshuan and the young human walked out. Although the young human was not a member of the Hu clan, he was related to the Hu clan, so the East Campus did not stop him. Human, you will die under my sword, Hu Wenshuan said coldly. Shameless boasting. The young human did not say anything and directly rushed out with his sword. At the same time, Yi Xian also used his mind's eye. Ding. Control successful. In an instant, Hu Wenshuan was controlled by Yi Xian and delivered his head to the human youth. Hiss. A crisp sound entered everyone's ears. In the blink of an eye, Hu Wenshuan's head was chopped off by the human youth. The entire place was deathly silent. How is this possible? The first elder couldn't believe it. Hu Wenshuan was already at the peak of the first tier of the fragmentation realm. Even if his opponent was at the same level, he couldn't have been killed instantly, right? He must have been mistaken. However, this scene fell into the eyes of over 1,000 people. It couldn't be fake. Even the people from the West Campus did not expect that the human youth could kill his opponent in seconds and win the 5th round. Including the previous ones, the West Campus had already won 3 times, which meant that they were the final winners of this gambling battle. Seeing this, the first elder reacted quickly. He did not think about how the young man could kill his opponent in seconds. Instead, he said directly, now, our West District has won 3 victories. First elder, shouldn't you leave? The first elder's expression changed drastically. He was stunned speechless. Even he did not know how Hu Wenshuan died. This gambling battle was lost without knowing how, so the people from the East District were unwilling to accept it. First elder, what should we do? The second elder, who had just fought a battle, asked in a low voice. Both sides had an agreement before. The winner of the best of 5 rounds would leave the Hu clan and establish their own clan. Now that the East District had lost, it was the East District's turn to leave. However, the first elder did not want to leave just like that. He had worked hard for the Hu clan for so many years. How could he just leave like that? Seeing the hesitation on the other side's face, the third elder suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart. Although they won the gambling battle, the West District would be in trouble if the first elder and the second elder went back on their word. The 2 opponents were at the 4th tier of the fragmentation realm, and he was the only one in the West District. If they fought, the West District would definitely lose. First elder, could it be that you can't afford to lose? When the third elder's voice rang out, everyone's face darkened. For a moment, the atmosphere became strange. For the sake of my clansmen, I have to be a villain for once." After the first elder finished speaking, he shouted, "All Fragmentation Realm martial artists, get ready to fight." Immediately, the hundreds of Fragmentation Realm martial artists behind him were stunned for a moment. Then, all of them drew their weapons. At the same time, the group of martial artists from the West District also began to be on guard. "First Elder, you really can't let it go," the third elder snorted coldly. Although they won the gambling battle, they lost their men. At this moment, the third elder was also asking himself whether he should fight this battle or not. If he fought, he might be completely annihilated. If he did not fight, they would have to leave the Hu clan and establish their own clan. "You can leave," the first elder replied. He did not want to fight to the death with the other side. After all, they were from the same clan. The people from the West District suddenly fell silent. When the fourth elder died, they had already guessed that this might be the outcome. Now, it had really happened. The third elder was still hesitating. He did not want to fight with the other side, but he was angry. They had won the gambling battle, but they had to leave. "What should we do, elder?" An elder walked forward and asked in a low voice. "Gather the people." The third elder finally made the decision. Hearing this, the people from the East District also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that there was no need for a battle. "Elder, many people from the West District were also dissatisfied, but they also knew the consequences of a battle between the two sides. Both sides would only suffer. At the same time, they might be completely annihilated." In desperation, the people from the West District also went back to pack their things and then organized their people to leave together. They were all very busy and did not have time to pay attention to Yi Xian. So this is the outcome. At this time, Yi Xian was thinking about a problem. He was wondering if he should make a move because his strength was not weaker than the three elders. Once he used his ultimate move, the East District would probably be completely annihilated. However, just as he was hesitating, a strong aura suddenly swept toward the Hu clan. Fourth level of the Fragmentation Realm? The expressions of the remaining three elders changed. The third elder's eyes lit up. He whispered, "Could it be that Hu Tai is back?" Hu Tai was the father of the deceased Hu Lai. He was at the fourth level of the Fragmentation Realm. If he was back, the West District might be able to fight. Chapter 1327. No, this isn't Hu Tai's aura." The third elder immediately reacted. Hu Tai was his grandson, so he was very familiar with him. However, this aura of the fourth stage of the Fragmentation Realm was very unfamiliar. It wasn't Hu Tai. Who was it? Everyone turned their heads and saw a black figure dashing over. It was a long-haired young man dressed in black. He looked ordinary, but his strength was at the fourth stage of the Fragmentation Realm. "Sir, may I ask who you are?" The first elder stepped forward and cupped his fists. The black-robed young man did not say anything. He took out a sheepskin scroll from his interspatial ring and unfolded it. "Is this little fox from your Hu clan?" the black-robed young man asked. Everyone present looked at it and shook their heads. There were a few figures drawn on the sheepskin scroll. A human, a fox girl, a tree, and a sword. It was very strange. However, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the crowd, immediately trembled when he saw the painting. "Looking for me?" Yi Xian's eyes widened. He immediately scanned with the eye of revelation and found that there was no faith crystal in the black-robed young man's head. However, there was a two-finger-sized scorpion in the black-robed young man's arms. Could it be that the underworld's assassin is here on the orders of the Shen Ming duo? Yi Xian thought again. However, in the next moment, he realized that the Shen Ming duo did not seem to know about the demon tree battle soldier. Then, where did this black-robed young man come from? The first clan elder glanced around and found that the surrounding people were all at a loss. He said, "Your Excellency, the portrait in your hand, none of us have seen it before. This little fox is at the second stage of the Fragmentation Realm. Call out all the women at the second stage of the Fragmentation Realm," the black-robed young man said in a commanding tone. His tone made everyone present very unhappy. Wasn't he just at the fourth stage of the Fragmentation Realm? What was he so arrogant for? "Sir, aren't you overestimating yourself?" The first elder snorted coldly. In that case, I'll give you a gift. The black-robed young man's eyes flashed. He waved his right hand and threw out a ray of black light. This ray of black light was extremely fast and directly rushed into the east courtyard's camp. Following that, screams of agony could be heard. What? Everyone was shocked. They only saw a black shadow pass by, but they didn't see what it was. However, Yi Xian saw it clearly. That is, Yi Xian widened his eyes. He saw that the black-clothed youth had thrown out the scorpion in his arms. However, he also saw a very familiar pattern on the black scorpion. Devouring beast. That black scorpion is a devouring beast. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. After such a long time, he had finally encountered a devouring beast. This was worth 1 devouring point. At the same time, he guessed the identity of the black-clothed young man. This black-clothed youth was most likely the leader of the Thulhuism society. At first, Yi Xian thought that the Thulhuism cult leader was at most at the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm. He didn't expect him to be at the 4th stage. However, this was nothing. After all, Yi Xian had also broken through now. Compared to the Thulhuism society leader, Yi Xian was more interested in capturing the devourer beast. At that moment, the devouring beast was shuttling back and forth among the warriors from the east branch. Puff, 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 puff. A series of muffled sounds reverberated in the air. This little black scorpion easily broke through the fragmentation realm warriors' defenses, running amok inside their bodies, devouring their flesh and blood. Quickly spread out. The first elder urged. In the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 people fell to the ground. Moreover, all of them were 2nd stage fragmentation realm warriors, and there was even a 3rd stage fragmentation realm warrior among them. At this time, the black shadow leaped out from another person's body, charging towards the person closest to him. Not good. The first elder's face tightened. This black shadow's target was actually his son. The black-clothed youth in the air finally made his move. This little scorpion was something he had spent a lot of effort to tame. It was because of this little scorpion that he had delayed his return to the Thulhuism society. Sir, you dare to behave atrociously in my Hu family's territory? You're courting death. The second elder gripped his battle knife tightly and charged forward. He who had mastered the demon fox flash was the strongest among the Hu family members, thus he did not put Shijuin in his eyes. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Shijuin turned into a streak of light, brushing past the second elder's body. In the next second, the second elder was split into 2 halves, falling to the ground. Instant kill. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded, including Yi Xian. Wasn't this Shijuin's strength a little too terrifying? He actually killed an opponent at the same level as him in a split second. Didn't this mean that he had the ability to jump ranks and challenge opponents? Not good. This Thulhuism society leader is actually so strong. If I don't use my ultimate move, I won't be able to defeat him. Yi Xian couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. However, he wasn't alone, there were still 3 helpers in the plantation space. Thinking of this, he left quietly, heading towards the east courtyard's camp. Puff, puff, puff. A storm of blood broke out in the east courtyard's camp. By the time the second elder died, more than a dozen people had died unnatural deaths. Attack. The first elder didn't dare to be negligent, shouting at the top of his lungs. This black-robed young man's strength had exceeded their expectations. If they didn't go all out, the Hu family would be annihilated today. The west courtyard's third elder was also hesitating in his heart, wondering if he should help or not. However, when he thought of the first elder's actions, he restrained himself. The first elder had clearly lost, yet he reneged on his debt and chased them away. Now that he was in trouble, why should he help? There were even some people who were gloating over the situation. This was karma. At this time, Yi Xian had already sneaked into the east courtyard's camp. That little black scorpion killed people by drilling into their bodies and devouring their organs. It was hard for ordinary people to find it, and even if they found it, they wouldn't be able to keep up with its speed. However, Yi Xian had the Eye of Revelation, so he could pinpoint the little black scorpion's location. Puff. At this time, the little black scorpion suddenly flew out from a person's body, and its next target was precisely Yi Xian. Haha, you're walking right into the trap. Yi Xian laughed loudly. Others might not have been able to react in time, but he could. He grabbed the little black scorpion with his right hand. Let's see how you're going to escape, Devourer Beast. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. At the same time, when he grabbed the little black scorpion, a system notification sounded. Ding! The host has captured the Devourer Beast. Would you like to put the Devourer Beast into the plantation space to cultivate it? The system notification sounded. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Chapter 1328. Without further ado, Yi Xian checked the benefits of cultivating this devouring beast. An ordinary devouring beast was worth 1 devouring point, but if this devouring beast was nurtured to the second order, it would be worth 2 devouring points. Other than that, this devouring beast could also reproduce, but there was a prerequisite. The devouring beasts had to be male and female, and they had to be of the same species. One was a snake, and the other was a scorpion, although there was a beast tribe called the scorpion snake. This devouring beast in my hand is already at 80% experience points of the first order. If it matures to the second order, it will be worth 2 devouring points. Yi Xian agreed to nurture this devouring beast. This devouring beast nurturing function only appeared after the planting space appeared. The mini black scorpion was sent into a cage in a corner of the planting space. This cage was specially used by the system to imprison devouring beasts. As for the devouring beast's growth, it was quite simple, that was to absorb origin energy. Of course, if there was a large number of corpses, its growth would be faster. This time, Yi Xian had profited greatly. When this mini black scorpion matured to the second order, he would be able to obtain 2 devouring points. Bastard! The black-robed young man, Shijian, roared in anger. That mini black scorpion was something he had tamed with great difficulty, but now it was sent to God knows where by Yi Xian. Naturally, he was enraged. At the same time, he did not expect that the mini black scorpion, which even a third stage of the fragmentation realm expert could not capture, would be captured by Yi Xian, a second stage of the fragmentation realm expert. Die for me. Shijian was enraged. He turned into a streak of black light and shot towards Yi Xian. Sila, 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 Sila. Crisp sounds rang out. Crisp sounds rang out one after another. Those martial practitioners at the third level of the fragmentation realm who had rushed up together with the first elder had all died in an instant. Even the first elder was not spared. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian saw clearly what had killed so many people. It was a thin black whip. This Thulhuism cult leader is indeed from the Scorpion tribe, but he cut off his own tail and made it into a weapon. Yi Xian immediately understood. But for now, he should deal with Shijian first. It seems, if I don't show my true strength, I'm afraid I will die in your hand. A light glimmered in his eyes. He summoned Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Curtain of darkness. Storm of swords blade. And attacked Shijian, Huang, and Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He issued a death order to Shijian, while he himself fled into the darkness. The black whip in Shijian's hand danced crazily, each strike accurately sending a person's head flying. But after he finished cleaning up, he discovered that Yi Xian had disappeared. It was dark all around. Seeing this, the third elder of the West Courtyard hurriedly retreated with his people, fearing that they would be affected. Punk, so it's you. Come out here. Shijian roared as he blocked the storm of swords. Wei Zhentian and the old tree had exposed Yi Xian's identity. Therefore, Shijian knew that Yi Xian was the culprit who killed his father and annihilated the Thulhuism cult he had built. It seemed like he had found the right place. At this time, Yi Xian, who had disappeared into the darkness, used the dark shadow steps to appear on the other side. There were several corpses here. I'll take them. Without hesitation, Yi Xian collected the first elder, second elder, and several third stage of the fragmentation realm experts' corpses. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Current cultivation is at third stage of the fragmentation realm. Ding! Host broke through. Current cultivation is at third stage of the fragmentation realm. The two system notifications gave Yi Xian the confidence to kill Shi Jiuyin. Erupt with killing intent. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Yi Xian slashed his sword at Shi Jiuyin's back. Swish, swish. A golden flame dragon whistled out, illuminating the surroundings. Found you. Shi Jiuyin, who was inside the storm of swords, suddenly turned around. The long whip in his hand straightened, turning into a single sword. Devil-piercing stab. Shi Jiuyin gathered his true qi and stabbed out with his right hand. A powerful force swept out, splitting the golden flame dragon into two heads. However, this move was merely Yi Xian's bait. Eye of assassination. Taking advantage of the moment Shi Jiuyin attacked, Yi Xian's eyes glimmered. He disappeared in the blink of an eye, reappearing behind Shi Jiuyin. Erupt with killing intent. Devil-piercing stab. The scarlet flame sword in Yi Xian's hand pierced into Shi Jiuyin's head. Chaotic true qi minced Shi Jiuyin's brain. Ding. Host's killing intent has increase. Shi Jiuyin was the fiend god cult's leader, but he was an arrogant person who did not put Yi Xian in his eyes. Hence, he was killed by Yi Xian's trump card. In truth, Yi Xian did not need to use the death pursuit order and eye of assassination. Just Wei Zhantian's storm of swords was more than enough to deal with Shi Jiuyin. However, Yi Xian played his trump card just in case. Now, the fiend god cult was completely annihilated. Shi Jiuyin had killed the two elders, and Yi Xian had killed Shi Jiuyin in a split second. His strength was undeniable. Even if the entire Hu family joined forces, they were still no match for the storm of swords. Hence, Yi Xian had no reason to be afraid of others. Let me see what you, the fiend god cult's leader, have obtained. Yi Xian put away Shi Jiuyin's spatial ring and checked its contents. Inside the spatial ring, there were large amounts of faith crystals and precious treasures. Other than that, there was also a fiend god's secret record. This fiend god's secret record was most likely the fiend god's inheritance. Inside, it recorded how to build the fiend god's altar and statue, as well as the faith crystals. Other than that, it was also a cultivation technique. Anyone who cultivated the fiend god's secret record would become the fiend god's most loyal apostle. That was why there was no faith crystal inside Shi Jiuyin's head. The fiend god cult's faith crystal is condensed from the fiend god cult's leader's true qi. Yi Xian immediately understood. Because the fiend god cult's leader cultivated the fiend god's secret record, only he could condense the faith crystal with his true qi. Others couldn't. In short, the fiend god cult's leader Shi Jiuyin was here to give Yi Xian some benefits. Not only did he give Shi Jiuyin a devouring beast, but there was also a large amount of faith crystals. As for the fiend god's secret record, Yi Xian had only copied it down, he had no intention of cultivating it. After all, if he cultivated it, he would be controlled by the fiend god. Chapter 1329. The people from the west courtyard were also shocked when they saw the bloodstains on the ground. Then, where's the man in black? The third elder couldn't help but ask. I killed him and kept his body, Yi Xian answered casually. The bodies of third or fourth stage fragmentation realm martial artists could be given to the heavenly treasure tree or the mini black scorpion to grow, so Yi Xian naturally wouldn't waste them. Killed. The third elder swallowed his saliva. That black-clothed youth had killed two experts at the fourth level of the fragmentation realm in a row, but now, he died at the hands of Yi Xian. In that case, wouldn't Yi Xian's strength be even stronger? Although Yi Xian only gave off the aura of a third-stage fragmentation realm martial artist, the third elder and the others believed that Yi Xian was definitely not a third-stage fragmentation realm martial artist. He might be a fifth or even sixth-stage fragmentation realm martial artist. Otherwise, how could he be so ridiculously strong? Sir, you are? The third elder asked in shock. I'm friends with Hu Lai, Yi Xian answered casually. Hu Lai. Hearing this, the third elder couldn't help but look at the corpse that was gradually turning cold. It was unbelievable that Hu Lai was acquainted with such a powerful martial artist. Just now, he was still worried that the west courtyard would be affected. He didn't expect that it would be resolved now. The two elders and a few fragmentation realm martial artists in the east courtyard were all dead, so they couldn't fight against the west courtyard anymore. Next, they could merge the east courtyard with the west courtyard. In the future, the Hu family would still be the Hu family, except that a few leaders had died. Hu Lai brought me to his father, Yi Xian added. This Hu Tai isn't in the Hu family now. He's been out for some time and hasn't returned yet. It seems that he went to the Myriad Treasure Alliance in the east, the third elder replied with a frown. Originally, he wouldn't tell others about his grandson's whereabouts, but Yi Xian had resolved the Hu family's crisis, so there shouldn't be any problem. All right, thank you very much. Yi Xian cupped his fists at the third elder, then took out a book from his Chen Kuan ring and threw it over. While I was training, I happened to obtain the Heart Sutra of Charm. I'll give it to you today. When they heard Yi Xian's words, everyone was shocked. Heart Sutra of Charm. It was actually the Heart Sutra of Charm. The third elder was so shocked that he was speechless. Charm Fusion Crystal, Charm Heart Sutra, Eyes of Charm. As long as he successfully cultivated all three, he would be able to grow 9 tails. Every time there was a change, there was a chance that the bloodline in his body could be activated. The Hu clan originally only had 2, and now that they had obtained the missing third, the Hu clan would become even more powerful in the future. Thank you, Your Excellency. The third elder hurriedly expressed his gratitude. There's no need to thank me. If I meet your grandson next, I might kill him. After Yi Xian said this in his heart, he quietly left. Now that he knew Hu Tai's whereabouts, he had to rush over to the Thousand Treasure Alliance to take a look. The Thousand Treasure Alliance was in the map he obtained. It was said that the Thousand Treasure Alliance was once an ancient battlefield, so some people formed a treasure hunting team there. Over time, it developed into a force. Luo Luo had already obtained the method to cultivate the Eyes of Charm. Now, she only needed time to cultivate the Eyes of Charm. The Eyes of Charm could not only enhance the ability of charm, but also enhance the effect of the Eyes of Charm. In addition, it could also make Luo Luo change her appearance, stimulating the heavenly fox bloodline in her body, and increasing the density of the bloodline. Of course, Yi Xian's beast god bloodline could also be upgraded. He just didn't know when he would be able to cultivate the Eyes of Charm. A day after Yi Xian left the Hu clan and rushed to the Thousand Treasure Alliance, Luo Luo finally sent news. Young master, let me out. Luo Luo hurriedly said. When Yi Xian heard this, he quickly let Luo Luo out. At this time, he was in the depths of a mountain, preparing to cross it. Young master, I've already cultivated the Eyes of Charm to the final level. I'll be able to complete it soon, but I need to do it outside, Luo Luo explained. Although there was Yuan Qi of heaven and earth in the planting space, it was an independent space that was created. It was fundamentally different from the Greater Thousand World, so Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. All right, then continue. I'll protect you. Yi Xian nodded and released Wei Zhentian and the old tree to protect her. Due to Yi Xian's increase in cultivation, the old tree quickly broke through to the third stage of the fragmentation realm. With him and Wei Zhentian patrolling the surroundings and Yi Xian's personal bodyguard, Luo Luo wouldn't be in danger. However, this was the territory of the Thousand Treasure Alliance, so there might be people coming to search for treasures. Although Yi Xian had only left the Hu family for a day, his shadow steps was extremely fast. It was equivalent to 4 or 5 days for other people. Luo Luo continued to cultivate. The surrounding Yuan Qi of heaven and earth madly gathered toward the mountain. Its effect was no less than the spirit gathering formation. When Luo Luo breaks through this time, she'll be able to evolve into a 9-tailed beast. At that time, my beast god bloodline might mutate as well. Yi Xian was very curious. He just didn't know how long it would take for Luo Luo to mutate this time. Yi Xian stayed by Luo Luo's side and observed the changes in her body. After about half an hour, Luo Luo's left eye turned pink. This wasn't because she was using her charm, but because she had successfully cultivated the Eyes of Charm. Next, it was her right eye. However, right at that moment, a group of people nearby noticed the change in the surroundings. There were 3 people in this group. They were dressed the same, with the word treasure embroidered on their backs. The leader was in the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm, while the other 2 were in the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm. They were quite strong. Senior brother, do you feel that the yuan qi of heaven and earth here is a little strange? A young man with small eyes asked. Yes, the yuan qi of heaven and earth here seems to be moving to the west. The leader nodded. Who knows, another treasure might have appeared. Last month, I heard that a Tier 5 heaven-piercing artifact was unearthed in this area. Although it is a damaged item, it is still much stronger than a Tier 4 heaven-piercing artifact, another person said, his eyes shining. A 5th-grade divine weapon was a Nirvana realm treasure. It was almost impossible to find such a thing in this area. Let's go and take a look. The leader led the 2 people in the direction where the yuan qi of heaven and earth gathered. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed toward them. Who is it? The leader paused and shouted in a low voice. The newcomer was a bald old man in dark green clothes. He was the old tree who was patrolling this area.